fairy and you fishes bird. Candles are blue with one by another. Tell a story and the story shadows are blurred. Oh, happy place, you got it hard to place. Why are you crying? Who has stolen your land and hasn't left you lying? Oh, behold, but then let us beg for rain. But suddenly the rain has stopped. Dripping and dripping, words which is bird. Candles are blue with one by another. Tell a story and the story shadows are blurred. Oh, happy place, you got it hard to dream, so are you crying? Who has stolen your light and hadn't left you lying? Oh, I'll be home, but then light is back for rain. But suddenly, the rain has stopped. To be which is bird. Candles are blue, with one by another. Tell a story and the story shadows are blurred. Oh, happy place, you got it hard to dream, so are you crying? Who has stolen your light and hadn't left you lying? Oh, I'll be home, but then let us beg for rain. But suddenly, the rain has stopped. Dripping and dripping, was it flowing? How come the beauty could never be so good? Finally, please and fairy and you, fishes bird. Candles of blue, earth one by another. Tell a story and the story shadows and blur. Oh, happy place, you got it hard and dreams, so are you crying? Who has stolen your land and hadn't left you lying? Oh, behold, but then light is back falling. But suddenly the rain has stopped. Dripping and dripping, words of
little bored with your role. Running round in circles for a helpless goal. Get away from control. Follow my own and join me to cheer from your soul. Farewell, oh yeah, let it go, let it snow. Have you ever dreamed of feeling to the moon? By a rocky, not a rocky chair. Goodbye the monotone. Oh no, don't postpone. Hurry up, the saxophone has been blown. Who's still standing alone? Shall we use up echoes and blues, making room for happy news? In hearts, find out treasures and clues, earning chances of a truly new star. Ring, 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 the bells ring. Listen, bells, outrageous ring now. Ring and toll and toll. Feel a little bored with your role. Running round in circles for a helpless goal. Struggle as a draw. Finally open the exit gate and you say farewell man or only a black keyhole. Shall we use up echoes and blues, making room for happy news? In hearts, find out treasures and clues, earning chances of a truly new star. But my professor fails to give a certain future because
candles are lit, candles are burned. Prince and fairy and you, witches bird. Candles are blue, what one by another. Tell a story and the story shadows are blurred. Oh, happy prince, you got it hard and prince, why are you crying? Who has stolen your land and hadn't left you lying? Oh, I'll be home over there, let us beg for rain. But suddenly the rain has stopped. Dripping and dripping, what's it flowing? How come the beauty could never be so good? Finally, princess, where are you going? You might have known there is a way. Dancing and dancing, how you wanting to open the door of your mind. Finally, princess, thank you for coming. And although I'm strong enough to stay, la la la, it's my turn now. You're ready from now. My game starts. 这个世界上美好的一切，曾经都是我绘画的灵感。可是，它们都慢慢变得不可爱了。哼，平凡人呢，他们才不敬畏艺术呢，因为他们永远得不到它。表里不一，贪婪无厌，聒噪无用，
有人能与我讨论艺术的真谛。当这里已经无法给我带来新的乐趣时，我只希望那个乐园能带给我前所未有的灵感。
我亲爱的孩子，欢迎来到理想世界。在这里，金钱、权力、爱情就像缤纷的糖果，唾手可得，满是甜蜜。
请问，你们见到过我的朋友吗？
朋友，在这里，你才能找到真正的友谊。这啦啦，这啦啦，在这个世上，又有谁能够拒绝这热烈又甜美的芬芳呢？
清醒一点，不要沉溺于假象。
我亲爱的孩子，瞧瞧你都在说些什么？这里难道不是世界上最美妙的地方吗？
This is not the magical land, and there is no fairy tale. There is nothing but glorious corruption. I once sought for answers in bewilderment, yet all I got in return was deception. A timid, foolish, and hypocritical facade is covering up the betrayal. Every step I took drained my blood and devoured my past. Everything about the last sacrifice was abandoned, but her name. Yet my hatred will congeal on these bloody crystal shoes, crushing every last bit that remains beneath that crown.
This是一场神奇的运动会，获胜者将获得一次抹除人生遗憾的机会。比赛吸引了来自世界各地的选手。比赛即将开始，请各位选手做好准备。他们都曾经成名在望，却离至高荣誉只差一步之遥。若没有当初的遗憾，今后的景象又将会如何？从这里开始，便不复存在退路。决战的帷幕已经拉开，你准备好了吗？
Humanity's faith falls apart when the veins of civilization begin to flow in concrete and steel. Once the skyscrapers come tumbling down, judgment becomes a means to safeguard the faith of mankind. When the room goes silent, the will of God manifests through his emissaries, and justice prevails through their dissension.
weight that tips the scale of justice is a feather that falls from the heavens, like a bolt of lightning struck from ancient deities. Perhaps only a devil could sustain centuries of conflict with evil.
幻想是妄想的雕塑台，妄想却成了刺入艺术家心脏的雕刻刀。雕像被刻刀塑造成像，它却被刻刀一次次地划伤。当无畏试探时，却发现自己普通的不能再普通。当你展现出才华，却又深秋隆重。只能放弃交流，沉浸于虚无之中。直到那冰冷的杰作变得炙热。
Stuck here under this cursed forever, searching the mystery when I was gone. Show me the faintest clue to see this new worldview. The curiosity can disappear.
帷幕拉开，舞台之上，我们是老妪，是孩童，是国王，有默契驾驭着各种古怪的体态。畸形的狼狈终究不容于大雅之堂，只会被打落街头。可我们不再是无人可依的弃儿，戏谑的孩子，卑躬的母亲，
寡言的父亲。
每场呈现家庭破碎的剧目，只求一个答案作为回报。你见过我们的父母吗？而每个答案都会在寂寞里静待形态。
只有在这里，我才能感受到自由和快乐。端庄、得体、优雅，我好像只是母亲拙劣的仿制品。绚烂的鲜花，人群的赞赏，华美的裙摆，和那个看似完美的未婚夫，那繁华的表象，是充盈还是束缚？像玩具一样欺骗、玩弄、丢弃。这精巧的空中楼阁，原来是那么不堪一击。但我还是相信着，相信着。孩子们的笑脸，小小的玩具商铺，披上轻巧的羽翼，我仿佛看到了新的曙光。
Anna, night, girls' school. To discover the truth about what happened to Anna, I disguised myself as a maid at the school. After the incident, someone was still the center of attention. Someone was still beloved. Someone seemed to be hiding something. And the odd thing, someone was trying to look for answers in those ancient legends. The truth may not be what it seems. Everyone is under suspicion. Things were not as simple as I imagined.
L という私は実在する。さあ、私を殺してみろ。
In these caves, break through the chains, so lost.
远方的流水，曾将我带入一个温暖的怀抱。在很长的一段时间里，他们将我的到来看作是上天的礼物。巧合，命运，诞生了无意义的希冀。人们相信，是我为他们带来了收成与希望。尽管如此，我依然对周遭的一切产生困顿与不解。水中的鱼儿似乎更能让我感到亲近。直到那日，灾难再度降临，我终于明白，是沉默让鱼成为了任人宰割的动物。为什么鱼儿不能说话呢？回答我的，只是无尽的深渊与黑暗。
当神明的馈赠降临于世，信仰使神的子民重获新生。神曰：勿听，莫要让外界嘈杂的纷扰搅乱了自己的心神。神曰：勿看，莫要让污浊的景象蒙蔽了自己的双眼。神曰：勿说，尔等吐露的污秽言语将会给善良的人带来苦难。神岂是如是道来？此乃神的旨意，此乃人的意志。
Anna, night, girls' school. To discover the truth about what happened to Anna, I disguised myself as a maid at the school. After the incident, someone was still the center of attention. Someone was still beloved. Someone seemed to be hiding something. And the odd thing, someone was trying to look for answers in those ancient legends. The truth may not be what it seems. Everyone is under suspicion. Things were not as simple as I imagined.
heroes are alive. This endless nightmare, hunted must survive. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, no way to escape from the night. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, no way to escape from the night.
Ladies and gentlemen, the time has finally arrived. Day number 2 of Identity 5 Asia Stellaris Challenge. Pot Spice and Kahel giving you the commentary action. Kahel, how are you feeling today?
I'm feeling great. Actually, I've got mixed feelings. I'm excited. I'm happy. I don't know what to expect, but I'm expecting to be pleasantly surprised by today's matches. What about you, Punch?
Well, we're going to start things off with 2 Chinese mainland teams, GR and FPX, the IVL Fall Finals of last year. And these two have been duking it out like in IVL. They're one of the top teams in Chinese mainland. I believe it's FPX.ZQ that got 3rd place in IVL, the recent IVL. But you know what, GR, 3-time COA champ. This year, though, they faced some adversity with stiff competition, and I think they want to reclaim that glory for them to be able to call themselves one of the best. And you know what? The road to Identity 5 Asia Stellaris winner is you have to go through FPX to do that, FPX.ZQ. And not to mention also, we have our Southeast Asia representatives going up with one of the best teams in Japan, ZETA. So that's something that you guys gotta look forward to in match number 2. But Kahel, if we have to talk about today, is there any match that you are looking forward to in particular?
I'm actually looking forward to both matches, specifically because this is technically a rematch between GR and FPX.ZQ. They do have some scores to settle here, whereas here with ZETA and GH, we know that ZETA is a community giant, just like Dou from yesterday, and GH is basically what the whole of Southeast Asia has to offer. Best of the best right here, so I'm really excited about that.
And another thing to look forward to is CC versus MS, because they did play their hearts out yesterday. CC and MS, got more fans, respectively, of how well they fought, as well as MS, like really taking it to Dou, pushing for game number 3. I'm really excited to see how Burio and Rose, the hunters of MS, will fare out. But, we digress. We'll be talking about that a little more later. But as we mentioned, it's going to be the Chinese mainland teams that will be showing us what they got. I would say it's a super showdown between these two, GR versus FPX.ZQ. If we look at the match data between these two, in recent times it is FPX.ZQ that did get the victory over them, even though it reached the round number 3. So we're going to check out the players right now. First up, we have GR's PPX. He really established his name as one of the best hunters in Identity 5, claiming victories in 3 consecutive COAs. He has a lot of hunters under his arsenal, but he does boast that Bonbon.
Yes, and here we have Yozi with his preferred character being the Seer. We see here his average hunter containment time is 49.27, pretty good. And average decoding progress means he's able to provide support from afar. We also have his average rescues and average heals, really good numbers right here.
Yeah, next up we have Shadow. He does have the Priestess displayed here, but in recent memory he also has an Entomologist and a Mechanic. And one thing to know about these Chinese mainland teams is that they're so well versed and with the meta, and also having a deep survivor pool. Looking at it, very impressive containment time as well as average decoding progress. So leave it to Shadow to contain, but also we have Heart. Really living up to that name. Heart has a mercenary, a coordinator, the main rescuer, and look at that hatch escape rate. I think that's something that we have to actually highlight, because GR really pulls out all the stops for them to get at least 3 to a tie. So the very strong survivor teams that we are displaying.
I'm really liking the pose on Kong here. His preferred character being the Cowboy, an amazing character to use in support and clutch rescues. A really good hunter containment time here, 68.26 seconds, and good decoding progress as well. And look at this hatch escape rate, 8.82. That's pretty good in my book.
Not Not to mention, he also has a gravekeeper, also has a mercenary, so really well versed if their survivors will be banned. And now Afu, a hunter that we all know, he also participated in Koa, the recent Koa. Using that sculptor, also has an axe boy. He also has a bloody queen, a bonbon. So rest assured that maybe this might be the battle of the hunters, but the survivors are definitely one to highlight. MK up to bat first in this player profile. He does have this priestess, but he also has a gravekeeper, coordinator, mercenary, explaining why when it comes to rescuing, he might be going for the rescue.
And here is the group decoder Long with mechanic, postman in his arsenal. He's also used gravekeeper, embalmer, entomologist. Really versatile player right here. And 163 seconds of decoding progress and 54 seconds of containment. Wow.
Yeah, something of note about Long is that he was highlighted as the top decoder of IVL. And Iron made so many highlights in the recent Koa, because I believe I watched a match where he was able to farm 3 owls in one go. So Iron is definitely going to be a headache for the hunter to chase right away. And AK, one of the forwards of the team, he also got the forward MVP in last year's IVL fall. So rest assured that we might see some forward stun highlights coming from FPX.ZQ. But also we have to take note that in the player profiles of GR, there wasn't really a forward that was there. So I'm excited to see who will be using that forward coming into this match.
That's right, especially because we always expect these big moments whenever a forward's around to provide support for those stun rescues. Really exciting stuff. I can't wait to see what's going to happen and how this is going to play out today.
And looking at everything, well, the cowboy is the one that stood out to me the most, because that's the preferred character of one of our survivors. I'm really expecting to see some high-level matches here, because this is Chinese mainland. They are the gold standard when it comes to this. They have met each other in the IVL. Is there anything that you're looking forward to, Kahel, in terms of what we're going to witness in the first match? Because I'm pretty sure that we're going to be going pretty much standard when it comes to picks and bans. Do you think this will go the whole 3?
Definitely, it's always a close match between these teams from China, because as you said, they are the golden standard of competitive Identity 5. Apart from looking forward to the outcome of the matches, I really want to see also how they've evolved along with the meta, because the meta is always, constantly evolving. And we've seen adjustments on the players. We really want to see how they utilize those adjustments to their advantage. And that's it. I'm really excited here.
Yeah, looking at it now, in the previous standing in IVL, it was FPX.ZQ that did, I believe, end up in 3rd place, because the finals were Wolves and Dowu. And we saw how Dowu performed yesterday. They did spectacularly against MS. And with GR, they did make it to the playoffs. I think they were in the lower bracket quarterfinals, I believe. But yeah, did face some adversities here and there, but you cannot sleep on this team. They are always one of the teams that is always a constant threat. And I think this year they kind of got a little bit of a wake-up call with how the whole IVL scene, the whole China scene is catching up to their level. Because before, in competitive Identity 5, you cannot talk about competitive Identity 5 without mentioning the name Glory or GR. But now, yeah, FPX.ZQ, it was like last year they were actually being claimed as the next GR. So here they're facing off. I'm excited to see how they're going to be able to, I would say, go toe-to-toe with each other. And who would represent their region best, because this is Group B already, and one will have to move on while the other one will go to the lower bracket. So really exciting stuff we're about to witness.
Also, apart from that, you did mention that GR won Koa 1, 2, and 3. So, and in this quest, making this whole tournament a stepping stone to probably reclaiming the glory in the upcoming Call the Abyss. So I imagine that GR is really hot-blooded right now, really ready to bring their A game. I'm sure they've trained hard, as have the other teams. But really, this is all gonna depend on how this is gonna play out. So I just want to ask, Watch, are you rooting for any teams, or are there any picks that you want to see today?
When it comes to rooting, I again, we want to be as professional as possible in terms of calling it down the line. And also, I mean, if you're gonna ask the fan in me, I've been a fan of GR for the longest time, but you know, FPX.ZQ, last year really made a splash, and now they're the ones that almost made it to the grand finals of IVL. So it's really up in the air, and I really want to see how GR will able to adjust, especially with in IVL, they did have the Hunter Super Rich on their arsenal, but now it seems like it's just PPX that will be hunting. So I wonder how that's going to be, because Super Rich does come up with a breaking wheel, even though PPX does have that. So I want to see the adjustments being made. When it comes to picks, I think we're going to go pretty standard, but yesterday we were pretty taken aback that Dou Dong Xuan did go for the Naiad. At the end, he went for Naiad to, you know, really cement the win there, because MS, I guess back in IVT Korea, not much Naiads there, but in IVL, constant Naiad second, third round, and those Dong Xuan was very efficient with that. So I'm excited to see those type of picks coming into the meta. I'm not sure if we're gonna see like Dancer pick at the start, like that's what we're used to seeing with MS. But you know, it's always a welcome to see our girl the Dancer in there. How about you, Kahil? Is there any team that you're backing up right now, or are there any picks that you're looking forward to seeing?
Well, actually, I am looking forward to seeing a perfumer. I've seen that they've used this in the previous matches, but just really once. But I've seen also in Japan matches that the perfumer is still in the meta. She's still a very strong character. She does have the potential to extend her kite, especially when she uses those perfumes correctly. I think she is still a very strong survivor to include in your lineup. As for the Hunter picks, I'm also looking forward to seeing Naiad. I'm not gonna go ahead and say that I want to see the Feaster today, because we do have that meta that the survivors and hunters are pushing for. So I'm still expecting to see the usual suspects: Guard 26, Galati, Breaking Wheel, and Dream Witch. Naiad is actually growing more popular over the weeks. We've seen her in IVL, we've seen her in IVC. I'm excited, and I was really impressed with how Dong Xuan was able to use her last night to cement that win, as you would say, against MS. I'm wondering if somebody is gonna bring her up also today. Excited about that.
Yeah, it's great to see the Hunter roster, and let's talk about that, because if FPX.ZQ is going to use Afu, I'm guessing, because mostly in IVL it's Ken that comes first, then Afu usually follows up. Afu is very well rounded. He also has I would say the Bloody Queen, the Sculptor. When it comes to Ken though, he's really good with that Bonbon. And speaking of Bonbon, PPX, you know, the player, the Hunter profile was for that Bonbon. So we also did see him use Sculptor from time to time. We did see him use the Breaking Wheel. It could be, actually, in the way I see it, it might be the battle of the survivors, because the survivor team of FPX.ZQ and GR are very strong. And in the previous matches, I think it was only the first round where it was the Hunter that was winning. I think it was most at a tie. But then as the rounds went on, the survivors just really they kicked it into another gear and were able to get 3 survivor escape, 4 survivor escape, and till FPX cemented that victory. So that's something to take into consideration, especially with Afu and PPX being one of the most skilled hunters. It just goes to show that these teams are very well rounded in what they bring to the table, and that would be a very constant threat if both the survivor team and the hunter players can bring in points and rack in points for their team.
Yes, we've seen this in how the picks and bans progress throughout the rounds. As the rounds come more bands, more chances to diversify. So I guess this is also the reason why survivors are able to make up in the later rounds, because they start to ban, the hunter mains of PPX, Ken, and Afu. This is also where they start bringing out the hunters that they don't use as much. But this is on the other side of that. It's really also exciting because we get to see more non-meta hunters, and we also see how proficient these hunter mains are. Afu with his Axe Boy. I've actually noticed that Axe Boy is becoming a frequent pick in the later rounds, which is exciting.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Because again, we can't deny the fact of Sculptor and Sculptor, as well as the Breaking Wheel, as the Dream Witch. Axe Boy is a very viable pick, especially in the right hands like Afu, but I've seen Afu Sculptor as well. His Axe Boy, he did get some ties and some draws, some ties and some losses, but since the player profile did say Sculptor and he has done so well in tight situations with that Sculptor, I'm expecting to see that would come into play. Well, again, yeah, Sculptor can go in pretty much any map, so it might be a safe bet to think that Afu will go with that Sculptor. Now, with PPX, on the other hand, he does have that Sculptor, but sometimes he tends to go for that Bon. If we're going Ever Sleeping Town to start things off, yeah, you can go for it, but I would say the strengths of the Sculptor really are accentuated in huge maps, while Bon, the weaknesses are highlighted with his slow walk speed. He has to really traverse the map by and speaking of that, we're going Ever Sleeping Town, and also he's gonna have to rely on teleports. So let's see what Afu will go for. Banning the mechanic right away, it is GR survivors that will come up to bat.
That's right. You really don't want to be dealing with a mechanic at the start of the game, especially because of that potential to still decode even if you are able to down her early. And we've seen this time and again, hunters always banning mechanic, and understandably so. And here comes the next ban, the Priestess, another pesky survivor in this map specifically. But what do you think about these first two picks from GR?
Yeah, Kong, one of the survivors that has to use this forward, because forward being in the lineup can definitely get the respect of that hunter. But yeah, Afu not shying away from his main, which is this Sculptor. Now, looking at the survivors, yeah, you do have 2 support as well as 2 rescues. The question is, when it comes to Cypher progress, it's not going to be the best because they don't have a main decoder. And this is actually going to work great for Afu because presence can definitely be built with how long the match lasts. So it's going to be quite interesting to see what build Afu has and what trait for him to feed that presence for this Sculptor to gain that full skill for her to be able to down survivors with her statues.
I think the reason why they would choose this kind of lineup is because they want to prioritize containment over Cypher Rush. These characters all have such great kiting potential, so if somebody is able to contain to buy time, at least for the first 3 ciphers to be popped, that's already really great progress. So I guess in this scenario, the best plan of action is to go for the entomologist first, if not the seer.
Yeah,
I would say that the seer would be also a good target at the start of the game, because that owl, if he's not able to stack it in time, that could that could cost him his life already.
100%. Yeah, and Sculptor's not afraid of that owl. She could just, especially with Afu's statues, he's really accurate with them, and he knows when to just go put a barrage of statues just to, because he knows the survivors are in a tight spot. So yeah, Hart is gonna have to be very, very careful with when he uses that owl. And when it comes to chasing the 2, yeah, I agree with you when it comes with the seer as well as the entomologist. Maybe seer more because the entomologist with those bees, especially in those alleyways, can force you to just try and swat the bees away in the swarm. So yeah, I think first priority of business for Afu is to find Hart and down him right away. Just already make sure that the owl will be utilized for an easy down. Look over your shoulder, not to make sure that the forward isn't there lingering for a stun rescue or a stun for the balloon to drop. And also, they can go for double rescue with the Mercenary as well as the Swarm. So we're about to head into Ever Sleeping Town, ladies and gentlemen. FPX.ZQ versus GR, and Heart already in the area, but Yaozi is giving him that that earmark already. We are seeing he does have Hunt, Detention, as well as Trump card.
That's right. You're gonna need that switch and trait later in the game, especially when push comes to shove, and you're gonna really have to switch either to abnormal or teleport. But now here is Afu finding the entomologist here at the geisha house. I wonder if Shadow will be able to contain her. And here are the bees already, like you said, Poch. You need to swipe those bees, but already the entomologist is establishing this kind of distance. Oh, I wonder if she's gonna go for the tram. Oh, missed
No,
the
she
tram.
can't. But yeah, the owl, though, able to make her transition over to the graveyard without eating that much hits, but now it's starting to stack up. The presence is being built, but Shadow still has some swarms to utilize and already chasing out one fellow survivors out of there just for Shadow to be able to contain as much as possible. Tried to go for the bees again, gets a swat in there, and we are seeing him transition away. We do see that this the forward is on the lower left side of the screen. Shadow now trying to go through these alleyways just so that he's forcing Afu to go through the bees, but no, Shadow will be falling down.
Wow, with 5 ciphers remaining and barely one past 50%, this is already really good progress.
Forward, Kong. Oh my god, he blinked away, but no, he's still running. Oh my god, he exploited all the football. Eats the hit, but gets the rescue. Luckily, there's Tide Turner, and now Shadow in an alleyway here. Has to be very careful because full presence Afu is coming. Last effort already popped. Seer is at the graveyard, and man, wow, Afu off to an amazing start.
Yes, and Afu doesn't hesitate with that use of blink. I wouldn't expect him to do that, but now here's Shadow trying to go towards the farthest corner of the map just to be able to put some distance between herself and the chair. But Afu really is giving them no time here, sharing Shadow the second time. I wonder if who's gonna make an effort to rescue, if not rescue at all.
The Mercenary is in the area, but you see that Heart is... Oh, they go for the rescue, and now see the bees again are being very pesky. Shadow now has to be very careful with this rebound kite, because one more hit and Shadow will be falling down. So Mercenary did an amazing job rescuing as well as still keeping his resources, his life, as well as 2 elbow pads. Shadow now has to be very careful not to get hit by the tram and also utilize these pallets very well. But Afu again, yeah, he full presence, Sculptor able to down this entomologist. Afu has his first survivor down and out of the game.
This is really a fantastic job from Afu, because look at how he's able to put pressure on these ciphers. He's really not giving the survivors any time, because they do need to pull off those heals. And like you said, time spent healing is time not spent decoding. As I can see, only one person is decoding, and the ideal scenario here actually is to have one cipher left when that second survivor goes down. So really good job on the part of Afu here.
100%. Now Heart being the one sniped out by the chisel. Excellent stuff on those statues. We are seeing Afu now trying to zone in on Heart, dropping that pallet, forcing him to break it. 2 ciphers still remain, but you got 2, I would say, unfortunately, the slowest decoders in the game to try to push that last 2 ciphers. And Heart's still trying to buy enough time. And it's still looking like Afu wants to, really zoning in, really wanting to add more pressure on these survivors. One more hit and Heart will be falling down. Can he get to the pallet in time? Okay, trying to buy enough time. Can he go for the stun? Goes back. Heart now just trying to bait out a blink. Oh, wow. Yeah, it was on cool. Oh, now he's able to use it. Heart, not much to utilize here, and Heart falls down. 2 ciphers still remain, both of them not at the 50% mark. So GR is going to have to make a tough decision. How will they respond to this? Because the basement is here.
Yeah, the basement, to be down in this area, especially where the basement is, isn't exactly the best scenario for GR here, but who knows, they can still turn this around if somebody is able to finish those 2 ciphers. Wow, this is just amazing on the part of Apu here, being able to put that pressure and landing a chip damage on the mercenary. He is gonna go for the save, I believe.
Yikes.
I wonder if he's gonna be able to do it. A nice use of elbow pads right there. But already
one more chip shot and he will be falling down, and Tide Turner is no longer in effect. Afu hits the mercenary, but Hart able to get out of there, and we see that the forward pops that Cypher, and one more Cypher at 70%. Hart is going to have to kite for as long as he can for this rebound kite, but no, adding more pressure here, going to go back to the mercenary. So they don't want anything to pop just yet. He knows that the resources of that Seer have been depleted. Forward has 25% hit and no more football to use. So Kong now has to be very careful and cautious with how he's going to push for this Cypher.
They can still switch this up.
I mean,
who knows? Oh my goodness. Now nobody's going to be around to pop that last Cypher, so the pressure is going to be on Hart now. Two things to do: pop a Cypher, rescue a teammate. I wonder how what's going on in their heads right now, because really it's just going to be up to the Seer to try to at least pull off a safe rescue of the mercenary should they wish to secure a draw. And Forward is probably self-healing as we speak.
Yeah, so it's going to be, again, luckily the mercenary does have a longer chair time, but Hart, again, is going to have to be the one to save this while, oh my god, just stacked it up and teleports right away and knows that the forward is going to go up because the dungeon is there. So make sure to chair the forward first. We are going to see a surrender. Afu with the 5 points.
Oh my gosh. That
Holy
was such amazing. Afu was on fire there. He dominated the whole match from start to finish. He put that pressure on the Cypher progress. He was able to down the first survivor within 5 Cyphers, and was able to, you know, make some really big decisions there with that blink at the first and the teleport towards the forward at the end, making sure that he won't be able to get back up and probably try to pop that Cypher. Afu is amazing here. I would say
it was a slow start. The survivors of GR were doing their best, but to be honest, like Afu has played pretty flawlessly with how he handled the survivors.
Yes.
Especially that blink. That's how everything kind of turned around with forcing just the safe rescue. I mean, you can't knock on a GR because they were doing their best. They were answering. They were like responding, defending properly. But Afu had his presence built so soon that they were basically playing defense towards the end there. And with this. And something to highlight with Afu as well, I wish there was a stat for this, but his statue placements were so on point. Whether it was the chisel statue or the regular statues, once he locked in on Shadow, he was really relentless and still forcing. Even though Shadow had a great first kite, it took about 2 minutes before the first Cypher did pop because of how active everyone was rotating. Because it was Hart that was also in the graveyard, and for Shadow to be able to utilize those bees and move away. It was great stuff on GR's side. So Afu, though, debilitating start for him to gain that 5 points. And now pressure is on PPX's side because they will have to try to respond with the same 5 points, 4K, for them to at least push for that round number 3.
That's right. In order to tie this up, we have yet to see from the Hunter from GR. Already, this is a really good start for FPX.ZQ, so they're gonna have to stay on their toes, especially because, like we keep on saying, this is actually kind of a rematch between them. So we're excited with how they're gonna answer back. I'm kind of expecting a mirror match, especially because this is the earlier round, and we do expect to see always the meta in round 1. But what do you think? Would it be a mirror match?
With the way PPX has been playing, he has tended to force the Bonbon, but now it seems like he needs to go for the 4K. A Sculptor, a Breaking Wheel, a Dream Witch can do that. Unfortunately, with a Bonbon, FPX.ZQ's survivors could just play it safe. They could just sacrifice the first survivor and not go for that rescue. Maybe even get one person out, and even one person out is good enough for FPX.ZQ. So I don't know what to expect, but I'm hoping, and he has a solution to go for that meta, because I know we've seen Bonbons in Ever Sleeping Town, but knowing the survivors of FPX.ZQ, they don't want to risk it. They want to go for conservative. They don't want to go for too many points. They already had a great start with Afu, and now we're gonna find out. Here's the lineup: FPX.ZQ's Survivors versus GR's PPX, and GR, you know, that team won 3 consecutive KOAs. This year, though, wasn't their year. It was GG's year. And, you know, FPX.ZQ also went in the finals of KOA. So GR showing everyone that they are stronger than yesterday. And now it's nothing but a mile away.
That's right. Especially because, like you said, although PPX would frequently use a Bonbon, we've also seen him use Sculptor. So this is a really, you know, a Sculptor-sided map, so to speak. So here are the bans on the part of PPX. Here already, the mechanic, as expected, also doesn't want to deal with her, especially because of her potential in decoding. And now here are the first picks from AK and Iron. Also the Seer and the Forward, interestingly enough. I'm also expecting to see a Mercenary here, because indeed the Forward and the Mercenary is, you know, the dynamic duo. And again, a mirror ban here, banning the Priestess as well, because she really is so handy with those holy keys and extending those kites.
Yeah, you might actually have predicted the future here, Calico, because, yeah, Long, known for his mechanic, but that is banned, so he can go for that Entomologist, and they cannot afford to lose out on the Mercenary because of how handy he is when it comes to just staying power as well as kiting abilities with those elbow pads. So, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if this ended up as a mirror match. And so, yeah, Mercenary is coming out to bat, as well as Postman, another welcomed addition into this. I would say has been, you know, making waves. And again, we have 2 rescuers here, but still 2 supports. But that Postman can make one of these rescuers a master decoder in 30 seconds.
That's right. That's actually also why I'm assuming that this is Long's pick, because they do have to make up for that decode. A breaking wheel. We're seeing this for the first time from PPX. I mean, we've seen it before, but since we've seen him play Bonbon more frequently, I honestly really want to see how PPX has trained in using this breaking wheel, because he really has an entire game style of his own, this breaking wheel.
Yeah, I mean, PPX has used his breaking wheel before, but yeah, Super Rich going for the is the one that really utilizes the breaking wheel. He's really known for like Bonbon, as you mentioned, also Sculptor. But you know what, this map, it can call for a breaking wheel as well. So we've seen how well those Dongxuan use this breaking wheel in great success. So especially with cutting off the Priestess and also denying the mechanic to have that Cypher Rush. It's going to be quite tough for the pressure is going to be on the Survivor side to get out there in quick fashion, because PPX's breaking wheel, very active, I would say. I think I've watched one of his matches in IVL. He really puts everything, he floors it on the gas, and he stays very active, and he's very he downs his survivors. He stays very focused on downing that one survivor before transitioning to something else. So FPX.ZQ, they have their plate full.
That's actually interesting, because we do know that the mobility on breaking wheel is just so great that he doesn't even have to at least focus or camp. I mean, it's possible for a breaking wheel to switch targets and still secure a win, because that mobility, like we keep on saying, makes it easier for him to go from point to point, corner to corner in the map, especially Ever Sleeping Town. There are a lot of alleyways and wide spaces for the breaking wheel to pass by here. Probably the most disadvantageous areas would be the tunnels and the 2-story buildings. Yeah, the windows too. Pallets, we both know that pallets are not a threat to breaking wheel, especially in wheel form. So it'll be easy to him to land those spikes on whoever he decides to choose first. And speaking of who to choose first, I do believe his best target is once again the Seer, if not the Postman.
Yeah, Postman probably would be ideal just so that you won't have two master decoders. And now PPX not wasting any time going straight into wheel form. It is going to be, I believe, Iron that is in here. And it is the Seer already at the second story building right at the middle of this map. And he does not have his owl just yet, but PPX going back down, finding that it is Iron indeed that he will have to chase after in this alleyway. Oh, already gets one spike in an Iron. Wow, gets into the trap here, and he vault in time. Excellent stuff. He does have an owl to utilize now, and he's trying to transition away from the two-story house into this pallet area.
Especially because, yeah, somebody needs... Oh, wow. Nice use of owl right there. I was expecting him to use it at a later moment, but that's also very viable for us here to be using it early in the game. And now he's gonna have to rely on pure skill containing PPX right here at the front of the graveyard. There aren't much power. Oh my goodness!
Speaking of skills, PPX throwing those 3-pointers to get that trap shot, and now we see that Iron is gonna go down here in this part of the map. So now, excellent start, but yeah, 2 ciphers are already at 70%, 1 at 60, and this is we're gonna see the mobility of Breaking Wheel. He is gonna be monitoring all the ciphers in the immediate vicinity and getting that earmark. MK already in the area, just giving him tinnitus just so that he'll defend and not bother that forward at the corner house. Iron is going to have a great rebound kite, and also in this very open area, it's going to be quite tough for him to transition. Now he's able to.
That's right. Yeah, as you said, this is kind of a weak area when it comes to containment. He does have these pallets here, but like we said, these pallets aren't a threat to PPX at all. Now, transitioning towards the tunnels. Oh, what takes? That the burst has already been activated. Seer will now go back to the chair, and it'll.
AK already in the area. He's gonna watch out for the forward stun. He's gonna go for the stun. Look at this. Oh, he's able to get it, and now he gets the rescue. Iron now has the kite here at the corner house, but now we see another trap shot being placed forward. Oh my God, he was able to farm an owl, and now it doesn't want to deal with that. Goes to wheel form right away, and now we see that the owl was taken out. Iron going up and just trying to juke his way, trying to break the ankles of this breaking wheel. Goes up, and now he can activate for him to fall, but we do see that the forward is in the area for that stun. Can he do it?
He's gonna have to stay on his toes if he wants to pull this off, especially because this is like a repeat scenario of the previous match. Seer is down once more at the corner house, and note that the basement is here. But it looks like Iron won't be sharing him here because of the presence of the forward.
Look at the ciphers progress. 2 ciphers remaining. 1 is about to pop already. So it's only a matter of time before they push for that end game. So even though it was a great start, but that stun really helped the team rebound. You see the mercenary is on that last cipher here at the 2-story, and PPX realizing that, already transitioning here to just try and stop the cipher progress from happening, chasing out MK to vault that window. Postman already on the case here, healing up AK in the process, and they're gonna have to have that staying power for them to be able to push for this end game, because I think they're gonna have to open up another cipher, because PPX can just keep darting back and forth and just monitor that one cipher. And now fully healed forward, and now let's see how PPX will respond.
Yes, especially because PPX is able to go to and
dog
from.
Bite.
He was able. Nice dog bite right there from the Postman. Was able to decrease PPX movement speed for a bit. But look at him, just going from point A to point B here, guarding this last cipher, as well as putting pressure on both the Postman and the forward, who might want to pull off another heal at least to try to buy time for that mercenary, because he's the one who's decoding the last cipher right here. It's just him going back and forth, leaving as a blink! I thought
what
that
a
was...
counter with the elbow pads. He was utilizing that blink, but he got MK with a big brain play there. But now we know that the dungeon is here. He is in regular form. Forces the vault to happen. Mercenary falls down. Now the mechanic's doll. The forward was able to find the mechanic's doll in a chest, and now we are seeing the mechanic's doll trying to open up that cipher. And now Long going to the second story here. He's already healed up, so buying time for that mercenary to heal, as well as now the forwards doll to decode that cipher in the alleyway. PPX spotting out the doll. He's gonna have to just eliminate these more bodies. And now we see that the peepers have been deployed. He's already used his trump card. One cipher still remains, but 2 ciphers are being primed at the moment.
That's right, and he's just placing this much pressure on the survivors, not giving them any time to decode and denying that cipher prime, especially because it doesn't look like PPX is focusing on one survivor here. He's got his eyes on everything, and now the postman is now down. Just moments earlier was the mercenary, and look, it looks like he's gonna go for the forward this time because he's the one who's left to decode this last cipher, already at 75%. Needs to place that much pressure because this is the only cipher they are working with. PPX is not giving them any chance to open any new ciphers, and it looks like they need to heal up as well. That is the best course of action because they need to be at least healthy or at full health if they want to pull off a clutch rescue at the end to push for the end game.
And just like that, yeah, back and forth, monitoring the healing that's happening with that postman, monitoring this cipher. It's a very arduous task, and FPX.ZQ is doing a great job containing the hunter. Now we see that the forward has 2 spikes in him. It seems like PPX will be just focusing on downing this forward just so he has one less survivor to worry about. Oh my gosh, AK fell for the trap, and my goodness, the regular hit did down the forward. But now we see that the mercenary postmen, they are gaining back their lives. And now PPX, bold statement here, going to chair the forward. And now we see chairing him to closer to the cipher that is prime. So this is an excellent chair placement on PPX's side.
That's right. Actually, I was going to say that too, that this is a really good decision because it gives him the chance to guard both the chair and the ciphers. Actually, the postman and the mercenary being at full health is also quite advantageous to them because somebody will be able to pull off a rescue at least once if in time for that last cipher to be popped, but nobody is decoding at this time.
Wow.
Oh.
And actually is the postman that is decoding. They're opening up a new cipher, and it's almost at 50%. We do see that the mercenary did fall down, and Long, realizing that PPX knows that that cipher is shaking, over here at the columns area. There is a window here, so he can force him, but oh wow, vaults it in time for PPX to go in for a spike. Mercenary still down. Forward, trying to push for this last cipher to pop, but one melee. Oh my gosh, yeah, the burst is gonna make AK fall down. PPX is still in this, defending properly and finding his rhythm. And now momentum seems to be shifting over to PPX's side. AK is shared. Mercenary is down. Long is forced to save. Now we see he is gonna go for the rescue.
Yeah, definitely, because he's the only one who can. They still do need
Dog
to
bite.
finish that last cipher. Oh, wow, nice use of the dog right there. Really helping to decrease.
Oh, wow.
But that burst,
It's
oh my goodness.
No, it's
This is
still
all
far.
happening
It's
so fast.
80%. It's so close to being
Yeah.
popped, but they can push for the end game to happen. The postman so close. MK already out of there, and we see that he is trying to take out those spikes, but is he going to be able to in time? PPX going down again. I guess he's going to be focusing on MK. This is the beauty of the breaking wheel. He can change targets in a snap of a finger. Now gets gets one spike on the mercenary. They go for the pop, and now it's going to be quite tough. PPX wants to get at least one more survivor to at least alleviate the point differential. MK gonna eat that hit. He's still not falling down. Postman already on the other side of the map, opening up that exit gate.
Yes, Postman really does have to be able to get that gate open just to be able to secure one survivor escape, but PPX here, he's on a mission. I don't think he's gonna allow this to happen, but look at Mercenary's gate back there. It's already past 50%, so if PPX does down Long here, I do believe that the Mercenary will just be able to escape this one. Oh,
yeah, that's it.
target,
Yeah, they're
but
able
that
to
gate is already
divide
open,
the
but-
attention. Yeah, it's already open, and the postman already gonna go for the dungeon. He's gonna go for the escape. It's gonna be a tie in favor of FPX.ZQ.
Wow, that was a really nicely pulled off tie right there. We actually thought that it was going to be a 4K, especially with how PPX was just on fire as well with that breaking wheel. But the survivors really did a good job in trying to divide his attention, especially at that late game when it was just push and pull between them, the forward, postman and mercenary, and the breaking wheel. They really put a lot of pressure on him at that point. That was just amazing gameplay right there. I'm really happy with what I just saw.
Yeah, for sure. And FPX.ZQ is very happy with what happened.
Yes.
Towards the end, though, they really capitalized on PPX not focusing on the mercenary. I thought that the postman was actually going to leave while he just zoned in on the mercenary, but dividing his attention because, as we mentioned, PPX really needed that 4K, so he wanted to be able to get as much survivors out of the down and out as possible. So just that one moment there, FPX.ZQ was able to capitalize and turn that into a tie, which is in their book is a win. So the 5-point differential is still there, being felt by Afu. So the pressure really is on Team GR coming into round number 2 because they're going to have to win it or at least tie to push for that round number 3. But here we see the match data. MK and Long were the ones who were able to escape here, but you got to get up to Iron, was able to farm 2 owls and AK with that stun. How about it, though? Let's talk about PPX's Hunter, though.
Well, PPX is actually on point with all of his decisions. I do believe that if he didn't switch to the mercenary at the end of the game, he would have gotten Long there and could have secured a 3-man kill. But then again, he doesn't have detention. So depending on how it plays out, if the mercenary was able to open that gate in time, it still could have been a dungeon escape for Long right there. But look at his decoding progress, though. He did contribute a lot.
Yeah, it was split-second decision-making, and you know these players are under so much pressure. They just have to split-second decision-making. So a lot of questions were in the air, especially with those split-second decisions. But here we are. It's FPX that tied things up in that half, and they are coming into round number 2 with a lot more confidence. The 2 to 7 points, and they did gain that round number 1. So GR has been put in this type of situations before, where the round 1 didn't go their way. So they still have a chance to bounce back from this. But FPX.ZQ, I'm sure that they will not let go of that momentum that they have gained in round number 1.
Yes, and I'll bet that GR is going to want to come back stronger for the second round just to be able to catch up, if not get ahead of the points. So I'm expecting a really intense round 2, especially with more bans. We can expect some more diversified picks on the part of the survivors here, because they could potentially ban the breaking wheel of PPX and the sculptor from FPX.ZQ.
Yeah, so those are some bans that we can look forward to. So let's see how that happens. But first, we will be taking a very short break. More of the Identity 5 Asia Stellaris Challenge when we return, ladies and gentlemen. So stay right there.
Anna. Night. Girls' school. To discover the truth about what happened to Anna, I disguised myself as a maid at the school. After the incident, someone was still the center of attention. Someone was still beloved. Someone seemed to be hiding something. And the odd thing, someone was trying to look for answers in those ancient legends. The truth may not be what it seems. Everyone is under suspicion. Things were not as simple as I imagined.
荒古和大漠，肩负着族人的使命，去往异乡。阴谋与命运交织着。当星辰落下之时，毒蛇露出了尖牙。忠诚与背叛的戏码拉开序幕。火光将反叛的计划化为乌有。刺向毒蛇的弯刀，在烈火间把双手灼烫。然而，救命的稻草不过是又一场狩猎的预谋。而若不甘心成为猎物，只能自己勇敢伸手，触碰飞鸟与神鹰。
Legend has it that it was once home to a prince. The prince had a puppy. But one day, the puppy died. The prince was inconsolably distraught and offered a reward to anyone who could resurrect the dog, saying that he would be willing to give anything in return.
They believed that a goddess would be reborn as one of them every generation. And as long as the goddess danced for the Lord would be blessed by the heavens. And at the sacred ceremony, she danced and prayed for rain. Soon, rain indeed fell.
Hey, it's your turn.
An evil born from desire summons forth a cruel priest. An open hand ushers in the decaying birth. A turned hand leads to the despairing death. Only from a submissive soul can flowers bloom eternal. The sinners fear me. They will immolate themselves to burn this mark upon my fingertips. While the innocent has challenged me through brave naivety, you think you have unveiled the absurd truth. My sheltered subjects. If you have never set foot in the darkness of the abyss, how can you understand the significance of a distant ray of light?
美的化身，圣洁的海中女王。人们把你视为恐怖的灾祸。然而美，无人可以立下善恶的判词。光鲜的皮囊下，是一个个污秽而自以为是的灵魂。请让我记上这份小小的晚餐。啊！ 请享用吧，让我一睹您的真容，洗净他们的罪恶与污浊。
让星火点燃，让黑烟飘散，也让绅士们明白，在化成灰之前，有足够多的时间，可以体面的忏悔。爱、快乐、希望和尊严，都因为这个运动，我才能拥有它们。然而，被带到这里后，我明白，绅士们只是需要一个体面的玩具罢了。可笑的是，他们根本没有风度，永远只渴望更多的臣服。滚烫的巨浪似乎在告诫我，不要再对任何人好脸色。我需要一个新的身份，我想要回家。或许只有那个地方才能带来希望。
Welcome back to IVS. This is day 2, and now we are at round 2 of FPX.ZQ versus GR. And with you today, casting this match is me, Kahel, and Poch. Wow, Poch, that was an intense first round. I'm actually expecting a more intense round 2. What do you think about this? Are we gonna see the exact same thing?
Coming from the hot off the heels of the previous round, PPX really has to go all out, go plus ultra, and go with whatever he thinks is going to gain him the most points, because it is at Red Church, a map that Bon Bon does thrive in. So we might actually see that, because if we look at the score, FPX.ZQ is up by 1 round in spectacular fashion because of how Afu was able to get 5 points and secure it. And going back to their matchup in IVL, this is kind of the same trajectory. GR versus FPX.ZQ. FPX.ZQ did gain the first round, while GR did bounce back in round number 2. Now, at the end, the history does say that FPX.ZQ did win that. But you know what? I think GR wants to rewrite that history, and this would be the start. GR's PPX will have to hunt. Go all out with this next hunt. AK and Iron already locking in with the Priestess and Seer. AK's Ford was already banned. Now the Mercenary being banned as well. We do have some substitutes in Gravekeeper. You still have Entomologist. They could also opt for a Decoder, but with Priestess being in this map, it's a very strong pick so far on the side of FPX.ZQ.
That's right, especially because the Priestess has just a lot of optimal portal spots in Red Church. Oh, it looks like we're seeing a batter for the first time. And yes, once more, the Postman from Long. I'm really excited because this is actually a decent decoding lineup. Not much rescuers here, especially because PPX has already banned them right off the bat. So the Postman really might be able to help the team secure that Cypher Rush. That's if the first kite will not last as long. But look, that was a Sculptor pick right there from PPX. And we've seen him use Sculptor before. How do you think this will fare in round 2?
I would say it's a very strong pick in round number 2 because usually Sculptor picks. We saw how Afu was able to utilize the Sculptor in such a huge map like Ever Sleeping Town, but now we're at the Red Church. Way more compact, a lot of areas in the broken walls where the statues can bounce off of. And I honestly love the picks of FPX.ZQ, but you gotta admit there's no rescuers in that lineup. A lot of support. You have a stunner in the name of the Batter, which is a very welcome pick in my book, but when you're going up against that Sculptor, there are some counter situations there. I think they're in for I have a feeling that they prepared for this, and they're gonna have to pull off a hat trick here because of how diverse this lineup is. Because we don't have a Gravekeeper, we don't have a Coordinator. Again, the meta was banned. The forward is not there, and leave it to FPX.ZQ to really dig into their hunter pool, their survivor pool, to pull off a lineup like this. And not to mention the postman kicker. These they're not with decoding progress will definitely spike up with that decoding buff.
That's right. Also, note that there is a Seer here. He would be once more the optimal target, especially because he has that owl, just that one owl that is not that much of a threat to a Sculptor. Then again, we do have a Priestess, and if they're really well coordinated, the Priestess really can help extend that first kite, just to be able to allow the Postman to give his 30-second decoding buff to the Batter and the Priestess as well.
Yeah.
So that's if the Seer gets spotted first.
Yeah. Again, that's the ideal scenario that that PPX is looking for. And let's actually flip the script here and talk about PPX's Hunter, because he is preferred as a Bonbon. He does use Bonbon more, but using the Sculptor in round number 2 is actually pretty telling that he wants to get points on the board, because he is going with the meta. He went with the Breaking Wheel. It didn't work out the way he wanted it, even though it is a tie. No points were gained nor lost. But with Afu's real great start for his team, it cemented their lead. So with the Sculptor here, especially in this map, it can, if you compare it to like a Bonbon, we have seen Bonbons kind of tie in Red Church because of how conservative the survivors play it out. And considering the track record of FPX.ZQ, they're not afraid of going for that tie. They have faith in Afu. They know that Afu can cross that line and gain them more of those points. So by the looks of it, FPX.ZQ, I'm sure that they want to make it an early day for them. They want to be able to halt the momentum of GR here in round number 2.
Yes, that's right. And in addition to that, I'm pretty sure they really want to finish this quick, and I'm sure they have this, this objective of being able to advance to the next round and possibly send GR to the lower bracket. But let's not take away from GR here. I'm pretty sure they do have something up their sleeve. They're gonna want to, apart from PPX choosing Sculptor, they're gonna want to step things up with their Survivor lineup as well. But I'm really excited to see how PPX will make use of this map. Like you said, there are a lot of spots here where the statues can bounce off of, and there are really a lot of chances to be able to pull off those blind chip damage hits. It really is relatively easy to be able to down your first survivor here, provided that they're not being given the chance to transition to the church. Because if you do make it into the church, you have a big chance of surviving there. You can transition either towards the graveyard or towards the breaking walls. So,
and not to mention the Priestess would also help out with that transition. Because of how round start, we always see the Priestess. WW yesterday highlighted Priestess able to transition from the top broken to the back exit gate. So even though you have that chisel, it's very, very scary with how diverse this survivor lineup is in how they're able to kite around. Especially, all of them can technically work together. They can support each other with decoding, rescuing, or kiting. So a very diverse lineup. It's not usually the lineup we see with the meta being, if the mercenary is banned, you go for other rescuers. Here it just shows that FPX.ZQ is the survivor team is very well rounded, that they can go all, they could kite, they could decode, they could go rescue. So everything you're looking for in a survivor team, they have it, and it was put on display with how they were able to counter such a menacing breaking wheel from PPX. And you know what, just to also add a little bit of context here, going back to KOA 4, the recent one, and we were talking about this offline, that the team ZETA did go up against GR, so that's definitely some storylines to be highlighted coming into that match that you and Nell will be casting later. So I'm excited to see that, and maybe we might even see a rematch. Maybe they'll meet each other at the lower bracket or in the upper bracket, but that's definitely something to look forward to. And you know what, you can't write a better story than a redemption arc coming from our three-time KOA champ in the name of GR.
Yes, and let's not deny that we still want to root for GR because, like you said, they are the reigning champions of the earlier Call of the Abyss matches, and you know, to see them get back on their feet to reclaim the glory is something definitely to look forward to. And then again, we do see that these teams are really putting in the work to be able to step up as well, to catch up, if not exceed the other veteran teams. It's really exciting because, you know, we've seen in a tournament time and again that always this team consistently wins. Of course, we would want to see other teams step up as well to claim the victory from for themselves. But going back to those picks there, I just can't get it off of my head. Okay, to select a postman in competitive Identity 5 is actually proving its worth, because this is already the second time that we've seen Long pick the postman. Of course, he's gonna want to support the batter, and it's also interesting how they didn't have a Gravekeeper in the lineup. He is, after all, the best second rescuer in place of the mercenary. And he does have his strengths, and it would be logical to include him in your lineup, but it looks like they've got different plans. Having a batter, I think they are prioritizing once again support and decoding, rather support and rescue, as well as harassment on the part of the batter, rather than Cypher Rush.
Yeah, it's very apparent that they want to be able to be, I guess, a slippery target. So it's going to be hard for PPX to try to go for one survivor, because they're technically going to support all each other with the postmen giving vaulting boosts or kiting boosts to whoever needs it, the priestess with the portals, all that. And I think this comes with how experienced they are with facing each other, because they have to pull something that is unfamiliar coming into this match, because we've seen in history that they have faced each other in IVL this year and last year. Actually, you know what? Going back to KOA 4, a lot of people were predicting that it was going to be a GR versus FPX.ZQ finals, and we're being treated here in the Identity 5 Asia Stellaris Challenge, that prediction there. And I'm excited to see, especially when push comes to shove and GR's backs are against the wall, this is where they're going to thrive. And they did say when they did get eliminated in KOA 4 that they will come back stronger than ever in the next KOA. And this is one of the journeys that they have to take. They have to be able to go for gold against the up-and-comers, but which their FPX.ZQ has already established that they are not the up-and-comers. They have been established as the bar that people kind of measure themselves in. Them, Dowu, Wolves, all these guys. GR wants to reclaim that same glory they did in the previous KOAs, and I believe that they can reclaim that, but going through the fire and flames is how they can get that. And this is one of the matches that we have to take into account and also take note of, because this is the stepping stone in their journey. Not to mention also FPX.ZQ, they want to be able to duplicate the history results of how they faced GR. Because by the way the record looks like, FPX has always mostly, I would say, being conservative, they've mostly gotten the results they wanted against GR. So it's I think GR is the one with more motivation for them to be able to counter this team. And FPX.ZQ, they already have that blueprint. They've seen it in last year's meta, and they want to do it again here. So I'm sure that they're very hungry. They want to be able to secure this victory and represent Chinese mainland in winning the Identity 5 Asia Stellaris Challenge.
And speaking of securing that win in the IDV Stellaris Challenge, I just want to say that I'm actually quite honored to be witnessing this because, like we discussed also offline, these are the top teams from China, Japan, and we're seeing Korea as well, and the best of Southeast Asia region. I just want to say that this is really a pleasure, you know, being able to cast these matches, especially because prior to my casting career in Identity 5, I really was a bit I wasn't following the tournaments earlier when I was just playing casually, but now being able to see the scene, this competitive scene, makes the game all the more interesting. And it does increase your knowledge of the game. I'm sure the chat would agree with this. Watching tournaments really will contribute some insight as to how you can play your games much better.
Yeah, that's definitely a trend that we have been seeing, and just showing what the standard is of competitive play can definitely help the community, like having idols to look up to and having these teams that you strive to mimic and duplicate the success or those clutch situations. And also having the honor to share the mic with you, with Nell, and also honestly Southeast Asia being invited here, because last year I think it was just Japan and mainland China, and now the two newcomers, which is the Team GH from Southeast Asia and Team MS, already making a huge statement. By the way, Money Sweep, watch them later because they will try their best to still stay in the competition. These two regions were invited here, so I can't wait, because it's a great time to be an Identity 5 fan. It's a great time to be a fan of the competitive scene. And also, guys, people in the chat, I know you guys are watching and I know you guys are listening in on this. Please do support your favorite players, support your community, support your local content creators, because it really is spreading the good word of Identity 5, and also helping out and letting everyone know, the developers know, letting people in the back know that the passion is very much alive in competitive Identity 5, and also within the community as well. Personally, when it comes to, I know some friends that just enjoy watching, but they don't like necessarily want to be the next GR, or they don't want to compete.
Yes.
But it's very entertaining to watch, and it's very entertaining to also duplicate the strategies, the meta that we see in the games that we're watching now into real life. And it just shows that we're growing as a team, growing as players, growing as a community.
As a community, indeed. And speaking of, actually, I do have some first-hand accounts of actual players who do watch the competitions and apply it to their strategies when they're playing the games. Because, you know, these tournaments do gives an avenue for intelligent conversation. So it helps us strategize as well. You know, getting those transitions on point, memorizing the spawn points. It's really amazing how players of the community utilize what they learn from watching competitions.
And not just that, it's also comparing the metas of each region, because yesterday we saw that Japan really favored Prospector and Perfumer in first round picks. We even saw it in IVC. They really love the Prospectors and the Perfumers. In Southeast Asia, we really try to, I mean, based on the recent IVC tournament that we just had, really trying to duplicate the same as we see in IVL. So, and also having a little flair here and there. I know there were some Feaster picks in IVC, and we still have our own meta in Southeast Asia, but it's just so good that we can come together as a community and also share the knowledge, share the information, and also grow together in trying to push the boundaries of this game and see how it is. Because I've seen how it was in KOA 3, where it's pretty much Bloody Queen, Dream Witch, but now we're seeing a lot more diversity. We're seeing Sculptors, Dream Witch, Pollen, and also when it comes to survivors, like It's great that we see Perfumer now, but Perfumer was so in the meta last year. So it's great to see that each and every year, the game is being, it's being like there are buffs and nerfs here and there for everyone to still stay, keep playing the game and also stay active in trying to find different ways on handling things.
Yeah, and apart from that, when characters, survivors in particular, have these adjustments, it's amazing how players really do exhaust all their efforts in adjusting as well. Because, say for example, we've seen adjustments on the doctor, we've seen adjustments on the first officer, on the mercenary. Although I would imagine that a lot of players really
stop taking his elbow pads.
Yes, they had to get used to that, and we're calling this out. We're saying that these pads there aren't enough to go around, so players really do, mercenaries really do need to take into consideration like how few the chance to use elbow pads are. They would conserve these pads for rescue or really important kites. And then what else? What other adjustments have we seen? We've seen adjustments on the dancer, though. I would consider that a buff.
Yeah,
we haven't seen her in the tournament yet.
Money Sweep, OVO did bring her out, and also in IVT brought her out. OVO, shoutouts to him, really pushing the dancer into the mix. And I think when it comes back to the mercenary, I think he's in that sweet spot, because if we look at the stats, the mercenary is still one of the most picked survivors. So I think he's good where he is right now, guys. Please stay away from my mercenary, but don't take more elbow pads. But yeah, we've seen time and time again, and I also like how when it comes to these hunters, also when we thought that Poland was one of the most scariest hunters, but when we look at IVL, the teams were able to find counters and find solutions to it. So it really is really amazing how they change up the game, and we also see how it's being played. And speaking of Poland, he is banned here at the Red Church. Same, we're just going to do the picks and bans once again, but I think FPX.ZQ might still stick to the same picks that we've seen from a while ago, which is a very kite support heavy lineup.
Yes, that's right. We are already seeing AK choosing the Seer here and Iron choosing the Priestess. Again, PPX would ban the Mercenary. No dynamic duo for this match. And here we are again with our banner, but it looks like Long will be opting for the Coordinator this time. Expecting some stuns in order here.
Yeah.
And still the same pick from PPX here, the Sculptor, yeah.
Yeah, when it comes to Long, he does have that Coordinator, and yeah, the Postman could be able to give them that speed boost when it comes to decoding, but I would agree actually more with this lineup, with how well diverse it is, because this kind of maybe even forces PPX to carry excitement. You have a batter with the stuns. You also have the Coordinator with that flare gun. So it seems a little more well-rounded now that they have at least one rescuer or one main rescuer. But they can still, rest assured, support each other when push comes to shove. Because Sculptor, we've said so many times that you cannot sleep on this hunter. You always have to priority ban her, but they did get that respect from PPX. They don't want to deal with that with that pollen, and now they have to face the wrath of his Sculptor.
That's right, especially because they probably are not underestimating PPX at all by if he were to use the breaking wheel in Red Church. These small alleyways are not a threat at all to the breaking wheel, especially in the hands of somebody like PPX, because it looks like he's got the the breaking wheel driving skill on point there.
You need a license for that, I heard. I still have to apply for it. But we are heading to the Red Church. Sculptor is going to be piloted by PPX, a 3-9 build, so Insolence as well as Trump card. And now we see that he did bring Blink. And yeah, he did account for it. I believe he's carrying that, the stun, built to lessen the stun. And AK seems to be the first one. And AK is the one that is the Coordinator. So He is known as the stunner. He does have that forward, and now he is zoning in on AK because he knows once that flare gun is gone and he's caught in a tough spot, he will be going down. But now, hell, we see that the holy keys are being put already.
Yes, that's right. That is the exact same area I would expect to find a portal. And there as well. Yes, very disorienting indeed on the part of the hunter here. So now PPX will have to switch targets to Iron, who is decoding at the graveyard. Really good job on the part of the survivors there, because having to change targets after chasing a survivor. Oh, already uses the owl right off the bat. And now the chase continues. I think this was a really good amount of time bought, because look at that first cipher right there. Already 70% progress. And look, it's still going to take one more hit.
PPX! Oh my god, he was scouting that blink from happening. Excellent stuff. And now we see that the basement. The basement is here. AK, though, is in the area. He was priming that cipher at church. And now we see that Iron will be the first one on chair. Coordinator is ready, not wasting any time. He's going to go for this rescue. Oh, wow, eats the hit and still saves the flare gun. He goes for the shot to escort the seer accordingly. And now breaking the line of sight. But hell, we see that PPX already has full presence. Even though that was an excellent first kite, changing targets from the coordinator to that seer, now PPX means business, and he has been so on point with these statue placements. Drops the chisel. Iron being very careful to vault, eats that hit. One more, and he will be falling down, and PPX is zoning in on his target.
That's right, and he will be going back to the chair a second time, especially because PPX already seems to have closed in on him, and there is that hit.
Oh, the batter!
Nice support from the batter right there, Foch. I was really surprised there.
Long, he's still in the area here. He's just waiting, being a constant threat. He's loading up that cricket bat. Will he go for it? Again, it's just a constant threat of him there. He's going to have to eat that hit, trying to harass, but now 4 ciphers still remain. We are seeing that the coordinator as well as the priestess are working on those ciphers. Now PPX can chair in peace, while FPX.ZQ is going to have to make a decision here. Who is going to go for this rescue? Are they even going to go for the rescue? Because the coordinator does have that wanted order, and also Long is in the area of the coordinator. Great stuff from AK. He is dodging and weaving those statues, and it seems like MK is the one in the area giving tinnitus. Will he go for the rescue, though?
I do believe they will be able to rescue a last time. Either that or she just wants to trigger tinnitus, but it looks like she has revealed herself to PPX right here and will be doing that rescue. Oh, a double rescue it looks like.
Yeah, and the 4, oh my gosh. Yeah, the batter did have Tide Turner there. And you see these time and time again where survivors go for that double rescue. Just one will gain the attention, because it was quite the... I would say a challenge if the priestess would go there for the rescue, because she doesn't have that much to work with, especially with the real estate that he was chaired in. But now we see that the seer will see his last round on that rocket chair. 2 ciphers still remain, but the batter, he's loading it up. Can he get this hit for him happening? Oh my god, PPX.
Is he?
He's trying to load it up, but now he's gonna go for this corner chair. Excellent placement, and couldn't struggle in time. PPX has his first target off to the manor. Uses teleport. MK is in the area.
That's right, and now it's gonna be her turn to try to contain PPX right here, especially because they really do need to get these ciphers going. Amazing chip damage right there. But PPX looks like will be prioritizing cipher pressure on Long and the coordinator. Not in his line of sight, but of course he's gonna need to put pressure on those ciphers. Nice jukes.
He was able to carry him all the way to between the graveyard and the red church. So, you know, that was a great containment time from Long, but PPX was able to dodge those batter hits. So that was a victory for PPX, because now he chaired Long, forcing the coordinator to go for the rescue, and coordinator does not have a flare gun to utilize, has to dodge and weave. Can she make it in time? No! Gets stuffed. PPX was able to stop the coordinator from that rescue, and now prioritizing guarding the ciphers. That's what he's going to be doing next. MK is in the area. Chisel is going to be utilized. Excellent holy key to get away from that chisel.
Oh, nicely placed portal right there. But it looks like PPX is on a mission, Poch. He wants to make up for those points. He wants to get this 4K Of course, he wants to also chair the coordinator because, you know, he wants to prevent her from healing up. The pressure is now on MK here. I wonder what he's gonna do to make up for this.
Yeah, he saw that MK was gonna go for it. Oh my god, AK self-healed, but MK with the backdoor rescue, able to prolong Long's life here in the game. But now we see that the statues are piling up. Couple it up with a melee hit. Excellent sequence for PPX. Now, Coordinator already used up the self-heal. This is going to be quite tough. How will MK, the Priestess, respond here? Because the next priority for PPX is to chair, or is to, I would say chair, but no, he wants to get the 4K. My apologies. He will go after the Priestess.
I think the best course of action right now is to just find the dungeon and possibly escape from there. But I don't think PPX is going to allow that to happen, especially because he has already spotted, using the chisel, the location of the dungeon. As soon as the coordinator here either bleeds out or gets chaired, he's going to be able to go there just like that. But look at MK already at the area of the dungeon, possibly trying to pull off a dungeon escape. But it's gonna take a bit of time for that to happen because I'm pretty sure PPX will chair the coordinator at the correct time. He's gonna want to extend that time that the Priestess has.
Yeah, he's just gonna want to dwindle the resources. And what's unfortunate for the Priestess is she can open these chests, but she still has those holy keys. She can't heal herself. She can't use like a football or another item. And we see that, PPX is going to play the waiting game. He needs to be patient here because he does not want to give FPX.ZQ any points coming into the round number 3. But it's a great start to the mid-game for PPX. Now he sees that MK is still there. And Kahel, I think you hit the nail on the head. Once he's about to bleed out, that's when he's going to chair just to prolong and find where this Priestess is at.
That's right. But on the part of MK here, good job hiding herself, huh? Because look, PPX is sniping at the top broken area. I think he already knows that MK would just be in the general direction.
He's in the closet. He's in the locker.
Oh my goodness! I have not seen this move.
Wait. Oh no, he exited, and now he's gonna be tiptoeing around. It seems like
my goodness.
He's gonna get spotted out by the holy key. PPX cleaning up shop here, but now separating MK from the dungeon. This is gonna be quite tough for MK to try and go back because one statue hit and MK will be falling down. Trying to go back. Oh, it's so dangerous, but still MK able to prolong the life. Now you see him waiting for him to go for the statue hits, and now FPX solidifying the points there. 5 points. Wow, I thought he was gonna stay in the locker.
Yeah, what a way to come back from the previous round. PPX is on fire once more. He wants to help his team as best as he can by securing that 4K. And he did so in spectacular fashion. I really was not expecting MK to go into the locker there. We don't see that decision anymore, especially not in high tier and even less in competitive Identity 5. So actually, I would consider this a highlight. It's pretty interesting.
Yeah, no, we have seen it in clutch situations because you don't necessarily see that, so it really takes people off guard. And sometimes some people hide the bots of the mechanics in those lockers. But I think MK realizing, PPX is going to check the ground. He's going to see that, someone's in that locker. So he did provide an excellent kite, but once PPX was able to cut him off, it was quite tough because he just needed that one statue hit. But you got to give it to PPX with nerves of steel. Really playing the patience game, not forcing anything to happen, and going with, I would say, a pretty intensive lineup. He downed the Seer early on, so I really think that the next thing that they have to priority ban is that Sculptor, leaving open his preferred Bonbon. But here we have the match data. What jumps out of the match analysis data here to you, Kahel?
Well, it was that part in the match where they were really trying to support each other with the presence of Long, the Batter, and the Priestess as well. 2 remaining ciphers on the part of PPX here. Wow, just speaks volumes on how he's able to apply cipher pressure, as I mentioned earlier. I really would have preferred if they decoded at corners of the map just to be able to spread themselves thinner. But I think also the decision behind decoding at the center is just so they will be able to provide support for whoever whoever he was chasing. In this case, it was the seer.
Yeah, the seer was down at an opportune time for PPX, because not only was he at the church, but the basement was there, forcing AK to go for the coordinator rescue, eats the hit and goes for the flare gun. And once the hunter eats that one flare gun, there's no other stunning potential for that coordinator unless she opens up a chest. And just something to highlight also is PPX keeping his cool, knowing that he was going to chair, I believe it was, the seer the last time, but the batter was there. Already got one hit in, and he was trying to go for his last chair, not forcing the closer chair, but going to the next one. So again, it's just a calm under pressure, not worrying about a very pesky batter to just thwart the efforts of chairing these survivors. And yeah, I really think, that when it comes to the second game to late game, I think GR has a slow start. So now they're awake, they're in this, and let's see if they can rewrite history here and get a victory over FPX.ZQ.
That even gets me more excited for the survivor lineup of GR, especially because they're gonna want to come back from that 5-0 in the first half of round 1. And we do know that the church is really a balanced map. There is an equal chance for both the hunters and the survivors to win. I'm also excited to see what kind of lineup they have in store for us, because I'm just predicting that we're not gonna have a mirror match this time. But that's just me, because you've seen the batter. I don't think there will be a batter pick. I think they would select the Gravekeeper instead.
And not just that, it's also, I believe the Hunter, because they're not going to allow Afu to pick the Sculptor again with how they faced him previously. So safe to say, I agree. Not just Survivor side, but also Hunter-wise, they will respect ban that Sculptor. And so you think Gravekeeper is going to come in place of the batter?
Yes, I do believe so too. I totally agree with you. We do need a Gravekeeper in the lineup. And look at these bans already. The Seer and the Forward. You really don't want to be dealing with a Forward anymore. I'm curious as to who they're going to replace the Forward with.
Wait, they banned the Breaking Wheel of Afu. So the Sculptor can come back for an encore performance? And that's quite scary, because we've seen that Afu is all warmed up with that Sculptor, and we've seen how Sculptor fares in this map. Allowing the Mechanic to come in as well as the Mercenary, pretty standard and pretty good on the side of GR securing these two survivors. Now, Afu has one more ban up up to his choice, and now he will go with that Priestess, so mobility will not be on the survivor's side here. Probably opening up an Entomologist pick on the side of GR.
And there we have your Entomologist pick. Yaozi choosing the Entomologist because, yes, the bees do have their worth here.
Whoa.
Dream Witch. This is going to be an interesting match, Potch.
Okay, Afu also well-versed with Dream Witches. Especially, I guess, he's more comfortable with Dream Witches. And we've seen a lot of Dream Witches in this particular map. Even though, you know what, you say it's even for Survivor and Hunter, but when a Dream Witch is in here, I don't know, man. It feels, it seems so claustrophobic. It's very smothering. The way top Dream Witches play in this map, they're so well, I wouldn't say well coordinated. Like he just knows the placement of his spawn followers, the main body for him to camp different ciphers. So it's going to be quite the feat for GR, but we know that GR has handled their fair share of Dream Witch matches, and Afu is one of the many. So let's see if they still have it in them to be able to counter Afu's Dream Witch.
And as for their lineup here, I think it's really good that they were able to secure a Mechanic. Personally, I really would use Mechanic in this map because it's tight, as you said, it's compact. There isn't much need to travel on the part of the doll. So at best, the Mechanic, if not found, if safe and healthy, will be able to decode 1.5 ciphers just using the bot. And who knows, the Shadow using the Entomologist could be able to pull off really good kites. That's a lot of time bought, especially if everyone's healthy. That will give the mechanic a lot of decoding speed.
Yeah, when it comes to Shadow on the Entomologist, we've seen how well top players can run the routes around the church and just stopping the hunter and forcing them to break or swat away the swarm. So I think, yeah, when Priest, as you mentioned, Mercenary being banned, you go for the Gravekeeper. When Priestess is banned, and shout out to Aurora for saying this also, like when Priestess is banned, Entomologist comes in, because not only can she provide kind of support or just tank some hits, she can also help rescuers, help the Mercenary. It can become a double rescue, because once he gets the rescue, he can push away the hunter. So Afu is going to have his plate full with trying to deal with those bees, but let's see. Mechanic is the first on the priority list of the most wanted for Afu. Now we see that he is transitioning around the church, and now Detention as well as Trump card. A very standard build when it comes to Dream Witches. There's no frills here. Gonna go with the standard build. Afu now over at the graveyard does have the earmark, and now it is Shadow in his immediate vicinity.
Yeah, this is actually the ideal scenario in my opinion, because out of all the characters, it is the Entomologist who has the best potential of kiting, if not the Mercenary. Well, Hunters really wouldn't chase a Mercenary early in the game, except maybe if you're a Sculptor. So this is really going well for GR so far, but we'll see, because I am sensing a sandwich situation here at the back of the graveyard punch.
And there you have it. Yeah, Entomologist had to eat that hit, but luckily it was her spawn follower, so at least now Afu has limited range of where he can see where Shadow is at until he's able to leech him once again. And what's great about this is that Shadow is staying at this part of the map. You're not really disrupting any Cypher Rush. Knowing that the Coordinator is there, it's going to be quite tough. Now drops the Patroller. Ooh. Can he get it in time? He does.
That's actually a good decision on the part of the Dream Witch here. This is the way to end early kites. This is how you put a stop to those pesky first kiters. But look, the use of bees here actually proved to be useful for Shadow, because that was time bought.
Wow.
And it looks like the Patroller is no longer attached to her, and the kite continues.
Yeah, again, he just had that main follower, and Shadow was able to buy so much time because all three Cyphers are looking pretty good. Actually, four, because the Mechanic stall is also out. So Afu is going to have to kick it into high gear and try and down some of these survivors. And Shadow, utilizing all the resources already in the graveyard, over here at the red carpet, drops another Patroller. But again, Shadow has shown time and time again how he's so good in kiting. Now, Patroller did get the bite. He is in a spot here where there's not much terrain to work with. So can Afu land this hit? Finally gets it. Now downs the Entomologist. But look at the Cypher progress, Kahel.
Oh my goodness. Just one more Cypher remaining after this fourth one has already been popped. This is really good progress, especially because that last Cypher is almost at 50%. They don't even... Well, I would suggest that they do rescue her before half, but even if they don't, it's not going to be a problem, because they will be able to prime that last Cypher, and things are looking good on the part of GR here. They really want to come back from this.
The thing is, though, this is a Dream Witch we're talking about. They already have two spawn followers. You can't sleep on the Dream Witch. I know it's looking real good. They all have their skills in place. Mercenary goes for the rescue, and now we see that the Cypher is still not ready. Coordinator is pushing for that Cypher. Last effort already popped, but now the Coordinator can switch around, or maybe even the Mechanic can go for the rescue now, because the Cypher is almost prime. Shadow just trying to go all the way to the opposite end of this map so that they can find a safe passage. No, they pop it. Wow, just exactly. So now they're just catching him off guard. Everyone's transitioning to the back exit, and now we see that the Coordinator does still have that flare gun, eats the hit. Entomologist will be going down, but then again, this is the second chair of the Entomologist.
Oh, wow. Okay, so the Dream Witch has already... One of the followers has teleported to the back of the gate and finds the Mechanic's doll instead.
Whoa!
A really good... Oh, wow! A really good good strategy right there, especially because this could potentially be a 3-man escape. Really good stuff from GR here, Poch.
Forcing the escape here, and now Kong can just eat this hit because he has that delayed damage. 3 survivors out, and GR has won the second round.
Wow.
We're seeing a game 3. We have ourselves a game, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, we do. That was really good stuff on the part of GR right there. They really are gonna come back from this, and they want that glory. Their coordination was on point, but really let us highlight Shadow's kite being able to avoid that patroller at the first attempt. That was really good because of the bees, the use of the bees to block the passageways of the followers. That really puts the icing on the cake, as I would say. Watch, I was really impressed there.
Yeah, I think we only saw the mercenary, but then we didn't see the other survivors. So if we look at the match data, the containment time was really on Shadow's side, and spawning at the graveyard, very advantageous for GR to be, for Afu to chase, on GR side for the Dream Witch to just prioritize downing the entomologist. Again, we talked before the match started that ideally you'd want to go for that mechanic because you felt just that kiting session. I think it was supposedly a 3 cipher kite, but it was 4 technically because the mechanic's doll was out and about, and he didn't really eat that much hits, so the mechanic didn't have that debuff in decoding. So we see that all 200, 100, 200, as well as 5% with Shadow because he just touched the cipher. But yeah, just I would say one of the candidates for MVP is Shadow, with how he's able to counter such a very scary Dream Witch from Afu.
Especially because the trait that Afu brought was Patroller, no less. And look at the cipher progress that he was able to afford for his team. 200 on both the coordinator and the mechanic. And this is what I was saying about using the doll. You really will be able to achieve 150 decoding progress and another 50% on the mechanic, who was probably roaming the map. They were probably coordinating on who's gonna do the rescue or who's gonna put the pressure on the hunter. We really, like you said, we didn't see them in the screen at all. It was mostly Shadow who took the spotlight for that amazing kite. I have no words.
I just saw Shadow taking the spotlight, obviously, because the Shadow. But with how he was able to contain, I think, GR now in the lead. You know what? History is kind of repeating itself. I wonder if it's so far in round 2. So round 3, it's still up in the air. And this is definitely a boost of confidence because of how well the survivors managed, as well as the hunter. So again, the roles have been reversed now. It's FPX.ZQ that has to be kind of nervous here, because if it comes down to if they do tie this next round, it's going to be a matter of points, and GR will be moving on. But ladies and gentlemen, more to talk about in just a bit, because we will be taking a very short break, round number 3, when we return.
Me
impulsive. The world isn't what you think it is. What is this? Am I wrong? Wait a minute. I found it. I know what I mean.
This is going to be my masterpiece. I will bring you back to life. Do you believe in me? I will be the greatest doctor in the world.
Did you get the invitation? Up for a transaction? Trick or treat? A zombie, a witch, a vampire. You can be whoever you want to be. Are you ready for the dance?
Here's the deal, it's Halloween. You can choose to be anyone you see. Laugh or scream or dance with glee. It will cost your life, nothing comes for free.
You can impersonate the disguise you seek for a trick or treat.
Let me hear you scream! You can trade your soul just for a thrill, chasing down a kill till midnight, ready for a celebration filled with ghosts and ghouls. No one is the self now.
That's our only, listen closely, most importantly, one and only.
But remember, every wish comes with a price.
On this Halloween.
Happy Halloween. Are you ready for the dance?
古老的炼金术从未湮灭，它是智者的迷思，是愚者的狂欢。愚者们从废土中攫取虚假的财富，在躯壳中催生畸变的形态。这些狂妄虚浮的技法，亵渎着炼金术的名号，却忘了精准的调和搭配艺术的重塑，才能绘制超越自然的奇迹。然而，这扭曲自然的代价，又有谁能承受？
这个世界上美好的一切，曾经都是我绘画的灵感。可是，他们都慢慢变得不可爱了。哼，平凡人呢？他们才不敬畏艺术呢，因为他们永远得不到它。表里不一，贪婪无厌，
聒噪无用，根本没有人能与我讨论艺术的真谛。当这里已经无法给我带来新的乐趣时，我只希望那个乐园能带给我前所未有的灵感。
哦，我亲爱的孩子，欢迎来到理想世界。在这里，金钱、权力、爱情，就像缤纷的糖果，唾手可得，满是甜蜜。
请问，你们见到过我的朋友吗？
朋友？在这里，你才能找到真正的友谊。这啦啦，这啦啦，在这个世上，又有谁能够拒绝这热烈又甜美的芬芳呢？
清醒一点，不要沉溺于假象。
我亲爱的孩子，瞧瞧你都在说些什么？这里难道不是世界上最美妙的地方吗？
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are at round number 3 between GR and FPX.ZQ. We're going to Chinatown.
Yes! I've been so excited to cast Chinatown matches, and this is actually my first time, so I'm really thrilled to see this. Wow! Already off the bat, Mechanic is banned, as well as the Seer, and was that the Mercenary we just saw there?
Yeah, no, it's the Forward, Seer,
the
and
forward.
Mechanic. Yes. And now
My apologies.
I'm excited to see this. Yeah, Sculptor getting banned on the side of, these are the 2 hunters that PPX gained respect in. And now we see that the Mercenary will be coming out. Are they going to prioritize the Priestess? Of course.
Yes.
Because it's a huge map. And now, Kahel, we were talking about like learning all these spawn points and where they're at. So I hope that we're going to be put to the test here. And I'm so excited because Chinatown, you know what, I'll be honest, like in IVC, we didn't really see Chinatown. And now that it's here in IVS, I'm excited to see how it is in action and what kind of hunters will be coming to play. Entomologists getting banned, respect ban, because we saw how well the entomologist can be used courtesy of Shadow. So now MK and Long being the stunner, will we see like maybe a coordinator, a batter? Will they be going for that? Or a prisoner is still up for grabs.
Yeah.
In a huge map like this, Prisoner can definitely shine.
Especially because there is a lot of terrain to walk on, and that's why I would say it's not very ideal to use a Mechanic here, especially because the ciphers here are so far apart. It's actually, some of the ciphers are near each other, but some of the ciphers are really far. So it's better. Oh, we're seeing a postman once more. Is it Long's choice? Yes, Long going for the postman once more, wanting to give that decode buff for the coordinator and the mercenary.
Wow, okay. PPX going with the Dream Witch, and right behind her is that Priestess. Hurry up. We gotta stay on the tour here, Priestess. Okay, so Postman can definitely give decoding progress, and it as actually Long is the mercenary. It's AK with the Postman. So AK having a stun of his own with that dog bite. So probably it's gonna be the dog of Victor versus the patroller of this Dream Witch, who's gonna be the better pet. But let's see how this will fare out, especially in Chinatown. Dream Witch in big maps. We've said it before that she really thrives in Arms Factory, but we have been seeing Dream Witches in Moonlit. We've seen Dream Witches in Ever Sleeping Town. PPX
And Lakeside.
in Lakeside as well. PPX is gonna have to start this off real well, like sharing, leeching, and also spreading spreading out his followers accordingly. Because even for a hunter like the Dream Witch, she can get lost with how huge this map is.
I'm also hoping for both the teams' sake that they've memorized this map. I'm sure they have. I'm sure they have simulated playing in this map thousands of times. I'm sure they've already, they've already come up with their own callouts for the map. I'm sure we already have come up with our callouts. I'm really excited on the outcome of this match, especially because once again we have a rescuer and support lineup. Also kind of curious as to why the priestess wasn't banned. What do you think?
I think when it comes to Dream Witch, yeah, you have to prioritize banning that seer, that mechanic to gain that presence. And I guess it's just the respect ban of AK's forward. So leaving that in the land, I guess he was okay allowing the priestess to come through. Knowing that at least the seer isn't going to give that X-ray vision at the start, and also that support kite. So here we have it, ladies and gentlemen, already transitioning to the bottom of that two-story building. AK, MK are in the vicinity. PPX, he's gonna spot out the priestess first. Will he commit? Because this priestess can be very slippery in this terrain under the bridge because of the real estate that this kiting place boasts.
Yes, and so ideal also to spot her right here, because we really don't want to deal with those portals, especially at the start of the match. But it looks like MK will be doing the kiting for now, because both the main body of the Dream Witch are devoting their energies to her. And that leaves the decoders at the other side of the map to decode safely.
Yeah.
I hope she's able to pull off this 60 to 70 second kite.
Wow.
And understandably so. Wow.
Yeah.
These portals, these use of portals,
And
is
also,
actually pretty good.
Not to mention, like you mentioned, the decoders. The postman already sent his note to the mercenary, so he's already used up that 30%. The 30-second buff on decoding, and now the patroller is gonna help him close out the distance between this priestess, because this priestess is utilizing the building so well that PPX still has yet to let alone hit him. Now going to the fire escape here is gonna land a hit. Now MK can transition to the other building, and we see that the cipher already from the postman is popped. Coordinator is popping as well, and mercenary is on the way. Oh wow, excellent timing on that patroller bite. AK is in the immediate vicinity though, so can he get this hit on MK?
This is really balanced progress. Oh wow, that really did connect, and now the priestess is down. But look, already just 2 more ciphers remaining. It's gonna, ideally the postman and the coordinator would decode these last remaining ciphers, because it really is up to the mercenary to pull off that first rescue. Then again, this is a wide map, and already the postman is already being spotted here. I don't know what to expect next.
The postman having the anti-curse is definitely a win for him, so at least he can try to get rid of that follower, because the mercenary can go for that save since he does not have wanted order, and the coordinator does have some time on that rocket share. We do see that Long is already hiding at the meat cellar there, and Long just making sure that he goes for the rescue safely and also buys enough time for his fellow teammates to decode, since the coordinator does have that buff, eats the hit, and now the priestess again, being very pesky as ever, uses the holy key. But now, I mean, the priestess does have that follower, so it's going to be quite tough. But MK still sticking to this area, not disrupting the cipher rush. And we see that PPX is still zoning in on this priestess while cipher progress is moving forward.
Oh, I thought that was going to be a sandwich moment right there. Oh, still was able to land that hit on MK, but look at the cipher.
Can I just say
already.
that a sandwich moment happening at the sausage maker deli factory, I think it's poetic with how that sandwich happened there. So order up.
Indeed.
A sandwich coming from PPX, and it was at the expense of that priestess, but 1 cipher left to pop, and we see that the postman, you know what, he's still unscathed. He already removed his follower. Patroller being deployed to try and snipe out the area here. It's going to be AK in the immediate vicinity, and AK still focusing on decoding, and we see that the coordinator is making her way for this rescue.
That's right. She needs to pull off this perfect rescue right here and able to get enough time to have the postman prime that last time. Oh, already!
Oh my god! What a
excitement!
call out! Incredible stuff! And yeah, he did gain that hit, but Iron was a little too late on the trigger there. And also, now they don't have to worry about abnormal. They don't have to worry about teleport. Excitement was utilized already since it countered the flare gun. One Cypher still remains. It's the postman that is being chased out. Nice avoidance. Oh no, the dog was able to bite the follower, and now he's gonna stick to that Cypher because that Cypher is almost primed.
That's right. Actually, they've also opened up another cipher. They could switch to and from between those two ciphers because PPX will surely be applying pressure on the cipher here at the hotel. So now it'll be up to the survivors to, you know, actually, I'm seeing a repeat situation of that time with the braking wheel when they were just going back and forth, The objective is there. The cipher is almost popped. Oh!
Yes, the excitement was ready. Again, coordinator trying to go for that pallet drop, but PPX was ready for that answer. And we see that the mercenary is trying to heal up, but gets leached in the process. AK has to be very careful. It's almost ready to pop. He goes for the pop, and now endgame is happening. Detention is in the air. Can they push for the exit gate?
At this point, I think the coordinator, it'll be her job to contain or buy time, as much time as possible for the survivors to open both gates. I think they're both going for both gates. Especially one is already being decoded, and FPX just doing a good job here at the center, at the tree, buying as much time. And now that a follower has been...
Iron going for the dungeon. Can he make it? It's gonna get cut off. And now we see that this is what they're trying to go for. The exit gates have been opened, but Iron trying to make a dash for it, but no. Mercenary and Postman are already at the exit gates. They are open. It is going to end up as a tie, but great stuff on both sides. Holy cow, what an amazing match. Well, a first match in Chinatown.
Yeah, it was such a pleasure watching that match in Chinatown, no less. I hope we got the call-outs right. Yes, I really liked your sandwich moment there. Yeah.
I just had to call it out. Like,
right
yeah, it was there. But incredible stuff on the Priestess's side. The Priestess got so much time, but the way PPX was able, invested that much time, he really had to just zone in on that Priestess, the coordinate. And I would say also it was kind of risky going for excitement, but it paid off in the end twice. The flare gun as well as the pallet drop, downing him, downing the Priestess again, getting the first survivor out, and it ended up ultimately in a tie. And a tie situation is great for GR since they are leading in points.
That's right. And FPX.ZQ needs to really nail this last match here to be able to push for maybe a round 4, if not a win. So. But going back to the match, what do you think was going on in PPX's head there? Being able to switch in between the Postman and the Mercenary, but somehow allowing the Postman to prime that last cipher.
I think it was quite tough with how distant everything was, and the Postman and Mercenary also had the anti-curse, so he had to really commit to just one. And we saw that Long was trying to pick up Iron already, so I think he knew that, all right, it's either the cipher, the last pop will revive the coordinator, or the Mercenary will pick up the coordinator. So I think PPX just had to committed for the cipher pop to happen. But the resources were kind of gathered, and you called it that Iron was the one to kind of buy time for the team to disperse, go to the hotel gate as well as the umbrella gate, and just push for the exit gate. And a tie situation for GR is pretty good. Now, the pressure is on Afu, because Afu needs to get 3 survivors at the minimum for them to be able to claim victory. Because if they go for another tie, going by the points, GR is up by 2. And while that is happening, ladies and gentlemen, let's talk about what is at stake for Afu, because Afu again has a lot of hunters to bolster. He has a Bloody Queen. He has that. He has a Bonbon as well. And here we have, looking at the lower side of the screen, GR is up by 2 points. So, and history kind of dictates that FPX.ZQ, when it comes to gaining those points, it's the survivors that really do the work. So, yeah. And with the way the survivors handled that hit Afu's Dream Witch, it's incredible. It's going to be an incredible feat how Afu will try to bounce back for the side of FPX.ZQ, because they had an amazing round number 1. And as I am talking and Kahel has the world moment, this is in time stop, let's also discuss that GR survivors, I think that they are primed and ready to face Afu in a huge map like this. It's going to be very important with their hunter lineups and looking at the specific hunters that Afu does bolster. He has a Bonbon. In a huge map like this, I'm not quite sure if he will be going for that Bonbon, because again, a win for GR is a tie. They can go for a tie, and if Bonbon again just downs a survivor late in the early game, it's going to be a little tough. He does have that Axe Boy. He has that Bloody Queen, and I'm sure that they're going to respect ban the Sculptor as well as the Sculptor as well as the Breaking Wheel of Afu. So let's just see how we see them play out in this matchup, because 3 points. They need those 3 points. They can't afford another tie. And going to the survivors of GR. GR did amazingly. Shadow in particular. You need to take the Entomologist away from Shadow. In a big map like this, I think it's going to be quite tough. Are you going to prioritize banning the Priestess or the Entomologist? You have 3 bans up your belt. Will they go with the Entomologist ban, or the Priestess is up to Afu? But I have a feeling you got to respect that coordinator. You got to respect either the Forward or that Mercenary coming into this matchup. So it's still going to be quite tough to determine, but Afu will be carrying the name of FPX.ZQ, while GR, all they need is that tie. And Kahel, I hope you're there. I hope the world, the time stop didn't. Oh, there we go. Okay, so all is up to Afu. He has the weight of his team on his shoulders. Can he do it, though?
Okay, so
Kahel is back, ladies and gentlemen. She was just in my head the entire time. The Zawardo happened, like she had time stop, but now she's back in action. And you were saying, Kahel, we were saying that Afu has the weight of his team on his shoulders, and he needs at least 3 survivors out.
well, he's gonna have to bring his A game here. He has the weight of his shoulders, the weight of the world on his shoulders right now, especially with this lineup here. Banning the coordinator, an interesting pick right there, but also has to deal with the Priestess. We've seen how the Priestess did well in the previous match, so why do you think Afu doesn't think this Priestess will be a threat to his Hunter?
I'm not sure. We have to wait for the entire lineup, because maybe it is Shadow that picked that Priestess. Because I was saying maybe Entomologist might not come in, but now we see that the Gravekeeper of Yozi is coming in. And with this lineup, yeah, pretty standard with the first 3. I actually thought that maybe he'll change out the Seer for the Priestess, but if the Seer is here, we might go for some single hit hunters. We might go for Bloody Queen. We might go for the Dream Witch again. Considering that Afu's Breaking Wheel and a Sculptor is gone. So now we're seeing the Postman come out.
Wow!
So this is a good lineup, especially with Gravekeeper and Mercenary, 2 rescuers. Oh my god, Soul Weaver? He's gonna go for a spider! Wow!
What do you think is the logic behind this? I mean, we do know the mobility of a Soul Keeper will be boosted by the webs, but we know that early in the game, if a Soul Weaver doesn't have that much presence yet, it does affect his movement speed.
Yeah, this is really interesting, because he does have a really good Bloody Queen, and I thought he'd pick that Bloody Queen because of the mobility of how he's able to use the mirrors. But a Soul Weaver, yeah, very important for him to gain that presence early on, for him to have a good chase, because at the start it's going to be a little tough, especially if he's in that open area. How is he going to put his webs down? If not, I mean, in Lakeside it's really good with the structures around, but there's a lot of areas here if they're caught in the middle, where it's going to be quite tough for him to like close out that distance. But then again, this is Chinatown we're talking about. I have not seen that much matches in Chinatown, especially competitive matches. So I'm excited to see what Afu will bring to the table, because he knows that he needs 3 survivors down and out. So bringing the Soul Weaver could be his, dare I say, trump card, or his ace up his sleeve, for him to bring home the victory for his team.
Definitely. I was thinking about it the entire time. He could capitalize on those palleted areas, lay down some webs there to be able to have that movement boost, just to be catch up with transitioning survivors. Other than that, we also have those alleys. We do know that there are a lot of windows and ruins in this map at the corners and the edges. So maybe the best plan of action here is to try to contain the Soul Weaver at the tree, at the center, because as you said, this is an open area and there aren't much obstacles or terrains to lay down those webs.
Yeah, it's
also
No, I was gonna agree. It's gonna be tough for him to establish that presence early on. It really depends also if he's able to spawn at a good location, because aside from those webs, he doesn't have like an umbrella like Wu Chang, a mirror like Mary, a chisel as well. So he's gonna have to make his first chase count.
That's right. Soul Weaver is a great hunter to use against type kiters. So his the best scenario here would be for him to spot a survivor who isn't transitioning to the center, which is happening actually right now with the Gravekeeper, and see how he switched targets. That's it. He doesn't want to deal with the center area.
And not just that, that was the mercenary he spotted out. So he's like, no, I'm not going to do that now. That's definitely the worst. Not today. And it seems like Hart, the postman, most optimal target, I would say. Yeah, just disrupting his cipher progress, because he did send out that letter to Kong. And Kong is the one that's pushing for it. Now, he gets the dog bite. Excellent on the way back. And now just stops the movement speed. Excellent transition over here to the fire escape, going to the second story. But this is an alleyway that we're talking about that he can utilize. But again, not that much presence is being built just yet. Hart doing a great job running the routes, running the rotations here, getting that boost. And we are seeing him getting cut off here at the hotel. Getting that boost though. Hart, can he make it in time? Eats that hit. Does he have the dog? Can he buy more time for his team before Afu closes that distance?
Oh my goodness, did you see? Nice hit right there. Did you see how Afu utilized those spaces between the posts and the stairs just to be able to get that speed boost? That's the strategy that I was telling you about. That is the best way to use the Soul Weaver, especially in an open area map like Chinatown. And look at the cipher progress. Actually, things are really looking good for Afu. Great start.
And can we take note at the hotel? He made that his hive already. He's already setting up those traps. If anyone's going to go for the rescue, he does have that earmark, but it did disappear. The Gravekeeper is already closing out the distance to get to Hart. And capitalizing on that situation. But now we see that Afu already planting these webs just to close, just to make the distance shorter in trying to down Hart. And we see that Hart again getting that dog bite ready, throwing that dog out, and now getting Afu transitioning away and still trying to go for those web balls. And Hart is just moving, but the blink was able to land. Excellent stuff, and down Hart once again.
Yeah, I was actually pretty impressed with how Hart was able to dodge those webs at first, but that blink hit really put the nail in the coffin right there. Afu really did do a good job of catching up by using that blink. And now he wants to do some cleanup here, removing that long portal to be able to secure this one kill. And now look here at the bottom, we have the mercenary getting ready for rescue. I'm
The thing is, I don't know if he's
yeah.
gonna go for it. I think he's just gonna give that earmark because again, two ciphers are being decoded already. They know that they just need to get this tie. They will play it safe, play it close to the chest, and now the postman will be going back to the manor. And now one cipher is already past 50%, while the other one still at 31. So they have to be very careful with this next kiting session because the other two survivors need to push for that cipher. And now we see Yaozi going for the shovel usage, and this is going to be a little tough. Wow, the web was able to get him out of that state. And now we see that he is trying to go for Yaozi because he does not have any more shovels to utilize. Afu closing out the distance, gets the hit, and now it won't be soon before long. The Gravekeeper has to be at an excellent part on this map for him to survive. Kong already receiving that long portal.
Wow, they are doing some perfect coordination here, coming up with trying to push rather the best scenario. You did mention that their goal is to at least secure a tie, but as it appears they have a lot of work to do just yet because these ciphers still have yet to be primed. But good job on them spreading themselves out thinly on the map and giving Afu that pressure to go from point A to point B to apply pressure on that last cipher and that other cipher. I think they might need to open a new one at this point.
They already did, actually. All 7 ciphers are being touched already. And now we see teleport is going to be utilized. Yeah, he already switched to teleport while you were explaining that. And now Yaozi eating 2 web hits and now has his second survivor down. So this does kind of cement things for Afu for them to go for the rescue while still having 2 ciphers in the mix here is going to be really tough. And now this is a great forethought from Afu, chairing this Gravekeeper closer to the cipher that is primed and now is camped pretty well here. Kong has to be forced to go for this rescue, has to eat the hit, and has to time it well. One more web shot will be able to down Kong. Afu now making sure that he is prioritizing Yaozi because there is 1 cipher that remains. It's the one that's inside the hotel.
And that being said, Yaozi needs to take him as far away from that cipher as possible. But I don't think Afu's gonna fall for it. He knows that they want to finish this last cipher. They're probably gonna want to heal and transition through those portals towards another cipher. But Afu just staying on top of it all. It's really nice how cipher pressure he is giving to these survivors because now Yaozi needs to self-heal.
Exactly, and looking at how things are going, he's really patrolling the exits of the hotel, and it seems like they might have to try and open up another cipher. But we see that Kong was able to pick up Yaozi, and he still has that self-heal. The priestess is trying to open up another cipher, while these 2 rescuers are trying to buy enough time. The mercenary does have that the elbow pad to utilize, but we are seeing Kong. Oh my gosh, eats the hit. Shadow isn't anywhere complete to finishing that cipher, but Afu choosing to leave him to go for the teleport, now adding pressure to the priestess, chasing her out of here. And now we know that he already used his trump card, so abnormal isn't going to be a factor. He needs to camp the cipher before anything can happen, while the resources of these survivors, the self-heals, the skills are being used, and the endgame will happen with detention, mind you.
I mean, they need to get this down. Wow, Afu is just one sniper of a Soul Weaver right here. Being able to land those web hits and putting pressure on the priestess here. Well, it's gonna be her job to contain Afu right here, especially because both the mercenary and the Gravekeeper are already making their way towards that last cipher. This could potentially. Oh my goodness!
God. Yeah, again, just so on point. Yeah, with he knows once he's on that pallet vault, like, let me just go for the web hit, and he's able to capitalize on that. They're already at they're doing some web cleanup over there, and now we have the basement. And Priestess is the one that usually goes for this rescue, so it's gonna be quite tough. The cipher is already primed, and I don't know if they're gonna go for the rescue or they're just gonna try to buy as much time as possible because Kong is in the area. He does have some webs to utilize, eats the hit, and now wants to go for the rescue. It's gonna be
He does have 2
tough.
elbow pads left, so that he could pull this off.
He can. Oh, goes for the regular hit, but he is camping. He is camping the exit. He's gonna try to go for a drop hit. He's gonna have to count. Oh, wow, elbow pad to utilize, and now we see that Shadow is gonna be going down. Teleport is ready, so he will be chairing the Priestess, and he's gonna try and go for the teleport. Chairing him away from the basement just to give a little more, a hint of where everyone is at. Oh god, the Gravekeeper, he is on his way out, and now Afu is guarding this with his life.
Oh my goodness.
Can he go for it? It's open.
Are they gonna make it out? I think they're gonna make it out.
Teleport
towards the gate.
And now we see that the mercenary, he can't take one hit. It is going to be GR that will be moving on, ladies and gentlemen. What an excellent performance by Glory.
Congratulations to GR, that clutch save at the end, especially from the basement. Totally impressive. That was such an honor to watch, and being able to get ahead of the Soul Weaver, teleporting towards that gate. That was such an opportune moment right there, and that was how they were able to secure that tie. Wow.
And just to note that GR was able to rewrite history here, because they did meet in IVL, but now they can claim victory over FPX.ZQ. FPX.ZQ going to the lower bracket. Excellent stuff. That Soul Weaver was doing a lot of work. I think it was really towards the end there with how the rescue did happen, and you highlighted it best. Even though it was quite of a shaky start because of how well coordinated the team was, but once the Postman was down, we were starting to see the potential of Afu's Soul Weaver in this huge map. Again, he had to really play defense with that one Cypher that was at the hotel, but he had to commit, and he did try to make a huge statement with that basement, but GR, leave it to them. When push comes to shove, they were able to shine, and now they are the ones in the spotlight. They are moving on, so kudos to them. But you got to give your love and support out to FPX.ZQ, because this was one close match. It's just that in the end, one had to move on, and it is Glory.
That's right, and I'm sure FPX.ZQ will want to come back stronger from this and excel at the lower bracket with the hopes of getting back to the playoffs. I'm still not over how that end game happened. It really is a viable strategy to absorb a hit before the Cypher Prime, but to be able to dodge that falling hit at first was really impressive. It takes good discipline to not want to get out of that basement. And now here are our match stats. Look at our star decoder. The Priestess here also doing that defining kite at the end. It was because of her that they were able to pop that last Cypher, because she took Afu away from that last Cypher right there.
Yeah, I did. And also I would say Kong as well, with how again he got hit, and the delayed damage was happening, so you had to be very careful with how you're going to rescue and wait for that pop to happen. And here we have it, ladies and gentlemen, the match results. It started out fast and furious with FPX.ZQ gaining that first match, but then GR bouncing back with 8 points, tying things up, but we are going to go for the point differential, and GR winning by 2 points by a hair. Excellent stuff. They fought tooth and nail, and what an amazing showing of the Chinese mainland, and showing why they are the gold standard with how well they played it, and also giving us a treat, giving us the Chinatown map. Again, shout outs to the Chinese mainland team, because they are from there and bring Chinatown, and that's how they settled this score in their home territory. Excellent stuff.
Yeah, it is. Also, I would like to commend how they were able to put themselves in the right mindset, going for the safe choices, being very careful and disciplined with their decisions, not trying to rush things, because one mistake could mean defeat. And such was what happened when GR was able to secure that tie. They did need just the tie to secure this win in the group stage. So really good decision there. And it's also amazing how they were able to utilize this kind of lineup, and it looks like Postman is increasingly becoming popular and becoming a staple choice in competitive Identity 5. Like a few seasons ago, I wasn't expecting that to happen, because one would usually, I wouldn't say underestimate, but rather highlight more survivors other than the Postman. But these buffs, these decoding buffs are just, it just about cancels the decoding debuff of the rescuers. And this is why they need the postman.
It's too good to pass up, and we've seen that the mercenary, the forward, the gravekeeper can do the work, and you're having technically 2 master decoders just for 30 seconds though, but it's still it's a lot, and not just that, like he also can give rescuing buffs, kiting buffs. So I'm excited to see what's to come with this tournament and how many times we're going to see postman come in. I mean, just earlier this year, Wildling was in the meta. We've seen it so many times in IVL and also in Koa. So it's great that, even though we do have the standard meta of the mercenaries, the seers, all these guys that we've always witnessed, the mechanics, you still have those representations, especially when it comes to the new picks and ban systems. I'm sure it opens up a lot more creativity with the survivors, not to mention hunters as well with how they counter things, because I didn't know that we're going to see a Soul Weaver today. I didn't know we were going to see Chinatown today. But leave it to Afu to bring that. And I'm excited to see how FPX.ZQ will bounce back from this, because you can only go stronger with adversity. And I'm sure that they're hungrier than ever, that this match didn't go their way. They still have time to be able to adjust accordingly, for them to be able to bounce back from this. And not to mention, GR moving on. I'm sure ZETA wants to meet them as well and try to run things back of how they met in Koa. And GH wants to stop that. So great matches to look forward to today. And I think we're just at the tip of the iceberg here. This was this is just a teaser of what's to come, ladies and gentlemen, because we still have 2 Japanese teams, CC and ZETA, coming in. We have Korea, Republic of Korea, as well as GH, the newcomers, GH from Southeast Asia, that will be doing the work with 2 matches to come.
That's right. We know that CC was sent to the lower bracket, so they're really going to want to come back from that. And here we have yet to see if ZETA will advance or join them in the lower bracket, which is pretty exciting because their match is against GH. And we've mentioned time and again how excited we are for Team GH, because they are our own. And although we want to be professional about this, we also want to root for GH, especially because they're newcomers in this. I mean, they have competed competitive professionally before, but this particular lineup, this is the team that emerged victorious from the recently concluded IVC Southeast Asia. And here we have our MVP. Yes,
PPX. He did a lot of the work. Just his hunters are really something to behold of, because he's one of the veteran hunters out there. And not to mention Shadow too. I think Shadow is also one to highlight with how well he was able to handle the Dream Witch. But here we have it, 23 strikes, 1 terror shock, 9 knockdowns, 4 eliminations, and 2 ciphers remaining with Sculptor, one of the hunters that he uses. So it's incredible how PPX has gone this far, and he's still growing as a competitive player here in Identity 5. So shoutouts to GR, because they are moving on, and FPX.ZQ still show them some love, because they are still in this one.
That's right. And GR will indeed be moving on to the next round. Do give them your love and support. Also, congratulations to PPX for winning MVP for this matchup. Really great stuff from you. We really have a lot to learn from hunters like PPX, especially if we want to learn about those meta hunters. So chat, please don't be shy. Send your love, send your support. And also support the remaining teams, the ones who were sent to the lower brackets. You need to cheer them on even harder, because that is their chance to get back on their feet.
Yes, and while we check out that chat, we will be taking a very short break. Next up, we have ZETA versus GH, so do send your support over there. We'll be taking a short break, so don't go anywhere. More Identity 5 Asia Stellaris Challenge when we return.
This is not the magical land, and there is no fairy tale. There is nothing but glorious corruption. I once sought for answers in bewilderment, yet all I got in return was deception. A timid, foolish, and hypocritical facade is covering up the betrayal. Every step I took drained my blood and devoured my past. Everything about the last sacrifice was abandoned, but her name. Yet my hatred will congeal on these bloody crystal shoes, crushing every last bit that remains beneath that crown.
这是一场神奇的运动会，获胜者将获得一次抹除人生遗憾的机会。比赛吸引了来自世界各地的选手。
比赛即将开始，请各位选手做好准备。
他们都曾经成名在望，却离至高荣誉只差一步之遥。若没有当初的遗憾，今后的景象又将会如何？从这里开始，便不复存在退路。决战的帷幕已经拉开，你准备好了吗？
Humanity's faith falls apart when the veins of civilization begin to flow in concrete and steel. Once the skyscrapers come tumbling down, judgment becomes a means to safeguard the faith of mankind. When the room goes silent, the will of God manifests through his emissaries, and justice prevails through their dissension. Alas, the weight that tips the scale of justice is a feather that falls from the heavens, like a bolt of lightning struck from ancient deities. Perhaps only a devil could sustain centuries of conflict with evil.
幻想是妄想的雕塑台，妄想却成了刺入艺术家心脏的雕刻刀。雕像被刻刀塑造成像，它却被刻刀一次次地划伤。当无畏试探时，却发现自己普通的不能再普通。当你展现出才华，却又深究隆重。只能放弃交流，沉浸于虚无之中。直到那冰冷的杰作变得炙热。
in the mystery when I was gone. Show me the faintest clue to see this new worldview. The curiosity can discover something deeper out there. The unrevealed's been hidden, it's calling for me to see. I will find all the answers here, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here in this madness. I'm trapped in darkness, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here. It's just another night, and I'm wondering what's behind that wall, beyond my imagination. Curiosity can discover something deeper out there. The unrevealed's been hidden, it's calling for me to see. I will find all the answers here, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here in this madness. I'm trapped in darkness, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here. I will find all the answers here, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here in this madness. I'm trapped in darkness, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here. I will find all the answers here, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here in this madness. I'm trapped in darkness, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets
帷幕拉开，舞台之上，我们是老妪，是孩童，是国王，有默契驾驭着各种古怪的体态。畸形的狼狈终究不容于大雅之堂，只会被打落街头。可我们不再是无人可依的弃儿，戏谑的孩子，卑躬的母亲，寡言的父亲，每场呈现家庭破碎的剧目，只求一个答案作为回报。你见过我们的父母吗？而每个答案都会在寂寞里静待习判。
只有在这里，我才能感受到自由和快乐。
端庄、得体、优雅。我好像只是母亲拙劣的仿制品。绚烂的鲜花，人群的赞赏，华美的裙摆，和那个看似完美的未婚夫，那繁华的表象，是充盈，还是束缚？像玩具一样欺骗、玩弄、丢弃。这精巧的空中楼阁，原来是那么不堪一击。但我还是相信着，相信着。孩子们的笑脸，小小的玩具商铺，披上轻巧的羽翼，我仿佛看到了新的曙光。
Anna, night, girls' school. To discover the truth about what happened to Anna, I disguised myself as a maid at the school. After the incident, someone was still the center of attention. Someone was still beloved. Someone seemed to be hiding something. And the odd thing, someone was trying to look for answers in those ancient legends. The truth may not be what it seems. Everyone is under suspicion. Things were not as simple as I imagined.
L という私は実在する。さあ、私を殺してみろ。
远方的流水，曾将我带入一个温暖的怀抱。在很长的一段时间里，他们将我的到来看作是上天的礼物。巧合、命运，诞生了无意义的希冀。人们相信，是我为他们带来了收成与希望。尽管如此，我依然对周遭的一切产生困顿与不解。水中的鱼儿似乎更能让我感到亲近。直到那日，灾难再度降临。 我终于明白，是沉默让鱼成为了任人宰割的动物。为什么鱼儿不能说话呢？回答我的，只是无尽的深渊与黑暗。
当神明的馈赠降临于世，
Welcome back to Identity 5 Asia's Stellaris Challenge. We are at day 2, and the first matchup between FPX.ZQ and GR has just ended. We've seen amazing stuff right there, and GR was able to advance to the next round while sending FPX.ZQ to the lower bracket. And with me tonight here is Mello. Hello! How are you today?
I'm doing great. Thank you so much for introducing me, Kahel. Kahel, my very good friend. This is the first time we're working together.
Yes, it is.
Yes, and I'm really excited because first thing, we're casting this match together, and secondly, it is GH versus ZETA.
Yes.
The Pride of Sea. The Pride of Sea. I overheard your conversation with Posh. You were talking about like you try not to be biased, but I guess we all do because we are supporting local, and in a way we're kind of rooting for GH as well. But of course, I'm definitely looking forward to tonight's matchup, especially since GH has won IVC Asia in such a dominating manner. So. But you know what? before we go on more about GH, what do you think about ZETA? Because I know you've been following ZETA. So
yes.
Yeah. Do you
Yes,
wanna
I
share
have. I
anything about
have.
ZETA?
I have watched them in the previous IVC Japan. A really strong group of players right here. And interestingly enough, just like GH, they have been sent to the lower brackets and emerged from it to win the actual tournament. So we do have something in common right here. We have taken note of their player lineups. We know Yanasa, we know Vampi, Kat, Ato, Takako, Dolisu, and Rowley. We've seen them in the previous KOA, out of which they emerged victorious.
Speaking of ZETA's Vampi, the hunter.
Yes.
Yeah, the hunter of ZETA, preferred character sculptor. I think you mentioned this in your stats as well. The statistics. He is a sculptor main. 25% for elimination rate. That's actually really high, you know. And yeah, why don't you take me through Dolisu?
Yes, here we have his preferred survivor, which is the priestess. You know, always a staple pick. 70 seconds of average hunter containment, which is really good. You could secure a cipher rush already with that number.
Dolisu looks really cool. And speaking of cool, Rowley, look at that fist. And you know what? Look at the fist of his and the mercenary, because that's his main survivor right there. 147% decoding average progress and 52 seconds containment time. That's actually really, really commendable for a rescuer like Rowley. So yeah, is this his only character though, Cahill?
Well, we've seen him use others. We've seen him use Gravekeeper, Priestess. He also know how to use Doctor and Prisoner. He did bring that Doctor that one time in IVC. So now here we have Kat, the team stunner or the team support forward. Yes. Again, impressive average hunter containment time. 70 seconds. Is this like an average between all of them? Because here's Ato again with 72 seconds.
72.72.
Yeah.
The vision, the owl boy of the team. 150 decoding average progress. I think, yeah, this is a very well-rounded team lineup from ZETA right here. But you know what? That's the lineup for ZETA. We are going to head right to the statistics of GH, and there you have it, the big boss.
Jay.
Please take us through.
Right. We do know that Jay is also proficient with a breaking wheel and sculptor. Really, nothing this player can't use. He has made a name for himself in the Southeast Asia scene. Already arguably one of the most dangerous hunters in the region. Take a look at this, 47% for elimination rate. Just killing it all the way through. And here is Skyfall, who is especially dear to me. I've seen him in ranked match. He's been killing me the entire
He's
time.
a nice guy,
Such a skilled player. With a 58-second average containment time. Wow.
That's pretty good.
Here's Cap-kun!
Handsome boy of GH, Cap-kun. Even though he's Cap-kun, don't let him fool you. He is a very proficient seer player.
Yes.
We have seen him kite a lot of times, especially in Red Church, especially in Ever Sleeping Town. When he's on the seer, he is just unstoppable with his kiting right there. And Little Boy,
and
Cahill.
Little Boy as well. Yeah, he is also very proficient kiter. We've seen him in matches where he does most of the work when it comes to containment. The Little Boy is actually not so little. Not with that the skill size on him is just nothing to underestimate.
Yes, and that's another pro player in GH, Hathari. I seen him use forward all the time. If his character forward is not bad, I'm pretty sure we're gonna see forward again and again and again in this tournament. So you know what? Do you still remember the trademark though for GH? We're just bringing you through because it's just so cute. Like,
okay, you need to refresh our memory, especially because some of the viewers are seeing them for the first time.
Yeah, like viewers, do you still remember like Little Boy with his? I believe it was like this. Gail, do you remember?
The pose, right?
Yeah, like, shh, I'm gonna come for you. And you know what? Maybe that's what GH is aiming for tonight. The match against ZETA is like, shh, guys, I'm coming for you guys. So, but we've seen in the interviews, though, Kyle, that GH did mention that they are going after the mainland China teams. Their eyes are on the mainland China powerhouse. Even God J has mentioned that he wants to go against the best of the best. He's mentioned that time and time again. And based on the statistics you just brought up just now, 47% 4-kill rates. How do you think his chance stands? Do you think he has that potential to get a 4-kill against China, but tonight against ZETA first?
Well, of course, we do want to root for our own. We've seen God J in his element. We know that he is a very capable hunter. And we also know that he has been competing professionally time and time again. His skill is tried, tested, and proven. God J is an absolute beast. But now look at our lineup. It's going to be GH Survivors first against Vampy of ZETA.
Wow, Vampy looks so cool right there. And you know what? Another fact about him, he's a really, really great Sculptor player as well.
Yes.
And I think we're going to see Sculptor in the first game, but you know what? We're just going to see what he bans first. What do you think? A Seer or a Mechanic?
A Seer indeed. Well, based on the data, we do know that he uses Sculptor the most. So we can just about expect the same pick for this map, especially. This is Arms Factory. Sculptor can thrive in any map.
There we go. There we go. Yeah, the top two. Again, this is GH trademark, going with the strongest rescuer first. Wasting no time, Skyfall's going to be playing Mercenary. Forward's going to be played by Hatari. Vampy obviously has his own mindset, taking away Seer, and next taking away the decoding speed of GH. But you know what? Little Boy, Capcom, they definitely have more survivors under their pulse. And...
Oh, I was expecting this.
Yes, tell us.
I was expecting this this prisoner pick, as well as the entomologist. We've seen this in IVC. They have used this lineup before, and this is a very strong lineup because you've got a balanced amount of support and rescue, as well as this decoding. We do know the decoding potential rather of a prisoner. He is able to connect those ciphers from afar and still contribute to it, even if nobody is decoding from the other side. Oh, a Dream Witch now.
He's bringing up the Dream Witch straight away. Okay, this is interesting because he, according to the stats, well, he does play Sculptor the most, but I guess this is part of Vampy's strategy. He is still feared on Dream Witch, so I would say, yeah, it's a really good pick on Arms Factory. So we'll just have to see if he gets lucky and if he gets fast, if he's able to down, preferably Little Boy on Prisoner or even Capcom first. So yeah, what do you think?
Well, I do think that the survivor lineup of GH is definitely something we wouldn't underestimate them either, because we do know their coordination. We know the kiting potential of each and every one of them. You know, it takes a really skilled kiter to last in that first kite, and we've seen Little Boy and Capcom do this time and again, so we can expect the same thing from them more or less, especially because this is a Dream Witch.
It is, and you've seen how in the previous match that you casted, we've seen how the entomologists are able to shake off the patroller.
Yeah.
And maybe we are going to see something like this in this match between GH versus ZETA. But no matter what, we've seen GH, because we've casted in IVC Asia, we've seen how GH capitalized on the teamwork by using that pesky B, by using the support stun by Hatari. So, and not to mention, like what you mentioned just now, Kahil, Little Boy, even though he's little, but his skills are by no means little.
No.
Yeah. He can kite you like you cannot imagine. So I would say, if Vampy from ZETA has not studied GH, because GH is the newcomer to this scene of IVS, so if they have not studied GH, they are in for a surprise, I would say.
And we would be in for a treat, because these are both emerging victors in their own respect. We know that ZETA previously won in the previous KOA. That's definitely something you can't sleep on, as Poch would say. But you know what? Let's get into the match. It looks like it's about to begin. Van P already making his way towards the front ruins and finding Skyfall, but it looks like he'll be investing in a different survivor, Cap Kun, as it seems.
Oh, and there you have it. A slight pause, but you know what? He's just ignoring Skyfall straight away. For GH, Skyfall would definitely be very, very happy because I remember his motto was, "I don't want to rescue, please just let me decode." Do you still remember that, Gail? He said,
yes.
Yeah, when interviewed, he just wants to decode. But fair enough, because if Dreamwitch insisted on going after Skyfall, that would have been a really, really tough chase because 3 pads. And he could have avoided the patroller as well. So finding Cap Kun, so the possibilities right here. Cap Kun has already sealed himself in. You saw him drop the pallet just now. What do you think the next course of action should be? Because Mercenary is so near to where Cap Kun is. Do you think Cap Kun should stay in that area? Because that area is actually quite strong for kiting. Or should he rotate and go to the factory instead? Or what are your thoughts?
Well, it's really gonna depend on their coordination, and I'm sure they can trust Cap Kun when he says, "I will be able to contain this hunter in this area. You just hang tight, keep decoding. I'm gonna do the rest." And we know Cap Kun to be able to do this lots of times, even against a Dream Witch. He's such a reliable first kiter that he will be able to secure 60, if not 70 seconds of containment on the part of the hunter. But let's not forget about, you know, those sandwich moments with the Dream Witch.
Yeah. I overheard it.
Van P might be able to just do... Yeah, the sausage. might be able to sandwich Cap Kun there at the ruins. But we shall see.
We shall see.
But at the start of the match, the Dream Witch spawning towards the center is actually very strong in my opinion, because that just grants her access to whichever part of the map, especially because it's a tight map. And also good for him to spot Cap Kun there, because who knows, if he doesn't time this right, he could be able to down him, and has already leached his first survivor on Cap Kun.
But you know what? I think Cap Kun can handle this. Like what you said, he's gonna just kite around here because Cap Kun is buffed, so he can handle that sandwich. Look, he's leaving that B for this to stop the track of the follower, and Cap Kun's already rotating to the shack. And not to mention, Little Boy again. Little Boy is free to decode. Is free to push the ciphers right there. Cap Kun is yet to get one hit. But wait, what?
Oh,
the hit. And without the patroller.
Was able to land that hit there. Really good moves on the part of Van P here. Now that's just one less headache to worry about, especially because look at the cipher progress. Not much to work with, but already some good numbers. It looks pretty balanced on the part of both hunters and survivors. Oh, missed the patroller right there.
Yeah, really, and that's so important.
Oh my goodness!
Nice, come on! Avoid the dog at all costs! And the dog successfully avoided Kyle.
Yes.
He avoided the attack of the dog, and you can see Cap Kun is being very smart right there. He drops the 2 pallets, so that's how Van P was unable to go through that pallet and use the patroller instantly. So Cap Kun has already bought so much time. 1 cipher has been done, 2 ciphers is at 80%, and you know what? He's still running. He's still up and running.
That's right. I would expect that he'd be down at this point, but no, Cap Kun, not today. Looks like he'll be doing the containing for much longer. Look at this use of beast. Wow, Cap Kun, I am really impressed here.
Oh my god, my hair is standing right now, Kahil. Cap Kun's just doing such a great job right there. And Hatari! Hatari, you beast! He went for the support stun right there. That's such great communication on the part of GH right there. But look at Van P. Look at Van P. He's not even worried. He's just really, really focused right there. Kahil.
He is. He does look invested on Cap Kun here. I would imagine that he'd be changing targets at that point, but looks like his hard work pulled off as Capcoon is already down and will be chaired for the first time.
Yeah, and 2 ciphers remaining. Hatari is already in position, trying to stun. Even if he fails that stun rescue, again, Little Boy is free to push the ciphers anyhow he wants.
Yes.
Skyfall is still at full HP, so things are looking very good for GH. So what I would say right now is Vanpy needs to stop Hatari with the patroller straight away. He should deploy the patroller here to stop the bump rescue onto Capcoon right here. So we're just waiting. I'm just waiting for his patroller, to be honest. Oh
yeah, but Hatari doing that stun, taking his time. The amount of discipline on him is just immense, and now Capcoon is free to run around once more. Well, Hatari will really need to either focus on decoding already, if not provide support for Capcoon the last time. But it looks like Vanpy will be chasing him as well, just to plant those followers on him.
Yeah, but Skyfall has already finished his Cypher, so...
Wow!
Yeah, it's crazy. Cypher Rush is in effect. But Prisoner is decoding the last one. Skyfall is already in position to chase, and look at that!
Oh my goodness, Capcoon! What are you doing?
Run! Capcoon! 5 Cypher Kite!
Wow!
Pallet!
A wonderful pallet stun! I am at the edge of my seat here. This is just going so well for GH right now. And Vanpy really needs to step it up this time. Trying to turn the tides in his favor, but GH not giving up here. Yes, it is! The Cypher is primed. I wonder how they're gonna do this.
They're not gonna let Skyfall even do the rescue. They're already going to the gates. And Hatari is removing the followers as we speak. Prime it! Let's go!
There we go! Endgame is in effect, and now Capcoon must just last a little bit longer. He does need to be chaired a second time, which is at his advantage, to be quite honest. And now the patroller will be roaming the factory with the hopes of finding Capcoon, but Capcoon is just so fast on his toes right here.
Oh my goodness! And the patroller is over. This looks like a 4 escape. Can he body block? He can!
Goodness!
It's gonna be a 4 escape, Kyle.
Teleport towards the gate.
The stun!
What happened?
The stun from Hatari!
Oh my goodness!
A little miscommunication right there. I think when Hatari stunned, Skyfall could have went out, but you know what? Skyfall has already left the scene. I think they're just gonna settle for 3 escape. The hell?
That's right, and Little Boy is already at the gate here.
Is that a
Look
lucky
at
shot?
Little Boy.
It is.
And now Capcoon will be the offering to Vanpy here. And GH gets to escape with a 3-man, and it is clearly going to be a win on the side of GH right here.
Yeah.
Wow, that first match was intense.
GH
they kept
is
Vanpy
here.
on his toes. Oh my goodness. GH did the work.
No, GH, but I would say the star of the match, Capcoon. You know what happened just now? If the communication was sooner, Hatari was already planning to dash stun the follower who teleported to the gate. I think Capcoon was kind of like, is that going to happen? So he actually stopped for a moment there. Otherwise, that stun should have been able to allow Capcoon to leave that gate for a 4K. But you know what? I'm not complaining. Because Capcoon, you know what? He's not Capcoon anymore. He's Super Kun right there.
And speaking of Super Kun, no Cyphers Decoded did most of the work and the containment right there. Wow, this team, they really did their homework. Capcoon wasn't joking when he said that we will really exert all of our efforts to improve our strategies. They did recognize with respect that the JP and China teams, as well as the Korea teams, are nothing to underestimate. And wow, didn't they just deliver in this first match? And look at how coordinated they are, because Little Boy was able to do that decoding right there. 276, so safe in the distance. That is how much 276.
Yeah, and 2.6 seconds, he basically never met the hunter at all. And that's all thanks to Capcoon, because he created so much space that there is no need. There's no need. Vanpy, could not catch a break. He could not shift. He could not go and shift and leech another survivor by GH, and Skyfall got what he wished for. A peaceful decoding, 150% decoding, and he didn't even need to rescue Cahill.
So much for that. He didn't even we almost didn't see him at all. All he did was that epic body block right there, and that was really good, absorbing that hit perfectly at the correct time. Really good move on the part of Skyfall. And still, for a little boy to be able to pull off that 2.6 second kite, that was the time that he stunned the hunter at the gate.
That's true. But you know what? We've seen what GH survivors can do right there. So now the next one, I'm really looking forward to it as well. We're gonna see how ZETA survivors are going to handle God J from GH, because in this map, God J's preferred hunter is also Dream Witch. What are your thoughts? What do you think that they should do? Do you think it's going to be a mirror matchup, or do you think they're going to bring something into the mix, like maybe a dancer instead of Onto, or I don't know. What do you think based on the past records and your opinion?
Based on the stats and my personal opinion, the teams really wouldn't start diversifying until the later rounds.
Okay.
So I would expect close to a mirror match, if not an exact mirror match of the previous half. We could see God J, yes, using the Sculptor in Arms Factory, but we also know that he's proficient with others as well. Who knows? We've seen God J bring out Soul Weaver too.
Yeah, maybe Breaking Wheel.
Yeah. Yes.
Maybe he's feeling like Fast and Furious tonight, It feels like, putting the spikes on the survivors. But nonetheless, we have yet to see, because I'm really looking forward to be honest, I'm looking forward to how a Doluisu from ZETA is going to perform, because he is the entomologist of the entomologist player of ZETA. So if Capcom has brought out entomologists, somehow I'm just having this cheeky thought, Cahill. I want to see Dolisu bring out entomologists and say like, you know what? I can do that too.
Well, speaking of that, here is their opportunity to do so, especially because it is ZETA, the survivor lineup, against God J this time. Yeah. And I think we're gonna go straight for the picks and bans, and here they are. God J will probably ban, I'm guessing, the mechanic or this.
Wow,
mechanic. There we
go. Let's go. You're the seer this time, Cahill. I was gonna say seer, but you know what? Mechanic is also a very viable ban because the decoding power is just so strong. But ZETA is gonna quickly pick it up. Forward, they're just gonna forsake Mercenary and get the forward first, because again, forward is so good at creating space. Early game, harassing like what you saw Hatari did, and late game, turning the loss to win, even a draw situation. And
I kind of thought God J would ban the Mercenary right there, and ban Mercenary he did, because look, a Postman once more. Looks like the meta is once again evolving and accommodating more support survivors. Wow, a Blood Queen.
What? Bloody Queen?
Wow. Is this a first for us? We've seen him before.
Yeah, we've seen it before, but I don't know. God J must be feeling very, very comfortable with the 3-1 performance by the GH survivors. So she's probably thinking, even, you know what? I'm very comfortable with Bloody Queen. I can get the 3-1 here as well. Even if I get a draw, GH still wins round 1. So I think God J is just at a very comfortable position. He doesn't want to bring out the big guns first, I would say. He doesn't want to bring out
now that you mention it, Nell, I think that is the logic behind God J's decision to use the Blood Queen. He wants to dip his toes in the water and see and try to gauge the skill level of these survivors and how they will fare against him. But ZETA needs to answer back here. They really need to do their best to at least catch up with the points, and that's why they have this unique master lineup that they've come up with. A prisoner? Okay. They do need to make up for that decoding progress, and the postman to provide the decoding buff to the forward.
A tranquility letter, definitely going to be an added bonus, 20% decoding buff speed. But you know what? I'm concerned for ZETA because ZETA only has one rescuer, Cahill. That's one decoder, 2 supporters, and 1 rescuer. So if Mary decides to go for Cat first, if the Bloody Queen gets the forward down first or to exhaust the football, no one can really save against the Bloody Queen. You get what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's really risky though. I'm worried. What do you think?
Well, it's gonna depend on Cat's kite, especially because we've seen forwards play against a Blood Queen in general, and the kiting potential of a forward being able to avoid those mirrors by using the football to transition is actually pretty viable.
Yeah.
Then again, I do believe the rest of the survivors might think well to bring Tide Turner in their arsenal, in their Persona build. Yeah. And here we are at the match with God J spawning and running towards the triple pallets where he finds Cat no less. There's that dash I was talking about now.
Yeah, he used up like 30% of his balls, and now he's gonna use up almost everything. Hell, he already used up 3/4 of the ball, and God J's just gonna move away and just gonna try and find someone else. I'm saying that the forward factor is gonna be gone because he only has a quarter of the ball left-ish.
Yes, and now with Tinnitus in effect here at the Sandbag Ruins, God J finds Atto the Seer. Wow, there we go with that hit, and now Atto will need to transition either towards the triple pallets or the factory. Okay, it looks like he'll be going for the triple for the factory.
Yeah.
But need to be careful because Rowley is here and is decoding as well.
Yeah, I think they have no choice. If he doesn't go in here, it's gonna be too hard. Like he has to run to the factory. Otherwise, there's no place he can go to. But Atto, you see, doing so good here. Oh, what? He baited! He baited the ult!
That was so good, and with the buff from the postman as well, Seer was able to step away in such spectacular fashion. And now the kite continues with one Cypher almost done.
It's crazy. God J's playing mind games. Not only is the mirror so accurate, he got it, but the bait coming out there. Atto, look at Atto right now. He's probably like, oh my god, I can't believe I got baited.
To use that bird at the factory, yes. Really good decision on the part of God J here.
Yeah, and God J is putting him at that middle chair, so he's actually stopping the decoding progress. He's doing 2 things right now. So Cat, he has to go for the early rescue, but he's gonna get hit straight away, I think.
Oh, nice pallet drop there on the part of Atto. Not getting baited, not today.
Forward's gonna body block for him. He body blocked using
yeah,
but you know what? God J has the blink ready. It's just a matter of time. Yep, and he got it. He got it. 4 ciphers remaining, Kahel, but 4 remaining ciphers. Yeah.
Yeah. 2 are almost done. So still looking good on the part of ZETA here. They can still come back from this.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought
nice.
that. I kind of thought that would hit. I would be so stressed.
Oh yeah, Cat has to avoid that mirror. If he gets hit there, Cypher's gonna be disrupted for sure. Dolisu, you can see Dolisu with the postman, ready to aim with the doggo. Let's go, Terra shot. God J, can you do it, God J?
Let's go, God J. Oh my goodness, nice baiting on the part of Dolisu right there. Was able to absorb the hit before successfully doing a rescue, and who knows, Atto might have another owl. Oh wow!
Almost. I think he almost had an owl. Yeah, but no Tide Turner. Just statement right there. And Atto.
Oh, that one didn't hit. Baited again. Nice move by God J there, but look, the postman is down. Already the 2 last ciphers are going to be popped. All that's left is to just down down
Oh.
the seer and potentially secure a draw.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! You need to switch before they pop the ciphers.
Yeah,
oh
you
my
need
god!
to. Forward's there.
Oh my goodness!
Forward's there.
Wow.
Oh my god!
Pop the
Prisoner is there
ciphers
too. No, they
oh,
are not at the
not
cipher.
quite yet. Wow! This teamwork against God J is massive. Amazing teamwork.
As a hunter, when playing hunter, I really hate it when 3 survivors just cram around me there. And you know what? Cypher's gonna be blocked straight away.
Wow, ZETA really wants to come back from their loss here by securing at least a 3-man escape against God J. Oh my goodness, this is amazing.
It is. Atto needs to be able to fight long enough so that they can open the back gate, and Dolisu, you can see he's already moving there. Atto needs to extend the kite for at least 7-8 seconds so that they can have 3 escapes. No, another
Oh my goodness, another owl from Atto right there.
And the dungeon is there.
The dungeon is there. Will he get it?
Goodness.
Will he get through? Oh my god. Oh my goodness. They need to step out now.
Wow.
Wow.
This
is dungeon escape. Oh my, the survivors are just on their toes with this. We are at a loss for words here.
No, my hair is just standing right there. Even though Atto, like, his owl was baited, but the follow-up kite from there, getting 3 owls, Kyle, 3 owls, and and then the support. I know I mentioned that the forward has only like a quarter ball left, but making use of the remaining ball in that critical situation, and even
that was the best.
Yeah. And Rowley coming in with the prisoner static shock right there, trying to body block and kite and cover. That was amazing gameplay by ZETA. We cannot underestimate without that 3-1 by GH is already very, very good as a start. But ZETA responding by getting a 4-man escape against God J's Bloody Queen. I mean, it's crazy. You would expect God J to get at least 1, right?
Yes.
And
yes, we did mention that he was probably testing it out, trying to gauge or
he got burned.
Getting a feel of things, and now this is definitely a wake-up call. There is no time to be wasted here.
Wow.
You really need to get to work. And look at these stats, just as good as the previous with the survivor lineups. It looks like this is the survivor's time of day.
It is, and it's even higher. The containment time of Atto is even higher than Capcoon's Entomologist. 173 seconds. That's almost 3 minutes. And
that's right. Wow.
Yeah, Atto. It is. Atto definitely the MVP of this game because even though there's his teammates trying to buy time, Dolisu releasing the dog to slow down Bloody Queen, the cat with the stuns, Rowley coming in to stun at the last minute, but Atto being able to farm out 2 additional owls. That was the game changer. That's the game changer, Kyle, I think.
And the funny thing is, Atto's first 2 owls were baited.
Yeah.
or I think the second one was
was reasonable.
Most of them, reasonable. They both thought that it was gonna hit, so I wouldn't say that was baited, but still, God J was impressive with his placement of the water mirror there. Also, not a hunter to underestimate, and because of this outcome of round 1, I'm pretty sure God J's gonna
step it up.
Out for blood.
Yeah, he has to step it up. He cannot test the waters anymore because you know what? You put your toe in the river, you put your toe in the water, you got burned by it because you not only did you not able to tie, but you got Atto kiting 5 ciphers and escaping through the dungeon. So wake up call now. Testing is over. Game 2 is where it should really start. They need to reset. They need to reset, but you know what? We need to reset as well. You at home needs to reset as well. Go grab your drinks because we are going to be back after this short break.
当神明的馈赠降临于世，信仰 使神的子民重获新生。神曰：“勿听，莫要让外界嘈杂的纷扰搅乱了自己的心神。”神曰：“勿看，莫要让污浊的景象蒙蔽了自己的双眼。”神曰：“勿说，尔等吐露的污秽言语将会给善良的人带来苦难。”神岂是如是道来？此乃神的旨意，此乃人的意志。
Anna, night, girls' school. To discover the truth about what happened to Anna, I disguised myself as a maid at the school. After the incident, someone was still the center of attention. Someone was still beloved. Someone seemed to be hiding something. And the odd thing, someone was trying to look for answers in those ancient legends. The truth may not be what it seems. Everyone is under suspicion. Things were not as simple as I imagined.
荒古和大漠，肩负着族人的使命，去往异乡。阴谋与命运交织着。当星辰落下之时，毒蛇露出了尖牙。忠诚与背叛的戏码拉开序幕。火光将反叛的计划化为乌有。刺向毒蛇的弯刀，在烈火间把双手灼烫。然而，救命的稻草不过是又一场狩猎的预谋。而若不甘心成为猎物，只能自己勇敢伸手，触碰飞鸟与神鹰。
Legend has it that it was once home to a prince. The prince had a puppy. But one day, the puppy died. The prince was inconsolably distraught and offered a reward to anyone who could resurrect the dog, saying that he would be willing to give anything in return.
They believed that a goddess would be reborn as one of them every generation. And as long as the goddess danced for the Lord would be blessed by the heavens. And at the sacred ceremony, she danced and prayed for rain. Soon, rain indeed fell.
Hey, it's your turn.
An evil born from desire summons forth a cruel priest. An open hand ushers in the decaying birth. A turned hand leads to the despairing death. Only from a submissive soul can flowers bloom eternal. The sinners fear me. They will immolate themselves to burn this mark upon my fingertips. While the innocent has challenged me through brave naivety, you think you have unveiled the absurd truth. My sheltered subjects. If you have never set foot in the darkness of the abyss, how can you understand the significance of a distant ray of light?
美的化身，圣洁的海中女王。人们把你视为恐怖的灾祸。然而美，无人可以立下善恶的判词。光鲜的皮囊下，是一个个污秽而自以为是的灵魂。这份小小的晚餐啊，来了，请享用吧，让我一睹您的真容，洗净他们的罪恶与污浊。
让星火点燃，让黑烟飘散，也让绅士们明白，在化成灰之前，有足够多的时间，可以体面的忏悔。爱、快乐、希望和尊严，都因为这个运动，我才能拥有它们。然而，被带到这里后，我明白，绅士们只是需要一个体面的玩具罢了。可笑的是，他们根本没有风度，永远只渴望更多的臣服。滚烫的巨浪似乎在告诫我，不要再对任何人好脸色。我需要一个新的身份，我想要回家。或许只有那个地方才能带来希望。
Hell you
Get an
go.
intro. Okay.
Yanasa.
Welcome back to day 2 of IVS, and now we're gonna get straight to it. Nell, this is already at Ever Sleeping Town. The second round already starting.
Yeah, Yanasa, the powerhouse of ZETA, is going to be the hunter this time. And I'm looking forward to what he is going to ban. If he is going for the sculptor, definitely he needs to take out the seer, he needs to take out the mechanic. And are we going to see that? And there we have it. Wow, the seer in progress. So ZETA ZETA basically took game number 1. They're afraid. They're afraid of his pollen. Okay, so he has sculptor, he has a dream witch up his sleeve. So it really depends. I think they're just gonna go for the same pick, but yep, the forward and not the mercenary, but the priestess this time. What do you think, Hill?
Oh, it looks like we have a sub replacing Yanasa, yes, with Vampy, who played in the previous round, and now here we see him out for blood because they really do want to solidify the win against GH here, but let's not underestimate GH just yet, because look at this, a priestess in the Ever Sleeping Town is gonna prove really pesky in the game to come.
Yeah, and that's the reason why Fiona is deemed with an endearment of being a cockroach, because of the ability to annoy the hunter so much by connecting the holy keys. And yeah, you have it, as just as I was talking, ZETA is making the sub, but that's going to be in the side of the survivors later. But right now, GH is picking up the Gravekeeper and Entomologist. I think they're just trying to repeat the success of Capcom on Entomologist.
Yes, definitely, especially because
but he's not. He's not playing though.
Yeah, but we shall see, because they could still switch this up from what I know. But still, this kind of lineup is really viable in this map.
For sure.
Oh, there we go. Did we see the change? There it is.
We did.
Capcom will indeed be using the Entomologist as expected. So I hope, for the sake of the team, that the hunter finds him first.
But Yanasa's on the bonbon though.
Yeah.
It counters Capcom's bees, and that's gonna be a problem. I think they definitely need to have some sort of portal right at the start of the game, so that you know, so that he can create distance, buy some time. Hatari probably needs to stun somewhere in between the kites when Capcom gets the first hit. But you know what, Yanasa, I have yet to see Yanasa play Bonbon, but in IVL Japan he has been playing Bonbon a lot. So I think he's just trying to go with his comfortable pick right here. What do you think he will be bringing though? A teleport or a blink? What do you think is more suitable in this map though?
Well, we do know the usual build for for hunters in general. We do know that they bring trump card and detention, but in this case, given the skill level of Yanasa, he just might not need to bring detention because of his potential to down these survivors early in the game. Then again, on the part of the survivors here, we do see a priestess here, and we know that these portals, if planted at the right time in the right place, will be able to extend the first kite and buy time ultimately for them to achieve the objectives.
Yeah, Yanasa needs to expand the resources. He needs to dwindle the resources of the survivor. He needs to make sure that Hatari, the holy key is taken out as much as possible. If he's chasing Skyfall, getting that presence by hitting the shovel, or even if he's going after Hatari, which I think is the worst idea possible, going after a forward first. But again, if Capcom is the first choice of kiting, then things are going to be going along the plan of GH, because that's what he wants. That's what they want. They want Capcom to go first. And look at the bunny costume.
Oh, that's your favorite
It
now.
is.
And speaking of favorites, Yanasa just seemed to have passed his. I thought he'd be going after Capcom, but it looks like he'll be transitioning. But I do believe that he hasn't seen Capcom in that moment just yet. Tinnitus was triggered. Yes, but
now he's gonna find Little
decide
Boy.
to invest.
Yeah, that's for sure. Like right now, he brought Broken Window with trump cards, so this is probably his strategy, just trying to cut out. But again, it's Little Boy he's finding first. He might not know yet, but once he sees the holy key, he will know. Oh, and
look at this!
and the tram. He just took an Uber away, Little Boy.
Yeah, and Hatari was actually readying to do a stunt, but looks like he didn't need to do that at all. And also note that he brought confined space. Now that's one extremity on the Persona web check. So now Yanasa will continue to chase the priestess here, but looks like the bees are providing just the right amount of support, and now Little Boy lives to fight another day.
Yeah, Little Boy has Broken Window strat, so he's probably preparing to kite first. Again, Little Boy just doing so well right there, and this skin, I really love this skin, and the way Little Boy is kiting right there. He's just not letting. He's not giving Little Boy the time to breathe. Little Boy right here, if he gets knocked down by one more bomb, he's gonna have the bling ready.
Wow, a nice use of portal right there, avoiding that hit and extending the kite and making use now of the two-story. I wonder where he will transition next, but look at this use of Beast right there. Capcoon still being the star even without appearing on the screen. Great going, Capcoon.
Hidden star right there, using the bug to annoy Yanasa again. Rabbit doesn't like holy keys. Rabbit does not like bugs, but Little Boy, is he gonna be able to kite again? Because the grave is a really hard place. Little Boy buying so much time, and you can see one cipher has been done, 3 ciphers on being decoded as we're speaking, and Little Boy is still running for his life.
Yeah, but you gotta give it up to Yanasa because he was able to lead Little Boy here to a place where it's pretty much more difficult to kite. Oh, wow, there it is. There's that hit. And finally, Little Boy is on his downtime on the chair. But, we see Hatari in the distance. What's he gonna do?
Yeah, what's he gonna do? Is he gonna let him sit? And I think he's just gonna let him sit because you know what? No point in going for the stun rescue at this point. He's just gonna go and finish his cipher on the 2nd floor before going for the rescue. Yanasa has yet to use his bling, so I think that's the reason why Hatari is really cautious. It's just gonna rescue.
Nice use of football right there, and timing that rescue right. Was not able to protect her in time, but Yanasa really doing a good job here defending the chair. We do know that a Bonbon is really strong when it comes to chair defense, and this is being demonstrated by Yanasa.
Hatari did not bring tide,
look at
though,
the
Kahil.
ciphers.
Yeah, ciphers running really fast. And I think Yanasa's being really, really sneaky right here. He's not even using the blink. So it's giving GH the impression that he has excitement ready. He has excitement ready for them. So Hatari is just gonna give up on that save right there. Obviously, Skyfall smiling, but can you make it Skyfall? You have to. Oh, nice!
Oh no, was not able to rescue in time.
Yeah.
Really good going on the part of Yanasa here, denying Skyfall of that rescue and downing him as well. Wow,
Cypher's almost
Yanasa
prime.
is start.
Yeah, Yanasa's really strong there. And Hatari!
Hatari!
What's he doing? Oh,
Okay, that's gonna make it a bit harder for him to rescue at this point. But that Cypher is primed though. But Yanasa not giving up here. Still patrolling the area to probably put some Cypher pressure on that. Oh, they popped it! They popped it now!
Yeah, they popped it. Capcom knows that he probably doesn't have detention. He's just gonna pop it. They're gonna get that free rescue onto Skyfall. And it's up to Capcom right now to kite. Because you know what? Capcom has no more beast. And
That's right.
Yeah, he's just gonna land that hit. And Capcom.
Oh, teleport to Hatari here. A good switch of trait on the part of Yanasa. Denying them the access to that exit gate. And now it'll be Hatari's turn to try to contain Yanasa here. Especially because there we have it. He's just one hit away from getting down.
He's so close. He's so close though. Yanasa's not cheering him. He's taking a risk there. Because if Hatari gets up, the dungeon is actually there. But okay, Yanasa's going back to chair Hatari. It's just so risky of getting 3 survivors out. So I think Yanasa should just settle for a draw right here. Because you know what? Leave it to ZETA survivors in the next round. Just get a draw right here. And Skyfall, Capcom, I think they're just gonna leave. Hatari is going to be the last person to be sent back to the manor, and there you have it! A draw, Kahil!
A tie between the survivors and the hunter. An equally good job on both sides. Oh, the containment of the hunter, especially because it's a bonbon. We know that it's a chip damage hunter, really strong. You know, when you hear the words chip damage, you kind of have this this dreary feeling that oh, this is gonna be a hard match. But GH was able to prove their worth by saying that we can tie this. This can be considered as a win, given that it's Yanasa and it's a bonbon.
Yanasa by ZETA could definitely he would have lost. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think that he would have lost, but fortunately that one play right there where he denied Skyfall from rescuing Little Boy. That was the play that helped him to bounce back from being pressured into going into at least a draw. So very well played by Yanasa right there. But also props to GH keeping their cool. Capcom still forcing, even when he has no Bs left, he was still forcing Yanasa to pay attention to him and then give up on the chase on Capcom and instead teleport straight away to Hatari. So very well done by both teams. So Kahil, you want to bring us through the stats right there?
Yeah, and just look at Capcom and Skyfall's decoding here. It means that Little Boy really was able to buy enough time. Like we said, Little Boy, his skills not little at all. Hatari was in the area to provide that support against Yanasa. But still, that denial of the rescue on the part of Yanasa and Skyfall rather. That was the game changer for me. I do agree with you. If he was able to
rescue there,
yes, if he was able to rescue, that could turn the tides incredibly in their favor. Also, at the end, I think Yanasa just didn't want to deal with Capcom, especially with his performance in the previous round. Capcom is really a skilled kiter, and he will be able to buy time, and that's why he just chose to go for the gate and find someone else.
Yeah, Capcom's definitely a very skilled kiter, but we still have to give credits where it's due, because Little Boy, he did manage to kite against a bonbon with that chip damage, without the protection of an owl, without the protection of at some point, he still managed to kite for a respectable 90 over seconds. That's a lot considering you're going up against guard 26. But you know what? That's the conclusion. 2 for 2. It's a draw right here in the second game, first half. We are going to go to the second half. That is where it's do or die. ZETA is up one game. So it's up to GOT-J to get 3 kills to win game number 2.
And to push for round 3, which is my favorite part of the match, actually.
Yeah. So the pressure is on GOT-J because if it goes... because again, it was 4 survivors escape, but especially by Ato's Seer in game number 1. So GOT-J has to be really, really cautious about who he bans. And you know what? Just getting that clarity of mind. Because if left unchecked, we do not want the... I don't think GH wants the scenario of 4 escapes or 3 escapes repeat on that side. So they definitely have to push for game number 3 right here. So all the burden and pressure is going to fall on the wide shoulders of GOT-J.
Oh, true enough. And it is the ever-sleeping town. After all, we could expect him to finally bring out his breaking wheel. That's if they don't ban it first. And if they do, he'll be left with the sculptor. But if he were to use the breaking wheel, I think GOT-J really can help his team come back from this and still push for round 3.
Yeah, I mean, the bare minimum that GOT-J needs to do right now is to get at least 2 survivors down, and that will in itself push for a game 3. But again, the points difference will come into play because even so, I think they have to at least try and get 3 survivors down. GOT-J needs to get 3 survivors down and win game number 2, because if they draw this game, it's just going to be a nightmare for GOT-J in game number 3. He has to get that point differences up. You know, he has to close that gap. But now you're going to see the pretty hair team, ZETA team versus GOT-J from GH. Let's go, Kael.
Right, and we are back at Ever Sleeping Town with GOT-J deciding on his bans. I've been thinking that if they do ban his breaking wheel, GOT-J is gonna have to work extra hard, especially because well, we see some good choices here. Seer and Forward being banned. Of course, you don't want to deal with that, but it does leave space for the mechanic to get redeemed early in the lineup.
And Priestess too. Even the Mercenary, because GOT-J doesn't want to deal with...
banned as breaking wheel now.
Yeah, I think that's very, very good choice. Breaking wheel is just too crazy in this map, especially when you get 1 survivor down. Even if you have 3 remaining survivors and 2 remaining ciphers, breaking wheel can easily go from back and forth. The control is just too much. When you have a cipher and a full presence pollen, it's too much. But again, GOT-J making that right choice, banning out Seer.
There we go.
Yeah, you can see
there
mechanic.
We go. As expected, they would pick the mechanic and the priestess. I actually was hoping for the prisoner, but there he is banned. I thought they would use the prisoner instead of the mechanic, but it looks like they've got something like a viable plan up their sleeves, and now that leaves them the opportunity to pick the Mercenary.
Yeah, Mercenary.
They can't not have that Mercenary.
They can have Mercenary, and I wouldn't be surprised if they bring out the Postman again, because again the decoding buff. Yep. But again, they are going for 1 rescuer strat. Like what we mentioned in game number 1, I did mention that round 1 they only had 1 forward as rescuer, so it's pretty risky. But high risk, high reward. They got 4 person out. So maybe ZETA is going to go for 1 rescuer again with 1 decoder through supporter strats. So that's where the Postman comes in. That's where the Merc comes in. We'll see.
Yes, we shall see. Especially because, like I said, the Mercenary still is and always will be the most efficient rescuer. Oh, now you being the Seer right now, predicting that Postman pick. Good job.
Yeah.
We do know that the way he supports his team.
It is.
And there we are with that sculptor. As expected, GOT-J would pick his second best,
Yeah.
if not equally best.
Yeah.
So I'm actually excited to see how this is gonna play out.
For sure, for sure. And viewers in the chat, guys, this is do or die for GotJ. If GotJ does not win this game or at least tie this game, they are going to be sent to the lower brackets. So you know what? Give your support, guys. I know that there's a lot of ZETA supporters out there, a lot of GH supporters out there. Hashtag GH. Let's go. Hashtag GH if you are rooting for GH, and hashtag ZETA if you are rooting for the almighty Japanese team right there. So let's get it on, guys.
Yes, and also just to think about things before the match actually begins. The best scenario here would probably, of course, be to spot the mechanic. That's if she hasn't deployed the doll. But of course,
Yeah, that's
knowing most mechanic mains will want to conceal the presence of their doll at the right spot where the hunter would think to look.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Because, you know, mechanic, if he doesn't chase the mechanic first, mechanic is going to be a nightmare. 2 decoders, decoding right from the start. And it's going to be a big trouble. I think ideally they want Dolisu to be the first kiter, or at least Atto. Atto, yeah, because Atto did such a great job again with the Seer in first round. So right now he is the Fiona, the priestess player right now in this game. So Kahel, I think Atto is going to. I think they are planning for Atto to get that first kite, or at least Dolisu, if things go according to what they plan.
They could opt to have Atto go to the middle of the map on purpose, because they do memorize the hunter spawn points. Atto could go straight towards that area and, you know, take the first kite on behalf of the team.
But it's so risky,
the most
though.
important thing, it is, especially because this is a sculptor.
Yeah, let them work. But you're right. Look, Atto is actually very near to GotJ. Atto is actually very near, but GotJ is not gonna see Atto. He's gonna see He's gonna see Takako instead. The mechanic has already dropped the doll.
Wow! If GotJ doesn't get the doll, it's gonna be a bit of a headache for him.
Yeah, doll kiting right there, guys. Nice hit right there.
And now the location of the mechanic has been revealed, and all GotJ has to do is to down the mechanic here right off the bat.
Yeah.
Already 3 ciphers being done.
Oh, he pushed back Takako there. What a crazy play right there. I think Takako needs to drop his robot down now and force GotJ to hit his robot. I think he needs to put it down now, but he's not.
Yeah, for a body block essentially.
Yeah, like to even to distract, you know, like because if he keeps it now, there's no point. There's no seer here.
Oh, there
nice.
We have it. Mechanic is down and will be chaired for the first time.
Yeah, but Cypher's almost done. Look at 79%, 81%. The Merc Cypher is almost done right there. Cat, Priestess is going to decode the Machinery Cypher instead. The Globe Portal is going to be taken down right there. Priestess, 1 minute and 37 seconds into the game, and Takako with his robot is going to be there. I don't know. I think they should just sacrifice him or a full blood rescue.
That's exactly what I was thinking, because if a mechanic gets down within 5 ciphers, the best thing to do is to just let her decode. But the thing is, Takako wasn't able to deploy his doll just before being shared.
Yeah.
Which puts them at a bit of a disadvantage, but who knows, they can still make up for it. We do know that Kat is in the area preparing for a last-second rescue, and the remaining 2 ciphers have already been touched.
Yeah, it is. And look at them, they're just giving the Nidus to GotJ. GotJ cannot leave this area. But you know what? The saving grace for GotJ is at least he knows that the dungeon is here.
Yes.
it just spawned right in front of him. So they are gonna let Takako fly back to the manor, which is why Takako is smiling, instantly changing to teleport.
Yes, from Blink, and will now be chasing after Dolisu here.
Full presence.
Oh wow, he needs to take GotJ as far as possible from the cipher so somebody else can take over.
Dodge.
Oh my goodness. Nice dodging.
It is. Wow, MVP
Wow.
Dolisu dodging everything while going to the second floor. Dolisu already jumping off. Got Jay right there getting bitten by the dog. But you know what? His chisel is going to do the work. Dolisu is going to be the choice right now. But again, 66%. Oh, nice! That was really nice, Phil.
Yeah, really good move from Gajay there. That was practically a blind hit on his part. Love these blind hits.
Blind perfect statue.
Yes.
And Cat? Ooh, Cat
Cat
cannot
probably.
get hit.
Oh, he's in the immediate area. He's gonna want to get that rescue down, especially because they still have a bit of work to do.
There we go.
They use a portal.
Oh, he's gonna go through the portal instead. Okay, interesting. Dolisu is still gonna be at the same area. Cat has to quickly finish the cipher. This is the plan for ZETA right now. After rescuing, Atto is going to go back to his cipher and decode, and possibly gonna be priming that cipher. Cat has to finish that cipher right there, and after he finishes that cipher, he is going to go for decode. But again, got Jay. What a monster! He's paying attention to everything, including the cipher. And
yes, especially because these two ciphers are almost done, and they could potentially secure a draw with just one mistake on the part of Gajay here. Was able to avoid that hit. Nice going from the priestess. And that cipher has been popped. Just one more cipher remaining before the end game. And looks like somebody is decoding a 6th cipher because they know that Gajay is want to guard that last cipher.
Yeah, like Dolisu, they've made sure that the second floor cipher is the last cipher to be decoded, which is very smart because Sculptor cannot do anything. He cannot place the statues on second floor, so Gotche would have to do one thing: either go to that place and stop decoding, or risk having the priestess decode the last cipher. So yeah, he's applying that pressure right now. Cat is gonna be the choice of, which I think is okay. Ooh, let's go.
If he does get down, the least they can teleports towards that last cipher right there. They really need to be careful this time in getting these ciphers to pop, especially because Gajay's got his eyes on both of those ciphers. It has been popped, ladies and gentlemen, and we are now at the end game. Gajay needs to secure
a draw
one more.
at least, yeah.
Yes, a draw to push for round 3, and otherwise it'll be a problem for Team GH here. But it looks like they'll be doing just what is needed to get out of the gate and probably aim or gun for a dungeon escape.
Oh no, Cat is going to escape right there, and even though Lisu has already opened, it's gonna be a 3-man escape!
Oh my goodness! Oh my gosh!
3-man escape!
Out the gate! Wow! Congratulations to ZETA for winning the first and second round and advancing right off the bat to the next round, sending GH to the lower brackets. Wow.
ZETA.
To be able to play that way against a sculptor? Now tell me what you're thinking.
I'm thinking that ZETA is not only scary in regards of the hunters, but the survivors are scary as well. Do not let their handsome anime haircut and cool faces fool you, because they are monsters when they play IDV right there. And that's exactly what happened just now. Gotje was pressured. He had to make 3 decisions on the spot. He was forced to play out of his comfort zone. He had to go hit the mercenary first, but then Dolisu is decoding on the second floor. And then when he goes for Dolisu, the priestess played by Atto is decoding. If I'm that hunter, I'll be like, oh my goodness, what can I do in that situation? But you know what?
A headache indeed, yes. Especially because the pressure is there. He had the weight of the world on his shoulders, like I said earlier. And take a look at these match stats. They really kept Gajje on his toes the entire time.
Everyone's kiting.
Yes, everyone is kiting. Especially the mechanic. Wow, I was expecting that it was a good start from Gajje having gotten rid of the doll early and being able to share Takako within 5 ciphers. That was
Yeah,
really good.
that was really fast.
But still, their coordination was so on point. They were able to turn that around and get 2 survivors out that other gate. Wow.
Yeah, that's just
take a look at
crazy.
these numbers.
It is. Everyone's decoding triple digits, and everyone's decoding very, very fairly. It was a very respectable play by GotJ. I think he was just trying to settle for more than just a draw, which is why you can see him teleporting and changing targets quite a few times, to be exact. But you know what? At the end of the day, ZETA, the powerhouse from Japan, I believe previously known as JUP. Am I right? Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes.
JUP. So ZETA is really, really strong. Things are looking really, really strong for ZETA. And you know what? Congratulations to ZETA. We are definitely looking forward to more action by ZETA. And don't worry for the GH fans out there, GH is not eliminated just yet. They are going to go to the lower brackets, and they will be facing which team was it again? FPX.
Oh, they're going they're going against FPX.ZQ in tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, because we do have one more match later between MS and CC, so it's going to be the same tomorrow, and that'll be GH and FPX.ZQ's chance to get back to the upper to get back and face the teams from the upper bracket.
Definitely. And well, at least one thing when right in the eyes of GH, they are going to face a China team, and they are going to face Afu in the lower brackets tomorrow. So GotJ versus Afu, and you're going to see FPX ZQ Survivor facing GH Survivors. Definitely one match not to be missed. But before we talk about that match, just take us through, Kahel. What's the highlight moment by either GH or even a ZETA? What's the highlight moment?
Well, we've got a lot of highlights for this matchup. First, we have Capcoon's Kite in the first round. That was amazing, and we've also seen Ato's Kite in the match to follow. That was some really good spotlight shed on the Survivor lineups. But in this current round, we see that the Hunters were starting to excel, especially with Yanasa denying Skyfall of that rescue at the graveyard. That was really amazing. That was a huge highlight for me.
Yeah, for sure. Like, just adding into what you mentioned just now, Entomologist definitely played by Capcom really, really well. But of course, adding to that, Little Boy, in his respect, he also did amazingly.
Oh yes, Little Boy.
Little Boy kiting like a big boy. Priestess play right there, and he was really good in buying time. But again, the highlights you mentioned, Yanasa denying that rescue by Skyfall, ultimately securing that draw. And you know what? When it's a draw, the pressure is going to be on GotJ. And ZETA Survivors, they capitalized on it. Even though the mechanic was sent off earlier, they got it.
Oh, here is our MVP.
Wow.
Congratulations to Atto for that epic 5 cipher kite in Arms Factory against BQ or Bloody Queen. Amazing. I mean, he almost didn't decode any ciphers at all. And look at his containment. He basically did most of the work. But of course, with the support of his teammates.
Yeah.
Amazing stuff from Atto.
Atto, 5 cipher kites, and then in second game, Priestess kite. Letting GotJ give up on him. That's just amazing right there. So well deserved, Atto. Congratulations. So you know what? We are going into a short break very, very soon. Before that, Kahel, anything you want to say before we go into a short break?
Oh, especially because I'm gonna bow down now and turn it more over to you and Botch.
No.
I would just like to. What are you saying now? I would just like to thank everyone for tuning into the stream. Thank you so much for sharing your love and support to the players and the teams. Please do not stop supporting them, especially for the ones that have gone to the lower brackets. They really need that. They need that moral support, just to get that fighting spirit going. It has been a pleasure casting today. Thank you so much.
We'll still
Mel
see you,
and
Kyle.
Tupach. Yes.
Can we
I
do
will
a love?
see you tomorrow.
Can we do the love sign before we go? Let's go. Let's just make.
Oh, no,
Oh,
do
okay.
it this way.
The other way.
Wrong
The other way.
sound.
Okay. See you guys. Bye bye.
Calm down. Don't be impulsive. The world isn't what you think it is. What is this? Am I wrong? Wait a minute. I found it. I know what I mean.
This is going to be my masterpiece. I will bring you back to life. Do you believe in me? I will be the greatest doctor in the world.
Did you get the invitation? Up for a transaction, trick, or treat? A zombie, a witch, a vampire. You can be whoever you want to be. Are you ready for the dance?
Here's the deal, it's Halloween. You can choose to be anyone you see. Laugh or scream or dance with glee. It will cost your life, nothing comes for free.
You can impersonate the disguise you seek for a trick or treat. Let me hear you scream.
You can trade your soul just for a thrill, chasing down a kill till midnight, planning for a celebration filled with ghosts and ghouls. No one is herself now.
That's our only, listen closely, most importantly, one and only.
But remember, every wish comes with a price.
What is Halloween?
Happy Halloween. Are you ready for the dance?
古老的炼金术从未湮灭，它是智者的迷思，是愚者的狂欢。愚者们从废土中攫取虚假的财富，在躯壳中催生畸变的形态。这些狂妄虚浮的技法，亵渎着炼金术的名号，却忘了精准的调和搭配艺术的重塑，才能绘制超越自然的奇迹。然而，这扭曲自然的代价，又有谁能承受？
这个世界上美好的一切，曾经都是我绘画的灵感。可是，他们都慢慢变得不可爱了。哼，平凡人呢？他们才不敬畏艺术呢，因为他们永远得不到它。表里不一，贪婪无厌，聒噪无用，根本没有人能与我讨论艺术的真谛。当这里已经无法给我带来新的乐趣时，我只希望那个乐园能带给我前所未有的灵感。
哦，我亲爱的孩子，欢迎来到理想世界。在这里，金钱、权力、爱情就像缤纷的糖果，唾手可得，满是甜蜜。
请问，你们见到过我的朋友吗？
朋友，在这里，你才能找到真正的友谊。这啦啦，这啦啦，在这个世上，又有谁能够拒绝这热烈又甜美的芬芳呢？
清醒一点，不要沉溺于假象。
我亲爱的孩子，瞧瞧你都在说些什么？这里难道不是世界上最美妙的地方吗？
This is not the magical land, and there is no fairy tale. There is nothing but glorious corruption. I once sought for answers in bewilderment, yet all I got in return was deception. A timid, foolish, and hypocritical facade is covering up the betrayal. Every step I took
drained my blood and devoured my past. Everything about the last sacrifice was abandoned, but her name. Yet my hatred will congeal on these bloody crystal shoes, crushing every last bit that remains beneath that crown.
"这是一场神奇的运动会，获胜者将获得一次抹除人生遗憾的机会。比赛吸引了来自世界各地的选手。
比赛即将开始，请各位选手做好准备。
他们都曾经成名在望，却离至高荣誉只差一步之遥。如若没有当初的遗憾，今后的景象又将会如何？从这里开始，便不复存在退路。决战的帷幕已经拉开，你准备好了吗？
Humanity's faith falls apart when the veins of civilization begin to flow in concrete and steel. Once the skyscrapers come tumbling down, judgment becomes a means to safeguard the faith of mankind. When the room goes silent, the will of God manifests through his emissaries, and justice prevails through their dissension. Alas, the weight that tips the scale of justice is a feather that falls from the heavens, like a bolt of lightning struck from ancient deities. Perhaps only a devil could sustain centuries of conflict with evil.
幻想是妄想的雕塑台，妄想却成了刺入艺术家心脏的雕刻刀。雕像被刻刀塑造成像，它却被刻刀一次次地划伤。当无畏试探时，却发现自己普通的不能再普通。当你展现出才华，却又深究隆重。只能放弃交流，沉浸于虚无之中。直到那冰冷的杰作变得炙热。
Stuck here under this curse forever, searching the mystery when I was gone. Show me the faintest clue It's just another night, and I'm wondering what's behind that wall beyond my imagination. Curiosity can discover something deeper out there. The unrevealed's been hidden, it's calling for me to see. I will find all the answers here, been locked away, all the secrets here in this madness, trapped in darkness, been locked away, all the secrets here. I will find all the answers here, been locked away, all the secrets here in this madness, trapped in darkness, been locked away, all the secrets here. I will find all the answers here, been locked away, all the secrets here in this madness, trapped in darkness, been locked away, all the secrets
帷幕拉开，舞台之上，我们是老妪，是孩童，是国王，有默契驾驭着各种古怪的体态。但畸形的狼狈终究不容于大雅之堂，只会被打落街头。
Hey, welcome back, guys. We have caught so much action just now, but right now we're back for IVS. Day number 2 right here. We're gonna see the lower brackets right now. Joining me is the almighty Dio-sama, excuse me, Posh Spice. Yo!
Okay, time stop just happened. We can talk freely. And now, guys, we are at the lower bracket. Nell is trying to not blink because he is frozen. And we will have to see CC versus MS. And time has begun. Nell, give me your thoughts on it.
Thank you for releasing me. You know what? MS versus CC. Crazy going against Money Sweep. I don't know who to root for, Money or being crazy. But you know what?
You could be crazy with Money. That's a good one.
Wow, really good one. I got you there. But again, CC doing a very respectable performance in the first match of day number 1 itself. Right. And you know, against SST, they put up a great fight, but unfortunately is going to be going to the lower brackets. MS though, going against the powerhouse of China, Dong Xuan. Even the Dou survivors going up against them and putting up a fight, and just a difference of 2 points, even though it's a 2-0.
Yeah, magic number 2. How many Terror Shocks did Burio get? 2. And that's something to highlight. But now we're going to highlight the CC survivors first off before we get to talk about Money Sweep. 1484 with the Bon. They also have a sub hunter in Silk. I'm not sure if he'll be joining us, but you know what? 1484 was the one that did the hunting there in their match against SST. It did not go their way, so I'm sure that they will have this renowned motivation. Now with the Bon, you have 40% elimination rate, average knockdowns is at 6.5. And 2.5 eliminations, they want to boost that number up. So what about Yat?
Yat with that CC trademark, as you can see from his hand, the priestess player of the team, 129 decoding progress with a containment time of 71 seconds. That's practically 3 ciphers kite. So definitely trying to make the plays in the team, connecting with the holy keys. But what about Hotaru, Posh?
Yeah, Hotaru has a prisoner, also can use the merc, also can use the priestess prisoner as well as the mechanic. So very well versed in surviving for kiting as well as decoding, because we see there that she does have an average hunter containment of 68 seconds and decoding progress of 89. So that's definitely something that the hunter has to consider when chasing her.
Yeah, and the perfumer of the team, Fuku, right there, 167 decoding progress of average and a containment time 55 seconds. Definitely very respectable. Again, you mentioned this on day 1. Japan really loves their prospector, really loves their perfumer. So hoping to see perfumer actions tonight.
100%. And Mono P, you know, we do see the mercenary here, but from the data we gathered from the previous match, he does main that forward. And we were talking about how CC in their previous tournament in IVC, they didn't really have a respective stunner, but Mono P can definitely bring that to the table. And now shifting gears, going to MS.
Wow, I really like how they just changed from Japanese team music to Korean music, first of all. Burio, Sculptor, the Japanese hunter, playing for Money Sweep Republic of Korea. We've seen the amazing Terra Shocks not once, but the magic number 2 against Dong Wu. And next up, 5353. Posh, take it away.
Yeah, 5353, known as the priestess in the bunch. I would have to say Money Sweep, they're very well versed with their survivors. We did see them. Again, they went up with one of the best in Dong Xuan. So for them to come here, I'm sure they're all warmed up and they're hungrier than ever to get that rematch going. But, you know, the priestess average decoding is 72 seconds, as well as decoding is up to the hundreds. So excellent stuff on 5353.
Yeah, and the Miss Korea of MS, Se-Yoon right there, the captain of the team, and Mercenary. Look at that confidence level. The girl next door can't compare. 76 average containment time. That is amazing right there. What about
Yeah, Ovo, I would say, is the wild card of the group. He always wants to be the one to get chased first. Did bring out the Doctor, but this is his bread and butter, the Dancer. And we're seeing the rise of the Dancer. Even he brings it out in big and small maps, and he really made a lot of highlights in the recently concluded IVT where they won. So I'm excited to see some Dancer plays coming from OVO.
Yeah, and Kari right there with the forward build. Of course, his preferred character, the forward as well. Average containment time of 81 seconds, but surprisingly, an average decoding of 166 seconds on a rescuer forward? That's crazy. So that means not only does he rescue on average, but he decodes. I'm so excited. Yeah.
He's the whole package, right? You don't just want a rescuer, but you also want someone to decode, to kite.
Yeah.
And Kari could do it all. He also has a Gravekeeper, and forward in the recently concluded IVT. So it's safe to assume that he is the main, the main rescuer of the team. So really excited to see, because based on the previous day, CC did not see round number 3. So let's get some quick predictions in. Do you think this is gonna head into that round number 3 between these two teams now?
I would say, objectively speaking, or should I say statistically speaking, since CC got 2-0'd by SST, and MS actually put up such a great fight against Dou, the powerhouse of mainland China, I would say that the Republic of Korea team would actually stand, has a slight advantage. So CC has to play out of their mind, and I think if a draw ever happens in either game 1 or game 2, we'll definitely be seeing a game 3. But for right now, for me, I would say MS has that slight bonus point for me, because of the performance against Dou.
I agree, and I would also say that if ever it does go to round number 3, I think that the MS will have a slight advantage as well, because of how they were able to still stay in it with a powerhouse as Dou. So it could. I think CC is coming at this with more urgency. So hoping to push for that round number 3. We'll have to see how the first round goes. I think this is the best time for CC to get those points, because based on our research and our match data, that CC's survivor pool, it doesn't really have that much compared to MS, which MS, again, they had only an IVT. IVT is just a weekend, or it's just a single elimination tournament. But they were able to show so much promise in that, as well as yesterday's performance against Dongxuan, the Dou survivors. So really exciting stuff to see, because we cannot look past Japan as one of the powerhouses in the region.
Yeah, for sure. Like getting 2 Terra Shocks against one of the best teams in China. That's crazy. Against Dou survivor,
Yihua and WW.
Yihua and that's crazy, because we can definitely see the fighting spirit coming out of Korea right there. I think they're coming in again. We're just recycling what we have mentioned yesterday, coming in with nothing to lose and everything to gain. I think that's the power that's actually boosting them up. So based alone on the fighting spirit, I will give MS the advantage, because they have already faced their nightmare in the form of Dou. So CC is right now, I would say, another stepping stone they need to overcome to get to that next level. So I would say, confidence wise, MS should have that advantage. But you know what? CC, we cannot discount what CC has to offer. CC having 1484. Again, they are really proficient hunters. We'll just have to see which team wants it more.
Yeah, and I like that you mentioned stepping stone. They cannot leave the stone unturned. They cannot look past them and say that, yeah, we faced the powerhouse. We'll just duplicate that same performance. I think coming into this, for them to still have that advantage, they cannot look past CC, because that's when you start to take your competitor or your opponent lightly, that's when they can capitalize. And I really think Crazy will come into this living up to their name. They have to go all out. They did not have the best performance against SST, and considering that history repeated itself with SST versus CC. SST 2-0'd them, and now they're at the winners finals, the winners side of things in that bracket. So I think CC learn from that match. They're gonna come forward. They're gonna be making sure. Hey, sorry, I thought you were looking at me. And and they're gonna come into this. I think more revitalized to secure themselves that victory for them to move on in the tournament.
Yeah, for sure. And you know what, guys? You guys at home right there, this is the elimination round. Dare I say the knockout round. MS versus CC, Money Sweep from Korea versus Crazy from Japan. Which club is going to make it to the next round? Again, with the hashtags, #MS if you are going for MS, and #CC if you're going for CC. And again, Buryo on the sculptor. Wow.
Yeah, and getting is Fuko with the dog bite earlier. Exactly. Looking at the no picks and bans, Seer, Mercenary, Entomologist, and Postman. This is actually a great target for Buryo to go to, and now transitioning away. But this is an open area for Buryo to try to down this Postman. He's got the regular hit, but the towel was mistimed. But still, he's able to just feed the sculptor here.
Yeah. Buryo's just gonna take that hit. It doesn't matter if it's a yellow owl because he wants that presence really, really badly. And Buryo does not have blink right here if we have to take note of. So Buryo's probably going for the trump card, confined space. But again, the bees.
Yeah, forcing Buryo to hit that. And now Fuko again with the dog bite. And now we see that plus the bees, they're really tag teaming on this this sculptor. Now Buryo still wants to down this postman since he's invested so much time. One more regular hit, he will be falling down, but trying to bait him for some activity, forces him to vault, but Fuko doing a great job still avoiding all these statues. And now dropping another pallet, forcing him to break it so he can transition to the other side of this pallet. And now we see that he's still keeping him in this presence. So Fuko doing such good work here. One more hit, he will be falling down, but the Cypher progress on the side of the survivors is doing really well. Finally, Buryo is able to down the postman.
Yeah, for sure. But you can see Seer has already completed one Cypher. 3 Cyphers are being decoded as we speak. 1 Cypher about to be done really soon. Things are right at this moment. CC seems to be having the advantage, but we have to see if Hotaru will be able to make that rescue. Everything counts on Hotaru now.
The bees, they're waiting for it. Trying to push him out. Eats the hit, but now we see that the bees giving more real estate to the postman. Now moving away, has the dog ready, going to this alleyway. An excellent rescue, and it's the dog bite again, slowing down Buryo in his tracks. Fuko able to transition to more real estate for him to contain this hunter.
Oh my god, you guys really, if you guys have a pet dog at home, you really have to love that pet dog, because right now Fuku is loving his pet dog. It's buying him so much time, coupled with the annoying support by the bees of entomologists and with the power of the dog as well. Fuku right here. What?
Wow. Okay, forcing him to vault, but now we see that he wants to go for it. 2 Cyphers still remain. The mercenary is healed up. Fuko, he's a basketball star, juking and jiving, but now he's going to be falling down in this corner. Excellent stuff, because the mercenary did rescue before half. So the entomologist, the seer can go for that rescue, even the mercenary as well. We do see that seer is pushing for that Cypher. 2 Cyphers remain. One is almost at 50%. Other one is already on its way.
Yeah, it's just trying to finish that Cypher. Like what you mentioned, Seer probably doing the last Cypher as we are speaking. He's not even camping.
He's not. Yeah.
It's going to be a free rescue, though.
Very proactive strategy. And also, he does have teleport, so he's keeping his eye on the rescue here, but now focusing on Yat, so they are taking their time, taking turns containing this hunter. But we are seeing Mono P. He is the one pushing for the Cypher. Now we see that he already transitioned there, but leaving another Cypher open, gets the hit. And now they're really buying so much of this hunter's time, just dividing and conquering. That is what CC is doing, and so far so good. They can't keep their eyes off the prize. They are not out of the woods yet, ladies and gentlemen, because this is a fully fed sculptor. Anything can happen.
Yeah, anything can happen. Like right as we are talking about, Buryo is finally playing like himself against like when he's playing against Dou, because we've seen how he plays Sculptor like a flying Wu Chang. He's finally not even camping the postman, even though he's at the last chair, teleporting, getting the hits onto the seer, getting the hit onto the onto the entomologist. He's playing like a breaking wheel right now. But again, this strategy, I'm not really seeing the effectiveness right now, because again, last Cypher is at 80%. Posh.
Yeah, this strategy would be good mid-game, but now it's the survivors have pushed the objectives far enough for them to be able to dictate the pace of this match. The mercenary did eat that one hit, 25% more damage, and he will be falling down. Hotaru realizing that, just buying enough time for the healing to happen. With again, they're recuperating their health and they're trying to mitigate the resources. And now we see that the mercenary has finally fallen down. Entomologist is all healed up. Someone is at the top of this house, and they will go for that rescue. They're not pushing just yet, so you gotta admire the patience of CC, how coordinated they are. They're not pushing for anything too risky because they know the threat that Buryo brings to the table.
Yeah, I mean, Postman cannot get caught here. Postman is actually at the second floor. And that's the thing, it's so scary because Postman is at the last chair. If Fuku gets caught there, he's gonna get sent back to the banner. And to make things worse, Mercenary is just right next to him. So right now, the strategy, I don't know, do you think they have to force that rescue onto the Merc with Fuku, or should they just wait for the Seer to go?
We'll find out. We see that the Postman got caught, and this, as you mentioned, is the last chair. So we see that they go for the pop already, so push for the end game. Yeah, I wish we saw that scenario, but I mean, just second floor, you guys can connect the dots. Buryo now going all out, still trying to get more survivors out and back to the manor. We see that the entomologist is pushing for that exit, but Mono P in the graveyard actually is quite close to the exit, getting more hits in. Probably Buryo just focusing now on this one survivor to secure at least a tie.
The dungeon is right here. He cannot miss. Oh, the blink! But he missed the blink!
Watch out, look at the jukes on Mono P! But finally, he fell down. Mercenary is already at the exit. It looks like it is going to be a two-man escape. Tied game by MS versus CC.
Yeah, I would say that this was supposed to be at least a three-man escape by CC, because by the time Cypher was almost prime, last Cypher was prime, almost prime, one Cypher remaining, 4 survivors were still up and kicking. They were still up and kicking, and suddenly the Postman dies, and then everything changed.
You know what happened? King Crimson happened, and then like time just moved forward. They're like, oh, okay, Postman's there. Gotcha.
I think Dio pulled a fast one on us just now.
I knew it! I knew it! Anyway, but excellent stuff. Like, just a furious pace that was set by the Survivor team of Crazy Crazy. And this is what we're talking about. This was the potential that we saw Crazy Crazy to have. They weren't able to highlight it so much with SST, but now, what a sigh of relief. They were able to tie against Buryo, a 4K hunter. So this is great stuff. The way they were able to handle that was really good. Now, you know what? I would say it's alleviating a little bit of pressure on CC's hunter because it is a tie. So we might actually be headed towards that round number 3.
Yeah, for sure. Like right now, you can see Fuku being the MVP of the team, kiting a staggering amount of 177 seconds.
That's crazy.
No wonder the Postman is becoming meta now, Posh, because it's just so good. Like, not only does he send letters, he can just kite so well, as like taking sharp corners, he can just release the dog. Because Hunter has no way, he has to take that sharp turn. Going down from the second floor, he can even release the dog for a guaranteed dog hit. So we can see that the Postman by Fuku is definitely buying so much time. But the saving grace for that game is Buryo managing to get that snipe onto Fuku on the second floor, finally sending him back. And I would say Buryo has managed to dig out from that grave, because as I said, CC was supposed to get at least 3 escape based on the scenario.
Yeah, I would also say, aside from the dog bite happening, another effective, I would say, game changer was the bees. when you have the dog bite and a push, that's just, it's buying so much time. So it's the excellent coordination from Crazy. I think they're firing on all cylinders now, and MS, has to wake up too, because both of the teams have to be fighting for their tournament lives, and they both want to represent their respective regions. MS, the pride of Korea, still staying alive here, and CC, one of the three Japanese teams, one in the losers bracket, because both SST and ZETA are in the winner's side of things in their respective brackets. So it's going to be quite an intense match now, and I'm so excited to see what else they're going to bring to the table come the next match, because it might be Silk, it might be 1484, but we're going to see the survivors of MS now.
For sure. It's not too bad. It's still a draw. At least it didn't result in a 3 kill or a 3 escape. So a draw is definitely still very acceptable. So what will break the balance between these two teams right now is how either 1484 or a half from CC are going to perform as a hunter against Team MS. Because again, we saw how well we have to look at the lineups too, right? Because 5353 was playing in the first game previously, but after that, when they put in Kare to substitute 5353, that's where the forward play comes in. So we'll just have to see if MS is going to put Kare first into the lineup.
That's true.
For that
and also, another thing that we have to take into consideration, I forgot which one was the one that brought a cowboy into the mix. Remember, it was Dongxuan's Naiad? Forward cowboy and
MS.
From MS. I forgot which survivor that was, but again, they're capable of putting those type of strategies together. And based on my notes, we didn't see a cowboy in IVT, so we have to wait and just see. That's why I think late game potential, round number 3, I think I'm going to give a little bit of edge to MS because of how deep and how creative their survivors can be. And considering that this is going to be an ever-sleeping town, if it's 1484 though, I know, is it Silk or 1484 that's known as the Dream Witch? Because if that's the case, OVO will definitely pick that doctor. And I believe it is hang on, let me just...
Both of them can play Dream Witch. That's the thing.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
So we might actually see a doctor come out of OVO if that's the case. But we did see his dancer go up against the breaking wheel of Dongxuan, and he was doing pretty well. So I'm excited to see how they're able to counter that, and what solutions they're gonna come up with against the hunter of Crazy.
Yeah. Well, it's too early to say, but I'm seeing a trend here, a starting trend at least, because in the first round against Dou, MS has managed a draw with Buryo. So Buryo got a draw as a hunter against Dou, and now he's getting
there
a
we
draw.
go.
Yeah, and this is probably like he's probably a slow starter. He's probably like a slow starter. He warms up in game number 1, maybe game number 2. That's where he really kicks in. So we'll just have to see that. But before that, we're gonna see MS survivors versus 1484. So it's 1484 in action. Gosh.
Yeah, 1484. Again, both of them are known for Dream Witches, and this map we have seen some Dream Witch picks here and there. But we've also seen today alone that a lot of these survivors know how to counter Dream Witch. So excited to see how 1484 what he'll be bringing to the table. He also has, I believe, can also play Sculptor. So I'm excited to see the lineup. So Seiyun, 5353, Priestess, Merc. They might want to lock that in because that is their preferred characters, and rightfully so. So leaving the mechanic open for banning. So will that happen on the side of 1484?
This is so hard. Banning the forward, I think that's a very good choice because Kare has been really active. You remember the three stans he got? And I don't think 1484 wants that to happen to him. But again, leaving the mechanic out, I think that's a potential. But you know what? I won't even say that MS is considering mechanic. I think OVO is just gonna go for dancer. Simply because
that's true.
Because he doesn't follow meta. I don't know. Or even the doctor, like what you said, because of the Dream Witch.
And Kari known for also a Gravekeeper. This double rescue. I really think that the ace up their sleeve is really OVO. And now we see that going with the mechanic. Okay.
Mechanic? Okay. So he's deciding to go with the robot decoder partner duo there. So yeah, the key right there. But 1484.
Wow. Okay.
Not going with Dream Witch.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Half is known as the one. Yeah, he has a Dream Witch, but 1484 with the Bloody Queen, and we know how proficient players and teams from Japan are with Bloody Queen. We saw how ZETA was able to counter God J's Bloody Queen.
Yeah.
We've also seen some Bloody Queens from Japan picked in first round. So quite interesting that we're seeing her as the first round pick. This can take them off a loop with since they don't have that Seer, but with this powerful lineup, I think this powerful lineup can go up against even the best meta hunters.
Yeah, for sure. And like what you said, God J not having a really good success with Bloody Queen in the first round itself, not to mention this international lineup, so balanced right there. One supporter, 2 rescuer, and 1 decoder in the form of Tracy. I would say MS right there has a slightly better chance because of the Priestess accessibility, and not to mention we have not seen 1484 on Bloody Queen even in IVL Japan, because it's half who plays it, right?
It is, yeah, that's true. So this is actually new territory for us as well, ladies and gentlemen. So I wonder how 1484's Bloody Queen would be, and considering that a lot of Japanese players or Japanese teams, when they suspect the Bloody Queen coming out, they immediately go for Perfumer. They go for those. They try to go for Seer if they can secure it, because those are pretty good counters. But looking at this lineup, they can all pretty much counter it. Even if the mechanic is spotted out first, they could do the same as what we saw in recent memory. Like just make him go to the chair. The bot will be the one to do the decoding.
Yeah, and we've even seen how this GH, even though they got the mechanic down really fast, but mechanic was just sitting the whole time, and his sculptor was forced to camp right there. So I think they're not really too worried. I think they're just very comfortable with this lineup. The shovels by Gravekeeper, the pads, the portals. Tracy really is the only one vulnerable in this lineup, but we'll see how well she hides.
So now it's Kari that is in the immediate vicinity. OVO is transitioning away. Hopefully he dropped his doll somewhere that won't be spotted out by 1484. And 1484 not even wasting time. He saw that it was Kari on that Gravekeeper. It's like, no, I need to find that mechanic, and I need to find that mechanic fast. Seiyun in the immediate vicinity. So from Gravekeeper to Mercenary, not the best, but 5-3 OVO over at the second story. The doll is vulnerable now.
Yeah, I mean, but very good job. He's leaving the doll right there. 1484 has not spotted it. Oh, let's see if the pallet happens!
Wow! What a pallet drop by the doll of OVO. And now we see that 1484 realizing okay, I need to go up here. Let's see, finding myself another.
But the robot is still fine. He's still safe. The sun is still very safe right there. OVO right there. Oh, the mirror hit straight away.
Yeah,
crazy.
Very proficient mirror hit, and now OVO switching sides now, trying to close out the distance between him and OVO heading towards the geisha house, but separating himself from his doll. So if he does fall down here, not really interrupting any cipher rushes, and the blink will be utilized already. 1484 is out for blood, and now we see how will MS respond to this.
Yeah, I think. You know, the thing is, OVO is probably just forcing 1484 to use that portal.
Wow!
Wow, the hit!
Yeah, on the Gravekeeper. So now, yeah, life is being depleted, and he's down. Oh my gosh! 1 chair and 1 down. So Kari is gonna get sniped out early on, forcing Seiyun to go for the rescue. Already exhausted the elbow pad. Second elbow pad is exhausted. Oh! Nice chair hit. Oh my god, baiting the chair hit, and now OVO over here at the corner house. Gravekeeper is self-healing. Someone is going to pick them up. And now we see that the Priestess is doing that. These mirrors are so on point by 1484.
Yeah, I think they should just leave OVO to die, and Ovo should just run as far as possible away from the chair. Hopefully, just using his robot to finish whatever remaining cipher he has. Because seriously, getting that hit onto Kare, not just one, but 2 hits?
2 hits on a Gravekeeper with 2 shovels. So 1484 really catching them off guard. Now we see that 5353 is here. Watch out. Oh, wow. Oh, the hit on the Priestess. He has been so on fire with these mirror hits, and he's still camping. You know what? The Cypher progress is doing pretty well. Kari now fully healed, can go for the second rescue. Eats the hit, goes for the rescue. OVO now in trouble here. Let's see if the body block would happen for him.
Yeah, I think they have no choice. They're not gonna body block. Okay. I think they're just gonna go for the safe route. Ovo has done his job. He has finished decoding his cipher, so I think they're just pushing for a draw. Oh wait, what?
Oh, the long portal. That's what they were going for. But we do see that the mirror hit. Wow, just thought way ahead of time, but got him away from the cipher. CC's 1484 is playing 4D chess. He is thinking way in advance. 2 ciphers still remain, but 3 survivors left.
This is not the same CC team as what we witnessed yesterday against SST. This is an upgraded or even beast mode, dare I say.
Yes.
Beast mode CC. They're not kitty mode right now. They're cat mode right now. They're crazy indeed. 1484 just being a monster right there.
Yeah.
You know,
they aren't messing around. 1484 is out for blood, trying to spot if anyone's here. It is 5353 that is giving that earmark. We do see that the mercenary is about to pop that cipher, and now we see that 1484 did exhaust that aqua mirror, but it is 5353 again trying to go for the mercenary. So still everything is up in the air. 1 cipher remained, even though that was an excellent start to 1484. The survivors of MS can still try to salvage the situation, try to push for a tie, maybe a 3-man out, but it's going to be quite hard. Seiyun now has the attention of 1484, exhausts her last elbow pad. Now forces the Bloody Queen to go for the mirror hit. Excellent job by 1484.
Yeah, I know. Like, even though you see, I think the saving point for MS was Seiyun's ability to save without taking a hit right there, because 1484 ended up hitting the chair, and that's why Seiyun is still up and running after taking 1 hit. So right now they're just gonna heal each other up, as you can see on the bottom left screen. 55% cipher remaining, but they're not gonna take the risk. I think they're just gonna try and go for at least a draw right here. MS.
Yeah, and the Gravekeeper tanking that hit using the shovel. And we see 1484 going through the portal, but sees Seiyun and 5353 in the area. Gravekeeper is the only one that is injured. Watch out for the tram. Okay, I got scared there. And now 5353 just gonna try to kite as long as possible while the Seiyun is over at the graveyard area trying to push for that last cipher. Again, one is at 57, but it's too far from everyone to go to. Seiyun now realizing that it might be her that will be the target, changing right away. Just they have to be very careful because they've been hit before by this aqua mirror, and the proactivity of 1484 just really playing with the cooldown times of this mirror and making sure that all the hits do matter. Wow!
Whoa! Nice. And that's the base. I don't think he should put it in the basement, because there is the Priestess available right there, and Seiyun is at 50%, close to 50% trying to decode. Priestess is still available to rescue. We'll just have to see, because right now it doesn't seem like 1484 has the advantage anymore.
Oh! Okay, hit the holy key, and now we see the drop down hit's gonna happen. Kari now trying to make his way out of there, has to be very careful, and he eats that hit. The cipher is not yet primed, not really paying attention to the Priestess. Oh wow, now he's gonna go for the Priestess. 1484 has his attention split. Will he go for the Priestess? Because it's right there, easy pickings, but it is Kari that did fall down. Can the pop happen? And the pop does happen.
Instantly. Kari has to kite right now for a very respectable amount of time, but he cannot. Yeah, nice hit right there. This changes everything, because you know MS actually did a very good job right there with the Priestess save. It's just very unfortunate that unfortunately the mirror was up and he caught Kari straight off the bat. I think MS is just gonna settle for a draw right here.
Yeah, 5-3-5-3, just moving around the area here. Seems like he's gonna go for the exit gate. I thought he was gonna go for the dungeon, but now the mercenary escorting the priestess out of there. It is going to be another tied game between these two teams. But wow, incredible performance so far.
Boom, like mind blown. Like you expect 1484 to win that game based on how he was performing, getting that double hit onto Kare, Gravekeeper right off the bat, 1 mirror, 2 hits. That's how amazing the Bloody Queen's mirror was. But the saving point right there, I would say, is the priestess remaining in the dungeon. But fortunately, 1484 did not get greedy. If he decided to go for the double hit, like what you mentioned, going for the priestess after hitting the Gravekeeper, that would have been a different story. That's the reason why priestess stayed in the basement, so that he will force Mary to make that choice. Go after
beta hit, just so I can tank 2 hits because fully healed, buy more time for the Cypher progress. So that's actually the big brain play from MS, ladies and gentlemen. The way they were able to salvage the situation and turn things around from a chair and a down of the Gravekeeper to a tied game is, I would say, a moral victory on their own, because it was looking pretty good on the side of 1484 till mid to late game, where the survivors had to kind of scramble around to force CC to divide his attention, which they did, which the basement, again, putting him in the basement was a big statement, but if you think about it in hindsight, it did also, it couldn't allow him to camp outside, and the priestess was there for that rescue, and they played that end game pretty well for them to tie things. So for sure, we're seeing a round number 3.
Yeah, for sure. Like, you got your wish come true. You were saying that's gonna be a game 3, right? So yep, we're gonna see a game 3. But again, let's look at the stats right there. Seiyun is doing such an amazing job. 239% decoding right there, and a respectable 51 seconds containment time. So she's doing both things, rescuing and rescuing amazingly. Like letting 1484 miss that hit on her. That's crazy.
Chair hit too, It's just so good with how she's able to rescue. But also on the side of 1484, those hits, I really want to see the distinction between regular hits and those mirror hits too, because he is so on point. He was, dare I say, on fire with how he was able to land those hits even from far ranges, and for him to really capitalize and not waste any aqua mirrors. So we have ourselves a very heated match, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so excited for this to keep on going, because we have not seen CC reach round number 3 just yet.
But you know what? More action after this. We know you're excited, but go and get yourself replenished. Get your snacks, your drinks, because we are heading into a break, and we'll see you very soon.
帷幕拉开，舞台之上，我们是老妪，是孩童。是国王，有默契驾驭着各种古怪的体态。畸形的狼狈终究不容于大雅之堂，只会被打落街头。可我们不再是无人可依的弃儿，戏谑的孩子，卑躬的母亲。 寡言的父亲，农场呈现家庭破碎的剧目，只求一个答案作为回报。你见过我们的父母吗？每个答案都会在寂寞，静待形态。
只有在这里，我才能感受到自由和快乐。端庄、得体、优雅，我好像只是母亲拙劣的仿制品。绚烂的鲜花，人群的赞赏，华美的裙摆，和那个看似完美的未婚夫，那繁华的表象。 是充盈，还是束缚？
像玩具一样欺骗、玩弄、丢弃。这精巧的空中楼阁，原来是那么不堪一击。但我还是相信着，相信着。孩子们的笑脸，小小的玩具商铺，披上轻巧的羽翼，我仿佛看到了新的曙光。
Anna, night, girls' school. To discover the truth about what happened to Anna, I disguised myself as a maid at the school. After the incident, someone was still the center of attention. Someone was still beloved. Someone seemed to be hiding something. And the odd thing, someone was trying to look for answers in those ancient legends. The truth may not be what it seems. Everyone is under suspicion. Things were not as simple as I imagined.
L という私は実在する。さあ、私を殺してみろ。
远方的流水，曾将我带入一个温暖的怀抱。在很长的一段时间里，他们将我的到来看作是上天的礼物。巧合、命运，诞生了无意义的希冀。人们相信，是我为他们带来了收成与希望。尽管如此，我依然对周遭的一切产生困顿与不解。水中的鱼儿似乎更能让我感到亲近。直到那日，灾难再度降临，我终于明白，是沉默让鱼成为了任人宰割的动物。为什么鱼儿不能说话呢？回答我的只是无尽的深渊与黑暗。
当神明的馈赠降临于世，信仰使神的子民重获新生。神曰：“勿听，莫要让外界嘈杂的纷扰搅乱了自己的心神。”神曰：“勿看，莫要让污浊的景象蒙蔽了自己的双眼。”神曰：“勿说，尔等吐露的污秽言语将会给善良的人带来苦难。”神岂是如是道来？此乃神的旨意，此乃人的意志。
Anna, night, girls' school. To discover the truth about what happened to Anna, I disguised myself as a maid at the school. After the incident, someone was still the center of attention. Someone was still beloved. Someone seemed to be hiding something. And the odd thing, someone was trying to look for answers in those ancient legends. The truth may not be what it seems. Everyone is under suspicion. Things were not as simple as I imagined.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, with more Identity 5 action. CC versus MS. It's all tied up. We're going to see some deja vu here. We're going back to the ever-sleeping town. But, you know what? This is round number 2. The stakes are still high. Nell, how do you feel about what we're about to witness?
Well, for starters, we are seeing 1484 banning out the Seer and the forward. He does not want to take that stun nonsense from MS because MS, again, Kare is so good with the forward. And of course, MS respect banning that Bloody Queen because it's just giving them so much pressure, even though they get 2 survivors out, but they don't want to deal with this crazy amount of pressure. So, yep. I would say good choice, ban out that Bloody Queen. But again, 1484 has other choices, but we'll just have to see.
Yeah, it might actually, the same priority picks on the side of Seon and 5353 with the Priestess as well as the Merc. The question is he going to go for the mechanic ban, or are we going to see more of a rescuer ban? Because 1484, as you mentioned, has more hunters up his belt, and for them to get, wow, they've been doing their homework. They don't want to deal with OVO's dancer. Okay, CC, I'm telling you, they're for sure. This is a different CC, the next level CC. Now, forcing OVO to go for that mechanic again. Wow, that's a bold statement by 1484.
Yeah, I mean, banning the dancer over mechanic, that is respect ban as well, because OVO can do wonders with it. So, okay, we can understand that ban. But right now, we have to see, what's the next pick going to be? Is it going to be the Gravekeeper again? Because obviously, Kare played Gravekeeper in round number 1. He got that 2-hit with a single mirror incident going on there. I don't know if he's going to be scarred because of it.
Right.
But it's still a very strong pick. If he goes for Gravekeeper again, we can understand that. Other than that, I don't really see much choice. Yeah, we can see that now.
So this is definitely a mirror image of what we've seen with the Survivor side. OVO on that mechanic as well as Carry on the Gravekeeper. I think they might switch that. But if they do switch it, I mean, the Survivor lineup is still the same. And now 1484's Breaking Wheel is coming out. And this is quite scary. He got the respect of the Bloody Queen early on, and now they have to face, dare I say, a round 1 hunter in round number 2. Even though that the survivors are the same as round number 1, it's still looking, I would say, depending on how 1484 plays this could be a very a tough matchup for the survivors.
Yeah, I think Bloody Queen being taken away, I would say this is the perfect hunter, especially because, is this the Ever Sleeping Town again?
Yes, it is. It is.
Oh, they must really love this map. But again, same settings, same survival lineups, but this time it's the Pollen they have to deal with. I would say as soon as Pollen gets 1 survivor down, it's gonna be Pollen all wheels, no brakes right there, because again, he can just go around and pressure ciphers. This is going to be very, very tough. MS has to play this really well, not letting OVO die so soon. If he is getting discovered first, has to hide the robot really well. I would say 1484's Pollen is high risk, high reward. Well,
I would say I would agree to a certain extent, because if we look at the lineup, there's no potential stunners, so he doesn't have to look over his shoulder. He's just gonna have to worry about the support of this Priestess, and with the Gravekeeper, it can counter the wheel form, just go burrow down. But yeah, it's going to be quite telling how 1484 is going to play the first and early game if he's able to find the mechanic right away. Because we have seen OVO, he did masterfully against Dongxuan's Breaking Wheel, and once he was sent out of the game, that's when it really started to spiral in Dongxuan's favor. So they are aware of the Breaking Wheel matchup, but if they're aware of 1484's matchup, we'll just have to find out. And you know what? He should approach this in a fast and furious way, and the only way to counter the fast and furious is with family.
Yeah, family reference coming in right there. Speaking of family, shout outs to my Nello fam out there. Thank you for supporting. Yeah, NDT, Ricky, Giselle, and we're just happy to get this game on the start. We're gonna see Pollen coming to the break. We're just hoping that Mechanic is going to be able to hide really, really well.
Oh, Seiyun is the first to be spotted out, already gets one spike in. We are seeing Insolence as well as Confined Space. So the early game really needs to matter. Oh my god, spots out Ovo here in the graveyard area, forcing him to go to human form. So this is actually a win in their book because, yeah, he will have to just try and kite around this area, but Ovo already transitioning away, trying to go to these pallet areas near the holy key of that priestess. Forcing him to try to go. He's trying to lure him. Okay, he just goes for it. No, not double backing.
Yeah, he's not. And Ovo is going to get that one spike right there. 1484 managing to get that second spike.
Wow, okay, the Mechanic has to avoid this trap. Excellent sharp turn there by Ovo, trying to dodge it, but 2 spikes and a regular hit equals a downed Mechanic. So now great start to 1484. The doll was already deployed, but right there at the center. So Ovo sees, 1484 sees where Ovo planted the doll, cleaning up shop here, but we see that the Priestess and the Mercenary are at the second floor.
Yeah, and it's just one spike away from full presence Pollen. And that's the danger with playing this kind of lineup against a Pollen in Ever Sleeping Town. Because 1484, he still has a Blink available.
True.
And wow, this is just going to be so hard right here. Ovo does not have a robot to work with, so they definitely need to force this rescue out. But again, one Cypher has been done, and the hit!
And look at that, this holy key, excellent communication and strategy to try and disorient this hunter. Now we see that 5353 is in the vicinity. The Mechanic is out of line of sight. And now switching back to wheel form, Seiyun is in that area. Carrie is there as well. And I think that's a great rescue.
It is, and they actually managed to divert the attention, and Ovo is gone just like that.
Great stuff. And now we see that the Mechanic did plant her doll, so if this Mechanic's doll will fall off, we will, 1484 will find out where he at. But now, he is having that earmark triggered by the second floor Priestess there. Now Seiyun also in that area, now Ovo back to the original target.
Yeah, and this is a very dangerous position for Ovo because, again, this is the last, the second chair for Ovo. And again, Pollen is already at full presence, so one spike is just gonna do it.
Whoa!
That's what he's gonna do!
Beautiful trap.
Exactly.
Exactly. 3-point fade away there by 1484. A second chair on the Mechanic side. So still very fast paced. And now the Mechanic's doll is no longer a factor, Nell. They will have to try to respond to this. Carry already going to the burrow state to try and go for that rescue. Seiyun eating a spike. One more would do it, and then if he activates, that Mercenary will be falling down. Area of effect, and now activates the spike, but not in time. Again, Seiyun has been so on point with those elbow pads.
Yeah, for sure. And you know what? I think 1484 is just like thinking, it doesn't matter if you save the Mechanic, because I'm just gonna get that pressure onto other survivors, and even if the Mechanic is still up and kicking, there's nothing really the Mechanic can do because of the debuff in decoding. 2 people injured right there, so you can expect a lot of debuffs.
Wow.
By the Mechanic!
He was able to duck away. And now 1484 having the sharp eyes to see. And now we see that the Mechanic is going to the basement. Ovo knows that he needs to buy time here. And 1484 realizing that has Ovo right in the corner, but that's what he wants. Trap placement. Wow, he's hiding in the basement. He's going around and around we go. 1484 finally downs the Mechanic. But now look at the lower left side of the screen. We see the one Cypher is remaining and one is already past 50%.
That's crazy. Ovo buying so much time, even though he does not have that robot anymore. Kiting that very cheeky play in the basement, making him chase him. Cat and mouse right there. 1484 right now, winning condition for him. Last Cypher obviously is gonna be at the grave. Yeah, but you know what? He has to camp this one.
5353 making his presence felt too soon, and now gets stuffed. Trying to go for that window vault, and now this is where 1484 applies the pressure to this Cypher since it's the closest one to popping. We see that the Gravekeeper is transitioning. Kaori making his way to try and go for the save here, and we see that Seiyun already working on a backup Cypher just in case this one gets camped too much.
Oh my goodness. He's just gonna decide to go for Seiyun instead. Because Seiyun is already at half health, so one spike is gonna do it. But again, Seiyun has one more pet available. She can just pet away.
Oh, activates it before she's able to do that. But you see that the Priestess as well as the Gravekeeper are trying to push for that Cypher. 1484 not wasting any time, going back to wheel form, trying to spike as much as possible. Priestess has one, Gravekeeper has one. They are still pushing for it. Oh my god, they pop it. And now 1484 focusing his sights on 5353, still sticking around here at the window area because he knows that is the counter to this this breaking wheel. Transferring again back and forth. We're going back and forth with this, Nell.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely shouldn't commit too long against Seiyun right here because this is a very hard spot right there. But I think even the Priestess is already ready. She is already at the gate. And okay, Seiyun is gonna be down, and but again, the dungeon is just so close.
But yeah, 5353 though, just still sticking around in this area.
He's calling the portal. He is.
Oh wow, canceled it. And now Priestess has one spike. Luckily, the Priestess was able to have enough time to pull away the spikes. Gravekeeper just making sure that the exit gate is open so they can shut at least one person out of there. And now 5353 will have to kite as long as he can for the Mercenary to use that self-heal at 37%. 5353 again can find space, not allowing him to go back to that window area. Two spikes on the Priestess. Activation is ready. 1484 not content, but oh my god, the holy key, and put it back.
Oh my god,
disorienting. 1484 tries to drop another trap there. Mercenary is already up, making her way to the exit gate. 5353 buying so much time, nowhere close to the dungeon, but it seems like we might see another tied game.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's better to take a draw. Definitely cannot allow a 3 escape. So, amazing thing right there by 5353, buying so much time.
Nell, I'm just gonna put this out there. This might come down to sudden death. If we keep going at this trajectory, we might see a tiebreaker. We might actually even see, like, it's the first one to flinch, the first one to blink, the first one to call uncle or say chicken, because we're still tied. It's round number 2. This is neck and neck between these two juggernauts.
It is, and again, we are seeing a very, very different performance by Crazy. And even against MS, which put up a very great performance against Dou. And today, being met by an upgraded version of CC today, I would say 1484 was trying his best right there. But unfortunately, at that very last moment, 5353 containing the Hunter, that is the game that actually saved them from being down 3 survivors. I would say MVP, Seiyun, and 5353 as well.
Not to mention Ovo. Like, he really played his role very well. He knew that he was hiding at the geisha house. He went down to the basement. He's like, all right, sayonara, you guys. I know they'll be going back to the manor. I might as well buy enough time for you to push for the exit gate. But yeah, well coordinated. And we can't take anything away from 1484. He had a great, very active pollen. He really knew how to maneuver around. He knew when he was spending too much time with certain survivors that he kept darting back and forth, but it was just neck and neck, and rightly so. Look at the scores. It's 2-2. We're still all tied up, ladies and gentlemen.
Still 2-2. Dare I say the next match is going to be the deciding factor. Let's hope that it does not come to, like what Posh said, down to the sudden death with the minutes and seconds being counted.
Dang.
But you know what? Dang, that's gonna be... But you know what? We're gonna see what's gonna happen next. Who's gonna break the balance? It's going to be CC survivors against MS Hunter Buryo.
Yeah, Buryo. We have not seen Rose. Rose is also another trick up their sleeve. And considering that Buryo will probably have his Sculptor banned out, we might actually see a very likely mirror match of the Hunters. He might go with his Breaking Wheel because Buryo very well adapt with the meta of everything, of this Hunters. So might see another Breaking Wheel. But, you know, at CC, if they're able to have kiting sessions with the Hunter as 1484, I'm sure they're well versed with this type of matchup.
Yeah, for sure. like being able to survive a full presence pollen. And again, 1484 actually got that full presence right from the start. When chairing the survivor mechanic for the first time, he was just one spike away from full presence, and that made a lot of difference. But again, MS, I really like how they are carrying their own weight. Like, for example, I was mentioning the highlight MVP's gotta be Seiyun's gotta be 5353. But again, we can see how
it's
Ovo.
Rose.
Rose.
Yeah, so it's not Buryo, it's Rose that will be hunting for MS now. So again, Rose known as that guard 26. I wonder if he has any more hunters up to grab, because this is Ever Sleeping Town. It really pays to have a hunter that has a lot of mobility, but we'll find out as we head towards the picks and bans.
Well, this is very tricky. If he's going for Bonbon, he probably shouldn't have a Rush Cypher decoder, so he should just ban out the mechanic, ban out the seer. But again, if he's not going for Bonbon, okay, mechanic's the first choice that he banned, and he's probably considering seer and forward.
Both. Okay, mechanic is up for grabs. So maybe, we'll find out soon enough who MS will be locking in with. But he did consider the mechanic again, for the right reasons. We know that the mechanic.
Mad Eyes.
Oh, is he known as a Mad Eyes? This is the first time seeing of this. Okay, so they're banning the Mad Eyes. Okay, they've done their homework on Rose.
I mean, Mad Eyes is really strong in this map, so wow, doing that homework, I don't have this data behind my hand, Rose being a proficient Mad Eyes player, but right now, having Mad Eyes being banned, what can Rose play to counter this? Because obviously Tracy and Merc is already taken by CC, and that's going to be like one of the best decoders, one of the best rescuers, and he has no choice banning Prisoner now. I don't know, Posh, should he go? Do you think he will go Bonbon, Sculptor?
Again, the meta is on the table for him to use. That Mad Eyes ban was for sure a respect ban of his caliber with, or his calling card with this Mad Eyes. So he does still, again, you know, at these top level hunters, you cannot afford, or we can't assume that they don't play the meta, because we've seen that, like, first time we've seen hunters time and time again, like, known for specific hunters, but they bring out the meta, which is the Sculptor, which is the breaking wheel. So we'll find out soon enough. Again, it's the same lineup. We got the Priestess, we got the Gravekeeper, we got the Mercenary. I don't think there's any other cast that we're going to be seeing tonight, ladies and gentlemen, and the Sculptor is coming out. And wow, that's crazy, because if you think about it, yes, banning the comfort pick, but you're risking the idea of Rose with this Sculptor. So they're more confident in facing this Sculptor than the Mad Eyes. So that says a lot about the homework CC did, and a lot to I think the resume of Rose on this Mad Eyes.
Yeah, but you know what? I would definitely love to see Rose on the Mad Eyes.
Me too.
If it was ever unbanned, because considering Mad Eyes over Galatea, that's a lot of respect they have for Rose Mad Eyes. I really have to check this out. I really have to check the match where Rose is playing that.
Yeah,
but you know what?
If anybody has the a footage on that, because again, we tried doing our research here. Just DM me, DM Nell.
Yeah.
We'd love to see. I mean, Mad Eyes. Again, it's so hard to find a proficient or very high level Mad Eyes main. So if Rose is one of them, man, and for CC of all teams to ban this, that means they really respect the Mad Eyes of Rose. So I'm excited to do my research later today to find out more about Rose's Mad Eyes.
But right now we are seeing Rose has to go for that second best pick, the Galatea. I'm actually speculating that maybe they are counting, MS is actually counting on CC, not putting that emphasis into studying their hunter picks, because I think they're counting on that, not knowing about the Mad Eyes behind Rose. Yeah, but because if you want to go for Galatea plays, I would say Buryo can play Sculptor really well. So I would say that.
I think I have a feeling that they kind of Rose had to save the situation here. Yeah, his Mad Eyes was banned. But again, we've seen Burio on the sculpt. I think he took a chance. I agree with you. Maybe they were counting on them not banning the Mad Eyes, maybe banning the Bon coming into this, based on how Burio is so proficient with the sculptor. But you know what, Rose being the teammate of Burio, they could have trained together. You cannot,
for sure.
You cannot take lightly Rose with any hunter. So we're about to find out how Rose's sculptor will fare against a very, I would say, international lineup of the team of CC with a Gravekeeper, Mercenary, Mechanic, and Priestess. Let's head into the match.
Yep, Fuku's already dropping the robot, moving away from the robot at the geisha house. The tram, he's gonna spot that robot. He's gonna ignore the robot, I think. And Rose is going to... Is he gonna hit that robot though?
Trying to go for a statue hit there. Not wasting any time, but spots Fuku already. At least he knows where the robot is planted. And at least he can go for the mechanic already, the main pilot of that robot. And at least he knows that the mechanic is not decoding because he has to focus on... Double back Fuku getting the stun and now allowing him to transition to the second story of this house. Wow! Patience!
The patience from Rose. And he's gonna get that hit. No!
Oh, he did! Wow, that was just right at the tip of it, and now we see that he did bring insolence, and he does have that chisel, and he's able to hit Mechanic one more time. One more hit, and the Mechanic will be falling down. He does know where the look at that, the holy key! I was gonna say he knows where the doll is, but now trying to lose sight of the Mechanic are these holy keys. They're doing their job, but Fuku is still in hot pursuit. Rose is trying to close out that distance, and now he's making the rotation. The doll is there.
Wow, I would say that they're doing a very good job in keeping Fuku alive. The robot is still up. Rose right there getting that presence again from the robot. That's already 3 presents available on Rose. But I would say give up on that. Stop the Cypher. But again, he's pursuing.
Yeah, just trying to cut the corners from Fuku, but Fuku seems to be on fire with his kiting session. Back to the center house we go, and already baiting out a jump here. Wow! He hits him on the way down, and Rose has to feel good about that because this Mechanic has bought so much time.
Yeah, but again, 3 ciphers have been done. Posh, 2 new ciphers, but it's just Fuku's first chair. So the next few moments is going to be very crucial for MS. They cannot miss. Rose cannot miss the hits onto the survivors. The survivors of CC cannot fail rescue. Otherwise, it's
Mercenary. Yeah, exactly. Mono P on the Mercenary already in the area. And yeah, this is such an important moment for Rose. Has to stop this rescue from happening. Gets the hit, and now the rebound kite. This is what really matters. Rose already closing out the distance. The last effort was already popped, but we did see that robot is very healthy. Mono P now trying to get away, but he gets the hit one more, and he will be falling down. The Mercenary will be falling down, so technically this is a double down, ladies and gentlemen.
It is, but again, the robot and Yat is doing the decoding at the geisha house. These 2 ciphers are actually very close to each other. So if Rose can somehow capitalize on it, he can stop the decoding and apply pressure. And you can see he's already chairing mono because again, the pressure in between the 2 ciphers, he's counting on that.
And now we see the chisel to give him more of a vantage point of what is happening. We do see that the Gravekeeper already going for the rescue. Eats the hit. The Mercenary is still out of there. And wow, the Mercenary gets the hit. And did that Gravekeeper not have Tide Turner?
I think he should. As soon as mono.
Yeah, but again,
that's it.
Yeah, that's true. Again, 1 cipher remaining. Still an excellent performance.
No, he does not.
Yeah, he does not have Tide Turner. That's what I was trying to emphasize on, because this is very unconventional. The Gravekeeper really always brings Tide Turner, but then again, it is going on the side of CC. Mercenary is on the second chair. The Mechanic is out and about, and the Gravekeeper is pushing that cipher.
It is, but wait, I think the Gravekeeper actually used it when he rescued Fuku. Was he the one rescuing Fuku earlier on?
I think it was the Mercenary.
No! Oh yeah, it's a machinery. That's weird. That's
Okay,
really
now we
weird.
see that the priestess eating that hit. Now all the survivors are technically injured. One cipher still remains, so CC can still be able to push for at least 3 survivors out. Hotaru being chased out. And we see that the chisel is being utilized to give a little space. And now we see that the mercenary eats another hit. One more and he will be falling down. Gravekeeper still has his shovel to utilize. And the priestess is still giving some exit strategies to these survivors over here on this side of the map. Fuku, oh wow, yeah, Rose has to do some cleanup. Priestess as well is trying to recuperate the life of the mercenary. Tries to chisel, but not quite close to the graveyard area. And they're preparing for the end game.
This looks very scary for MS because, as you can see from the AI prediction, that's 56% chance of
a 3 escape.
Yeah, of a 3 escape. But you can see the confidence coming from CC. Fuku already has his robot at the gate itself. Wow, unless if Rose has a trump card, but it doesn't seem to be the case.
I think it was Insolence Confined Space. I'm not quite sure, but we do see that Yat was chased out of that primed cipher. And looking at the progress, they have not touched the other 2 ciphers remaining on this map. So Rose will just defend this soul cipher while we see the chisel being utilized. And at least he knows where everyone is at, but they're all spread out. Now, we see that Hotaru is pushing a cipher. Gravekeeper is over there at the geisha house, pushing that one cipher, giving them more options. They are technically, they're trying to salvage. They're all healed up. It's the priestess that is of half health. Hotaru now being chased out of the corner house, and Gravekeeper has to be very careful. One more hit, the Gravekeeper will be falling down. It is quite close.
Chest.
Oh my god! He was able to make that last one count.
Yeah, I mean, that's so scary. Like, that's where you see the full presence of a sculptor coming into play. Imagine if imagine if Rose actually has the trump card right now. He could have easily how would
abnormal.
you say?
But we'll talk about that in just a bit because the mechanic is actually going for the save. It's Fuku. The first chase
already primed.
has to eat the hit, and it's primed, and now they're trying to escort himself out of there. But Rose has to time these hits really well with the statues. Now that they're out, no stairs, trying to hit 2 birds with 1 stone here. But CC, with all the confidence in the world, mechanic down, and now pop because the pallet was dropped. Fuku able to turn the corner here. 1 more hit, the mechanic will be falling down to these statues, and Rose making sure these statue shots count while we see at the lower left side of the screen the mercenary going for the exit already. Rose will be content with just sharing this 1 survivor because CC has been so slippery. This is actually the 2nd chair, I think.
Yeah, but 3 survivors are already at the gate, are they?
Oh my god. We see that they're going for... Yeah, it's not open yet, so now they're going to go for the rescue. And Yat, Hotaru are splitting the attention of the hunter. We do see that the chisel is being utilized, and now Mono P can tank a hit. They rescue the mechanic. They want to go for 4 survivors out. It's going to be quite the distance. And Hotaru, everyone is all spread out. Rose's options are getting limited as the seconds go by. Hotaru is going to be in the immediate vicinity. Can Rose down at least 1 more survivor? Oh my god.
I mean, that's crazy. Oh my goodness.
Oh wow, the Gravekeeper was down, but now we see that the mercenary Mono P will be chased out. 2 survivors, count it, 3 will be the ones to escape. Priestess is I believe on her way to the exit, and the Gravekeeper is gonna be chaired, and now CC has gained the lead in this matchup.
Wow, that's really crazy play right there by MS. You can see the teamwork and the coordination right there, just rotating between the statues. But I would say the saving grace is actually when they managed to rescue Priestess and Merc rescuing the mechanic and just diverting the attention, because you saw that, right? And he lost the mechanic from there. I think that was when things got really bad for Rose. I don't know.
I would say that was like the chain reaction of events, right? Because that's when Rose started to look for another survivor, Ovo, able to decode with his doll, and now that's when the rescue happened. And also what caught my attention was just the Gravekeeper as well, buying so much time, not carrying Tide, which I found really unconventional, but you know what, they were able to make it work. And how towards the end you could feel the desperate fight in Rose, because both the exit was open, he teleported to it, but they wanted to go for more survivors. They tried to go for the mechanic rescue, and you saw that the mercenary was trying to escort the Gravekeeper out, but it was the Gravekeeper that fell. Looking at the stats here, look at Fuku, 134 triple digits in terms of containment time, as well as Hotaru, but Hotaru did go back, and all of them did 60-second kites, which technically is a Cypher pop. So you gotta admire Rose though with the defense and the way he tried answering and defending the pressure that CC survivors put on him.
Yeah, we can definitely see from the stats itself how well the survivors of CC are containing Rose. But again, we have to we're wondering about certain alternatives that could have happened. Maybe after chairing Fuku, Rose could have used the chisel to scout out the exit gate first, and just to get some intel before committing to the teleport. Yeah. But again,
we've seen like top players do that, right? Just going with instinct. It's paid off, but sometimes it hasn't. Yeah, the chisel.
Yeah, that's true.
The chisel being the one to give him that that foresight.
Information, right?
Yeah, information, that foresight. But again, so much pressure is being put, and CC just off the bat, they were so good with how they played that, and even though the respect band on Ovo was a dancer, still was able to do so much with the mechanic, with how well they played that rescue. Like the priestess coming in with that holy key, one of the highlights for sure in that matchup. And now we have a very clear winner of round number 2. That is CC, ladies and gentlemen. So we will be taking a very short break, but when we return, it's going to be round number 3, so don't go anywhere.
踏过荒谷和大漠，肩负着族人的使命，去往异乡。阴谋与命运交织着。当星辰落下之时，毒蛇露出了尖牙。忠诚与背叛的戏码拉开序幕。火光将反叛的计划化为乌有。刺向毒蛇的弯刀，在烈火间把双手灼烫。然而，救命的稻草不过是又一场狩猎的预谋。而若不甘心成为猎物，只能自己勇敢伸手，触碰飞鸟与神鹰。
Legend has it that it was once home to a prince. The prince had a puppy. But one day, the puppy died. The prince was inconsolably distraught and offered a reward to anyone who could resurrect the dog, saying that he would be willing to give anything in return.
They believed that a goddess would be reborn as one of them every generation. And as long as the goddess danced for the Lord would be blessed by the heavens. And at the sacred ceremony, she danced and prayed for rain. Soon, rain indeed fell.
Hey, it's your turn.
An evil born from desire summons forth a cruel priest. An open hand ushers in the decaying birth. A turned hand leads to the despairing death. Only from a submissive soul can flowers bloom eternal. The sinners fear me. They will immolate themselves to burn this mark upon my fingertips. While the innocent has challenged me through brave naivety, you think you have unveiled the absurd truth. My sheltered subjects. If you have never set foot in the darkness of the abyss, how can you understand the significance of a distant ray of light?
美的化身，圣洁的海中女王。人们把你视为恐怖的灾祸。然而美，无人可以立下善恶的判词。光鲜的皮囊下，是一个个污秽而自以为是的灵魂。请让我记上这份小小的晚餐。啊！ 请享用吧，让我一睹您的真容，洗净他们的罪恶与污浊。
愤怒让星火点燃。 让黑烟飘散，也让绅士们明白，在化成灰之前，有足够多的时间，可以体面的忏悔。爱、快乐、希望和尊严，都因为这个运动，我才能拥有它们。然而，被带到这里后，我明白，绅士们只是需要一个体面的玩具罢了。 可笑的是，他们根本没有风度，永远只渴望更多的臣服。滚烫的巨浪似乎在告诫我，不要再对任何人好脸色。我需要一个新的身份，我想要回家。或许只有那个地方才能带来希望。
Am I a dream of light?
down. Don't be impulsive. The world isn't what you think it is. What is this? Am I wrong? Wait a minute. I found it. I know what I need.
This is going to be my masterpiece. I will bring you back to life. Do you believe in me? I will be the greatest doctor in the world.
Did you get the invitation? Up for a transaction? Trick or treat? A zombie, a witch, a vampire. You can be whoever you want to be. Are you ready for the dance?
Here's the deal, it's Halloween. You can choose to be anyone you see. Laugh or scream or dance with glee. It will cost your life, nothing comes for free.
You can impersonate the disguise you seek for a trick or treat. Let me hear you shriek.
You can trade your soul just for a thrill, chasing down a kill till midnight, ready for a celebration filled with ghosts and ghouls. No one is herself now.
That's our only, listen closely, most importantly, one and only.
But remember, every wish comes with a price.
What is Halloween?
Happy Halloween. Are you ready for the dance?
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, to round number 3 between MS and CC. CC survivors, they broke away into the lead. They gained the second round. Now round number 3. Stakes are pretty high for MS. Nell, we're already at the picks and bans.
Wow. Now, MS definitely needs to pick up the pieces left in round number 2. Initially, it looks like a pretty clear stalemate, right? Like getting a tie in round 1, a tie in the first half of round 2. But right now, they're just gonna go ahead, ban Mary, ban Bonbon in this map. I don't know. 1484 still has that sculptor open to him.
Also, also Soul Weaver Dream, which has so much under his belt, but
yeah, so
now we are seeing that, you know, they're going with their same picks here. Seiyun with that Mercenary, and we were talking offline, she's been so proficient with that Mercenary, but now banning away the Gravekeeper, allowing our boy OVO with the Dancer. Whoa. And he's gonna lock it in right away.
Instantly, without hesitation. Okay, you're not gonna ban my Dancer. I'm just gonna take it straight away. I'm happy with it. You're gonna regret letting me pick this Dancer. OVO must be thinking like that. But the question is right now, what can Kari pick to add value to this lineup? Because they already have one supporter, one decoder. So okay, coordinator works. It works.
Yeah. Kari being the one to that usually is the stunner. He's usually the forward, but yeah, they're adding that stun potential as well as the Dancer's music boxes to slow down the kiting, to slow down the hunt of 1484. But now we see that the Bloody Queen and Bonbon leaving open Dream Witch, leaving open Sculptor, And now 1484, you know what? This is actually the one of the quickest picks and bans because I think all survivors and the hunter know what they want and they're locking it in. Coming into the Red Church. This is the hospital.
The hospital, yep.
So here we have
hospital being the best place for survivors, I would say, because of the ability to kite at the 2-floor hospital. Not to mention, there's also a dancer music box, the priestess. Oh my god, this is gonna be such a nuisance for Hunter. So this is where MS has to take advantage. They have to get that lead so that it wouldn't create so much of a pressure. It will give some breathing space for MS Hunter in the later half after this. So the objective of MS right now, get as many survivors out in this survivor, like they're basically with their best lineups right now, with the comfort picks of dancer and even the priestess. Get as much advantage as possible against 1484. And for 1484, if he can get a draw right here, I would say that it's going to give the survivors of CC much more breathing space. So 1484 just has to focus on at least a tie. Even a tie would be fairly minimum requirement for him. But of course, getting a 3 kills sweep will definitely help much more to create pressure for MS.
Yeah, looking at the lineup of the survivors alone, you mentioned it right. The hospital is there for that priestess to be able to give safe passage, and the dancer's music box can also add to the kiting potential of any of these survivors. So I'm excited to see how 1484 will try to counter that. Or is he going to bring peepers just to try and stop anyone from going to the hospital and pose that threat? Or are we going to see like a very aggressive start with 1484 with that blink? We're going to find out in just a bit, ladies and gentlemen. All the teams are ready to go, and this is make or break for MS. They want to get as much survivors out as possible. Top-down build. He will be going for confined space as well as detention and focusing on just the blink. And we see that 3 survivors are immediately right in front of him. Ovo wants to be the first one to be chased because the dancer, again, his main is being utilized now. And 1484 would gladly oblige to chase this dancer.
Wow. That's a really good... That's a really good
that was scary.
cut right there. Yeah, it was. Ovo just placing it down there. But again, Ovo needs to walk the climb.
And now making sure he goes for the... Oh, wow, they trade. The statues were right there when he was going to go for the stun. Now, Ovo, not wasting any time, dropping another music box to stay in this area and contain the hunter. That was an excellent pirouette, the way he was able to dodge. But now being chased away, going to the hospital now. And the priestess there with the support portals, giving him salvage. And now we see Ovo dropping another one and using the pirouette to go transition to the second story.
Wow, such a beautiful display. Like this is exactly what he's expecting to do with the dancer. Oh, he missed the blink!
Oh my god, this is huge for Ovo. Still utilizing the structure of this hospital, and we see that 5353 already there supporting, putting the portals, and now this slow box forced to break it, and we're having a tour of the hospital with Ovo just transitioning from place to place, but no more music boxes left in place for him, so he will have to rely on just the real estate of hospital.
I mean, he's done enough, Posh, because look, he's already kiting for 3 ciphers. 3 ciphers are about to be done. 2 ciphers, as we're speaking, 2 ciphers are already on being done. 1 cipher on the verge of being done. Ovo has done a lot already, and considering the sculptor is not even at 2 presents, it's a victory right now for MS.
Yeah, again, it was only a matter of time. This dancer has been exhausted. That was her final dance there. And now we see that 3 ciphers now remain, but 2 of them are, one of them is on their way. Speaking of on their way, Carrie, making sure that he's not going to get caught with a statue hit here, has to be very careful because 1484 is known for those statue hits. Mercenary, Seiyun already utilizing the elbow pad to mitigate the distance. We are seeing 1484 watching and waiting for the well-timed hit. Oh, Seiyun able to get the rescue, but Ovo gets hit in the process. And this is good because at least Seiyun can go for another rescue.
That's true. And this is where the problem comes in. Oh my goodness.
Full presence.
Yeah, Ovo. I think there was a little bit of miscommunication there. He doesn't necessarily need to give Ovo that extra hit. That's actually the one that's going to let him get to full presence. You can see Seiyun managing to rescue just now with ease because again, Sculptor wasn't on full presence, but now 1484, full presence, 2 ciphers remaining, but what you gonna do against a Sculptor with full presence? This is where the horror starts because Sculptor, full presence, perfect statue, Coordinator cannot miss this rescue.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, he really has to be very careful here. Going for the full. Look at that, just blocking it. Oh my God, denying the rescue, not even going for the hit. Kari, can he make it on time? Oh no, he starts spinning. Coordinator now half life already injured. And now we see still has the flare gun, has to utilize that well, but look at that blink, 1484, making up for lost times, living up to his name, which is crazy.
I think that's a massive upgrade. Chief Crazy, dare I say. Chief Crazy 1484 right there. With the blocks against Kari, and oh my goodness, I think this is the break that 1484 is looking for, considering how well MS Survivors was kiting in the first round. But again, Cypher has been primed, Posh. It's all up to 5353 right now.
Yes, gets the rescue, 1484. Oh, wow, they go for the pop right away. Detention is going to be a huge factor now. And we see that 5353, wow, making it rain statues. 1484 wants to down at least one of them to just mitigate the situation. Oh my God, pushes them both. And now last effort is popped by the Priestess. Coordinator is still in the area, and 1484, he's not content with one. He wants to go for a double down situation. Coordinator gets eating these statue hits, but 1484 still rounding about here. And we are seeing that he is going to change his sights to 5353. Harry is going to go inside the hospital while we see Seiyun over there at the exit gate.
I don't think he should chair because Coordinator still has tied. If he chairs, Coordinator can easily use the gun to stun, but I think MS is looking for a draw right here.
Yeah, they want to play it safe, right? They want to be able to cut their losses, and now we see that the mercenary trying to escort the Coordinator out of here. 1484 would gladly take that tie because they are technically still in the lead with 1 round and the point lead. But incredible stuff. Ovo again with that dancer. Can I just say incredible stuff?
Perfect.
We had a tour of the hospital.
Yeah, the only reason he got that chip damage was because he, after pirouetting, he went back to pallet slam, Galatea. But of course, again, the support, you can see him just looping around, like what you said, the tour around the hospital. That's where things get really scary. But again, that beautiful play by 1484 at the very last moment, thwarting the second rescue. The second rescue of the dancer, just blocking right there, right? He's like a guardian, like blocking. I don't know. I would say that if Kari actually uses the gun straight away right there, I think he was just being a little passive right there, trying to save that gun until he was really sure about using it. It might be a different story, but right now, let's look at the stats because, wow, it's a draw.
Yeah, it is. You have to give it up for the survivors of MS because they've been consistent with how they've been handling 1484. Not pushing for that win, but still playing it conservatively. Carry again, yeah, all of them almost almost 1 minute containment time except Seiyun. Seiyun was really good with that rescue. And Ovo, again, one of the stars, almost getting triple digits with the containment time. But 1484 had a little bit of a rough start downing OVO. But as we were saying, once OVO did fall, that's when the wheels started to turn in the favor of 1484. Because he did have 4 knockdowns, 5 strikes, 5 pallets destroyed, 0 ciphers remaining. But still going for that tie. They're still secured that lead. Now, the pressure is on MS's Hunter. Will it be Buryo? Will it be Rose? He cannot afford a 3-man. Well, he cannot afford even a tie. They need to go for a 3-man out.
Yeah, I think that's what 1484 was aiming for because, again, hospital does favor the survivors a little bit more because of the hospital, because of the massive pallets around the surroundings. So getting a draw is actually good enough for 1484, for Team CC at this point. If they go on to a draw, CC is going to take that win. So the only win condition for MS right now is to depend on their hunter to get a 3-man down. He has to get 3 survivors down and chaired and sent back to the mansion if they want to go to a sudden death match.
That's a tall order because of how well the survivors of Crazy Crazy have performed in the previous match. So well coordinated. And as you mentioned as well, when it comes to hospital, very survivor sided, especially when they get to the hospital area. So I'm excited to see I just want to know which hunter we're going to be utilizing, because if we go for Rose, for sure they're going to ban the Mad Eyes because they did their homework. They might even respect ban the Sculptor because, again, she's very meta, forcing Rose to go out of his comfort zone. Now, if we look at Buryo, on the other hand, he does have a Sculptor, he does have a Bonbon, but we do note that in IVT, this is the most we've seen MS and Buryo put in a tough spot. So this is where champions, this is where MS, I would say, in their career, would say that they were pushed to the extremes, and we'll witness if they will level up and thrive to the occasion, or will it go CC's way. I'm really excited to see how this is going to play out.
Definitely, I'm feeling the same way as you do, Posh. Like no team wants to go home first. Excuse me. They definitely want to prolong their stay here, continuing their journey. But again, MS survivors, they've done the best they could. They managed a draw, which is not too bad considering the situation that we're in, not managing to rescue the dancer, Ovo. So a draw is really the best that they could have done in that situation. Right now, all hopes on MS Hunter. I would say take out the Priestess. They have to take out Priestess. Again, you can see it's so annoying having the Priestess connect the holy keys around the hospital. They have to take out even the mechanic. They have to get rid of that connectivity, the connection made by the portals. They have to get rid of at least one cipher rusher, the decoder, and I think it's gonna set the stage for MS Hunter to do a better job. And possibly trying to win this round to bring them to a sudden death game.
Here we go. It's going to be Rose coming back to hunt. So let's see how deep his hunter pool is. While CC, they've been all fired up from the previous round, getting the win for their team. The momentum is definitely on their side. So let's see how CC can defend and try to turn the situation around. Let's head on over to the picks and bans.
For sure. Mechanic. Okay, so Rose is not worried about the Priestess, so he's just gonna take out the Mechanic, the Seer, and the Mercenary. So what will Fuku and Yat be what will CC be banning first?
Okay, Bonbon Sculptor, but then again, are we finally going to be treated? Yeah, we might be treated to the Mad Eyes, if ever. Since it was banned. Again, we're going with the context that CC really did their homework, forcing a Galaxy pick on Rose in Ever Sleeping Town. So forward as well as Priestess for sure have to be secured. We saw how good the Priestess is, and forward, just with that constant stun threat, they cannot let go of that. So Rose's decision now goes with the Doctor. Are we going to see a Dream Witch then?
A Dream Witch or a Joseph?
Or a Joseph. Yeah, that's true.
I mean, we don't know what is.
If it could be Mad Eyes too, if ever.
Yeah. To get rid of the 25%.
Yeah,
damage,
from vaulting
right?
Yeah, true.
Okay, so Rose is probably gonna go all in right here.
Yes.
The fate of MS is going to rest on Rose's shoulders right here. I definitely want to see Rose play the Mad Eyes because of the respect ban in game number 2. But again, it's really up to Rose what he wants to do. And now you're gonna see CC going for this very interesting pick, Barmaid.
Well, I mean, I think they got to go with a healer because Rose
Yeah.
is thinking of violence and banning the doctor, and now Rose with the Dream Witch. Okay,
Yeah.
another.
I think it's a safe choice, right?
Yeah, for sure. As much as I'd love to see Mad Eyes, Rose really knows what's at stake here. It's their tournament lives. Going with the Dream Witch here can definitely help him out, especially since we've seen Dream Witch in round 1. Going to round number 3 with some bans of really top-tier survivors, I would say the lineup is looking pretty good on the survivor side, but you cannot sleep on this Dream Witch. The Dream Witch is always a constant threat from the start to the end of the match, and I cannot emphasize enough, especially with detention. If you pop that with low resources, you're definitely going to feel the effects of that Dream Witch, especially when she's all leeched up.
Yeah, again, I'm actually very interested to see what Rose will be bringing. We've seen a lot of Japanese hunters and even China players using Blink instead of Patroller in this kind of situation in the hospital. Probably because of the chasing power, especially when you have a priestess around. Patroller is definitely going to get countered by the priestess portal, so I'm really looking forward to seeing Rose using the Blink instead to play more aggressively. And depending on how the middle game and the late game goes, he can easily go for abnormal, easily go for teleport, and even easily go for a patroller last minute if he wants to.
Yeah, if he wants to be cheat or peeper, if it's really going his way. We have talked about that, right? That's the trend.
Yeah.
If you go for Blink, you end up changing. If you go for Patrol, you end up changing to Blink, but you don't have access to having that safety net of teleport, that safety net of abnormal, just to prolong the late game before the survivors can push for the exit gate. So I would strongly hope that Rose is going to go all out with that Blink.
Yeah.
I just go for the quick rewards, and because Patroller, again, we've seen today alone how well people counter that Patroller, and they know when they're about to drop the Patroller. They already drop a pallet right away. They go next to a window. They use their skill to try and get away from that Patroller.
It gets countered so hard.
It does, and you feel the effects. You feel like you feel bad for the Patroller. You're like, oh no, the dog of the hunter is not gonna get his bite.
Oh no, he's gonna be starving. But you know what? We're just gonna have to wait and see into the match if Rose is going to go aggressive with the Blink Dream Witch to start things off. He's definitely gonna go for the detention build. I can't really see right here, but again,
it's Blink. Oh no, it's Patroller!
It's Patroller. Okay.
Patroller. Okay, so let's see how he's able to drop these Patrollers down. Fuku is going to be one of the first targets. The barmaid, again, this is actually pretty okay. So at least they won't have a healer on their arsenal. And we see that already utilizing that drink to just go towards the hospital. They know that this is the best way for them to be able to just gain more mileage out of this Dream Witch. Just get away from wherever that spot was. And now we see that Rose is still looking for a perfect target to go for. And it seems like just transitioning, cleaning up the hospital there.
Yeah, like you can see right now how Patroller doesn't necessarily work because of, look, like the portal's made in the hospital. Now Rose is in a dilemma. He doesn't know who to chase. Even though he got the leash onto Fuku is already far away. And when he tried to chase the Gravekeeper, he went underground. This is just very annoying for him.
Wow, okay, at least the leech follower was able to get that hit. Barmaid now drinking up just so they can heal, but this is where the Patroller can be very handy. Again, early seconds weren't in his favor, but now he has to capitalize on this Patroller bite right before she can get that heal going. But oh my god, Mono distracting just so that the Barmaid can heal up, and now Mono getting the attention. He's gonna eat that hit, but the Barmaid did heal up.
Yeah, and that's why it's so annoying going against this kind of lineup. Like, if you want to go for this lineup, ban the forward. Because again, he's definitely gonna disrupt you. He's not gonna let you get a free hit onto Barmaid, especially when Barmaid can self-heal with his potion.
Oh, now dropping another Patroller. He's gonna have to start from square one because Fuku did heal up, so has to be very careful. This is the main follower, and now Barmaid, Fuku just trying to transition. He's gonna eat that hit, and still will be falling down in well, actually no, the Gravekeeper. Sorry, I was just looking at the Gravekeeper, as well as the Priestess removing the leech from that forward.
Yeah, and now Rose is gonna be in trouble because as soon as he got hit, Barmaid is just going to go into the hospital. And what can Rose do here? Even after removing the leash, yeah, he can leash
And
it
heal
again.
up.
But yeah, look, Fuku is healed up again.
Exactly, yeah.
And one Cypher is being done.
Ooh! And now CC really adding the pressure on Fuku, on Rose. Sorry, there's so much names flying out. Now it's the priestess now that is being zoned in, and it's quite tough because the survivors are still pushing for those objectives, and to have the barmaid eat all those hits and still be up and running and decoding is just it just shows that CC is out for the victory here.
Yeah, for sure. Rose having a very tough time now. 2 ciphers have been done. 2 ciphers are on the halfway mark, and 1 cipher is being decoded as we speak. Rose still trying to look for either one, and he's gonna drop the patroller onto.
Oh wow! Look at that juking in and out, but now we see that the priestess half-life. Oh, the excellent juke there! He was able to vault that pallet. Now, yeah, the priestess applying the pressure, still moving in and around. Oh my god, switched to blink, but it was empty. And now CC really piling on the pressure. And Rose trying to just roll with the punches here, but CC not giving him any room to breathe. They're constantly removing the leeches. They're constantly pushing for these objectives. And now Yat has no more patrollers still in and around this hospital. But you gotta give it up to Rose. He's still fighting. He still wants more survivors out of the manor.
Definitely.
Wow.
Yep, full presence. Dreamwitch, his area of presence is going to be decoded. And if he gets Yat right here, it's gonna salvage a little bit. But we'll have to see what he does because again, everyone is just walking around, healing each other, and you can see the fort being healed. Gravekeeper already, you know, taking just alerting his teammates where the main body is. This yeah, this is definitely much pressure on Rose right here.
Yeah, it's really high levels that CC is the team of CC is presenting here, and 3 out of the 4 already have the anti-curses, so they are constantly removing those leeches. We see that Rose is now going towards the forward. And this is what's so good about their style. They constantly are switching back and forth, making sure that they're able to buy time. The forward did get that hit and still has that follower. Now we see that, how we utilize the football to go gain that distance. To another empty blink. Mono still has a little bit of football to utilize. Now in this tight situation, drops the pallet. He's able to stun the follower.
Yeah, and as we were talking, all these high speed actions going on. The last cipher is being decoded. Priestess is seeking for help. Like you can look at the lower left bracket of the screen. Barmaid is healing up the priestess just in case, but Rose is going to find them. He is paying attention to the cipher progress right here. So we try seeing Rose fighting for his lifeline right here. Otaru is going to be the choice of target, but
wow.
Things are not looking really good.
Yeah, not to mention the Gravekeeper does have a wand as well, so he was able to open up a chest. Again, it's just how spread out these survivors are and how well they're utilizing this map and constantly pressuring another empty blade. Oh my god, but the priestess finally does fall down. Rose has his survivor that is down, but 1 cipher does remain, so it's still quite tough. Rose is not out of the woods yet. He wants to still constantly apply more pressure to shift the tides here.
Yeah, like right now, even though Priestess is down, but he has no leech right there. He has to leech Fuku right here. Stop the cipher from being decoded. Yeah, Priestess is already on the verge of being standing up. Yeah, I think there's so many actions going on right here, Posh.
I know. This is what you gotta love about Dreamwitch, is constant movement of this followers, and also you gotta give it up to the team because they're constantly in sync with where the body is going, and they're really countering it pretty well. This cipher, this one last cipher, is stuck at 56%. So never say die, says Rose. He still wants to keep pressure on the survivors, and now Fuku is gonna be zoned in. The blink is up and he goes for the hit, and now it does count. Forward still pushing for that cipher, but finally we have Rose on putting the barmaid on that rocket share.
Yeah, really wonderful job right there, getting that blink hit onto the barmaid. So right now the next few moments are going to be a deciding factor. Hotaru still has his tie. And of course, this Cypher is going to be canned. Okay, getting that hit onto Priestess is going to make a difference right here. So we'll just have to see.
And now, yeah, we see that Hotaru did get that rescue happening, and now focusing on hitting that forward, allowing them to tank those hits forward, almost about to prime that Cypher. And we see that Rose transitioning, going to the shack because he knows that that Cypher is close to popping. Yat does not have that much life to work with, and now he will get leeched. So it seems like Yat being chased away from the Cypher, denying the end game from happening.
Yeah, it looks like it looks so. Yat cannot fall here. If Yat falls here, but you know what? It's really fine because CC has already been decoding a second Cypher. Things are not looking very good for MS. Rose.
Woo!
Wow!
What a vault! Oh my God, the mind games that are being played. But yet, by a strand of hair, was able to dodge that, and now the Holy Key just getting safe passage, trying to get that hit again. But the Cypher is already primed. Rose is swinging for the fences here to try to down more survivors. But you know what, CC, they've been everywhere in this map. They've been constantly healing. They've been constantly pushing the Cyphers, and they've been constantly harassing this Hunter. So now we see Fuku trying to go for this pallet, and they are trying to position themselves to open for that exit gate. Trying again are the survivors to push for the end game, and the patient forward waiting for his signal to push for this last Cypher. And empty hits here, but Fuku trying to bait one out, eats the hit, not gonna pop it just yet. Are we gonna see it? We are. It's the end game already now.
It is, and yet again with the pesky Holy Keys, this is gonna be so hard on the side of MS Rose. It's heart shattering to see this, but again, they are not giving up. MS is not giving up. Rose is definitely still trying to push and at least try to go for the late game detention blink plays right here. But like what you said, Posh, CC survivors, they know too well how to counter a Dream Witch, and they're already so spread out. Hotaru's just hiding at the side.
Exactly. Oh, wow, gets the hit. Excellent stuff. So now Rose has his first one down. They have to be very careful how they play this. The forward is opening up the back gate. Yat has to be so careful. He cannot eat one hit. Detention is in the air. Forward still pushing that last exit gate. Oh,
nice!
Right where he was going, and now Rose turning the tides here. He's gonna be able to leech this Priestess because the dungeon is there. Gravekeeper is still down at 85% healing. We do see that there are two survivors already at the exit gate, and they know the win condition here is to get that tie. Gravekeeper is already up. Priestess on the rocket share already. Is gonna be the first time she is there, and now the Gravekeeper making his way. But man, what an incredible performance by CC, and how well coordinated they are to counter this Dream Witch. Hotaru is trying to make his way, but the main body will catch him right before he's able to make his way to the exit.
And you can tell Hotaru's pinging Hunter is near me. He knows that the main body is here because he saw that the spawn follower is there. Oh, blocking the way right there. But again, that does leave the Priestess free to be rescued. But again, doesn't matter because CC is your winner. And Posh, I'm just lost for words.
CC, ladies and gentlemen, have done it. They leveled up compared to their previous performance in SST, and you know what? They showed that they do have the late game potential. They started to thrive in the second and third round. The survivors especially, very impressive of how they were able to pull off a feat like that, to go up against a Dream Witch, and for them to be able to deny presence till the very end of the game, and for them to be able to do that is definitely something to commend. But also, you got to give it up for MS. They won so much fans, they won so many hearts, and they've gotten so much respect from everyone here at the Identity 5 Asia Stellaris Challenge with how well they play it. They really showed their heart and their fighting spirit against fighting exactly Dowu. And also, they showed a lot of heart going up to Crazy. So I hope everyone in the chat would give them their love and their support to Money Sweep, because they will be out of the tournament. But, you know, I'm sure that this is a learning experience for them. Everything to gain, nothing to lose, representing Korea. And I'm sure the Republic of Korea has been made proud with how well they were able to get far in this tournament, and also the matchup experience they got from Crazy as well as Dowu. So big shout outs to Money Sweep. Do show them your love.
Yes, for sure. And we here at the Caster's Desk are definitely sending our love out to MS, the K-pop team. Again and again, I say, by no means, even though they are out of the tournament, by no means are they weak. By no means are they pushovers. Because being the new kid of the block, coming into this tournament, they have shown that they are not to be taken lightly of. They are not to be underestimated, and they have definitely shown us what they can do in a high stakes tournament against these top players from the respective regions of Japan and even mainland China. But let's look at the stats first. Posh,
just look at, can I just say, the kiting time of everyone, it's almost at the triple digit. I mean, Hotaru not much, but still over 60 seconds. But yeah, Fuku with the barmaid eating so much hits. She was drinking on the job, but and she was able to get a lot of heals. And the forward and the Gravekeeper getting the most decoding. Oh my gosh, even Fuku, he's just MVP, I would say. But you know what, you got to give it up for Rose, because he was trying as much as possible to defend and also try to dictate the pace of that match. But unfortunately, they were so used to facing that Dream Witch. We do see that CC did get that one round in a best of 3, and the rest were ties. CC, crazy, is moving on, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, very, very job well done for CC. But again, you can see MS actually the only half that they lost is in second half of round number 2. So
exactly,
yeah, props to them, because they are definitely doing a lot. And you know what, they're showing that they come from a land of K-pop. They're not just about the looks. They're not just about being cool and looks, but they show that they have the skills. They have what it takes to be in this big stakes with the big boys, with the veterans, the OGs of IDB, and yeah, showing us and what they can do.
Also, if you think about it, it was just that one round that you pointed out, the one half where, again, it kind of buckled. And we were talking about how this match was going to be determined. It's just that one situation, and it was just that one round, because everything else was tied. You could say that the survivors did thrive, because when it's a tie, you technically have to give it up to the survivors. But you know what? The Hunters, as well as the survivor players in MS, were doing such a great job. And here we have it. Fuku, the MVP, Fuku at JP. With his barmaid, with his mechanic. Look, look at this, the Hunter containment time, 134 seconds on average, and still able to half decode a cipher. One pallet hitting rate 1, as well as rescues. MVP well deserved.
Yeah, definitely well deserved right there. Just giving the Hunter so much trouble trying to chase. But not to forget, his teammates also played a very important role in trying to sustain their mechanic teammate, and even in the last round. So I would say definitely well deserved. Congratulations, CC, once again for moving on. And I believe they're shown that they have stepped up. CC definitely stepped up from yesterday's match against Sunset Sisters, SST. I'm just amazed at how they have changed so much overnight. I think this is the real CC we're looking at. Yesterday, it's probably still the nerves, or
probably. Again, what matters is the now and what is to come. And CC is moving forward. They will wait for the outcome of the match between SST and The Wu, which we'll find out the schedule in just a bit, ladies and gentlemen. But once again, big shout outs and big ups to Money Sweep. Honestly, you made fans out of, we were already fans watching IVT, but now we've become even more fans, and we can't wait to see your survivors and hunters do so much work here in the Identity 5 Asia Stellaris Challenge, and I'm sure they'll come back in better shape. And who knows, you know what, Koa next year, we might be actually calling Money Sweep in the future. So this might be the beginning of a journey that we're witnessing. So I'm so blessed and so grateful to be sharing the mic with you, Nell, and also witnessing the growth of the Identity 5 scene in respective regions. So big shout outs to the Republic of Korea region.
Yeah, for sure. There are so many competitions out there. I think MS has already proven themselves a champion in their own rights, especially by winning IVT. By winning IVT, they've already ensured that they're guaranteed a spot in COA. So we're definitely seeing them. Correct me if I'm wrong. So
I'm not quite sure.
Yeah.
So we'll find. Yeah, we'll get back to you guys on that.
Yeah, we'll get back to that. But we definitely hope to see them again. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. And I really want to also take this opportunity as well. I know Nell as well wants to will echo this sentiment in knowing more of the players for certain regions, and the experience of this IVS tournament really opened our minds to and opened our eyes to the different regions like Japan, Korea. I mean, we all know China is the gold standard, but us studying the different metas, it's really great, and I can't wait to see more of the other scenes emerge and probably be invited to this type of tournament, since the newcomers are Southeast Asia and Korea. I can't wait for this to grow even further and maybe even have more entries into the Call of the Abyss.
Definitely, we need to have more tournaments like this. Shout out to NetEase and the production team behind us as well for making this live stream available for all of us here in Southeast Asia. So big props right here, even for all the English viewers out there. A big shout out to all of you in chat for just simply being awesome. Being patient and being supportive towards your teams, not just the teams, but to the very game itself. Because when you love this game, when you stay here and you're showing your love and support to the game itself, you're actually helping to boost this game, to help to boost this community. And you know what? I'm just glad to be a part of this wonderful community as a whole, and of course to share this spotlight with Posh Spice, aka Dio Sama. And
I always tell Grizzly this and everyone watching, people in the mic here, honestly, we're just professional fans. We just love the game so much that we want to share it with you guys, and we think that we have the best seat in the house. And also looking at chat and seeing the encouraging words for the players and also to us, it really means a lot. And we hope you guys have been spreading that passion and that positivity of Identity 5, competitive Identity 5 that is, to the respective players, because they're under so much pressure, and we are seeing them under that pressure. And for them to perform at this level is just so it's very entertaining, and it's also very encouraging to how well that the scene can move forward. So and just spread the love, spread the positivity of competitive Identity 5 play to the just spread it out there. That's pretty much my main point.
Spray and pray. Just spray all your positivity and pray for a better community, a better understanding towards the game and love for the game. And you know what? It's not easy to get where these teams are today, because as much as the attention and spotlights are on them, they actually we definitely did not see all the bloods and tears and sweat,
the late nights, the practices,
the panda eyes.
Exactly. Well, that's why I'm wearing glasses. When it comes to that, right, we're just seeing the tip of the iceberg. We're seeing the hard work paying off, but we're also seeing the journey of these people, because the journey is not always one-sided, where it's just, all right, we're going to get to victory. Sometimes you got to stumble, sometimes you got to fall, sometimes you got to learn. And I think that's one of the beauty of these type of tournaments, because let's put GR for example. You know what, this wasn't really their year with how they handled the results in Call of the Abyss. But now they get to be able to change that, because they will be facing the rematch. They're going up against ZETA, the team that did go up against them in Koa. So again, I think hard work will definitely pay off, and we're going to see that match play out in the coming days. So it's really important for you guys to support your favorite players. And honestly, what we're witnessing is like an anime tournament arc. I'm gonna say it. We're falling in love with these teams. We're seeing all the relations being born, and we're also seeing how well they perform under this pressure. So great time to be Identity 5 fan.
Definitely. And you know what? I'm just so curious to see what's going on in the chat right now. So I actually, Posh, I turned on the chat from YouTube, and
what are they saying?
I'm seeing a lot of love right here. Love you, Nello. Love you, Posh. Thank you so much. I'm really sorry I can't read Russian, But thank you so much for being so supportive. And to those comments, and even from Wafuru, rest well, casters. Nello, you look so tired. We are, because you do not see the late nights we stayed up to prepare for the tournament.
Study, yeah. So thank you, though. We appreciate that you guys are sending out that positivity. Also send it over the players' way. And here we have today's results. GR getting one over FPX.ZQ, which a lot of people thought was an amazing performance by GR. ZETA denying the third round from happening, cementing themselves to go to the winners finals, and CC staying alive, I would say, still in the lower bracket. They're still in kind of hot water, and here we have our winners. It's GR, ZETA, CC, but do send some love their way to FPX.ZQ, GH, as well as MS.
Wow. This is this is just an action-packed night tonight. There was not a single dull moment. But again, like what I said yesterday, I'm gonna say it again today. This is what we are expecting from the All-Stars team. We're gonna see the brackets for tomorrow. Posh, you gonna bring us through it?
Yeah, so it's the matches that we're gonna have witnessed, I believe tomorrow. It's SST versus Dou, GR, ZETA, and CC waiting for the match results. So here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Mark your calendars for tomorrow. FPX.ZQ versus GH to start things off tomorrow. Then SST versus Dou, winner's side of Group A. And now we have the rematch, GR versus ZETA, the rematch of KOA 4. Oh, wow, this is an action-packed day tomorrow. I'm so excited to be witnessing this as well. Starting off with FPX.ZQ versus GH. One of these teams will move on. Oh, God, it's blowing my mind thinking about that.
It is such a high stake as well. I find myself cheering for Afu because he's just such a formidable player. He brought up Soul Weaver in game number 3, and I was just so amazed by him. But at the same time, I'm also very amazed by Team GH, especially Cap Kun, because of his kiting abilities. How many people can actually kite 5 ciphers?
Kiting.
Fighting becomes kiting. But again, these are just but a few of the highlights we've seen throughout the night. Nothing short of spectacular. We really, really love to see more of these actions, but you know what? Tomorrow's gonna be a new day. Posh, anything you want to add before we end?
Everyone stay hydrated, stay positive, and also show some love to the players out there. And thank you for showing some love to us as well. And big shout out to everyone at the back. I'm excited, and I'm so glad that there's something like Identity 5 Asia Stellaris Challenge for everyone to witness the different regions. So with that being said, Nell, take us away.
All right, I'm going to take you away to JoJo land. I'm sorry. With that, we are both going to pose like JoJo, and we're going to end the stream tonight on the count of 3, okay? On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Boom. Good night, guys. See you.